Attack on Pearl Harbor. The quiet morning before history changed. There is a peculiar silence that belongs only to islands. Not the silence of emptiness. Not the silence of deserts or frozen mountains. An island carries another kind of quiet, one stitched together from gentle waves brushing against volcanic rock, palm leaves whispering to one another in the trade winds, distant seabirds arguing over breakfast, and somewhere, almost always, a ship's bell echoing across calm water. On the morning of December 7, 1941, that silence drifted gently across Pearl Harbor. If you had stood on the shore before sunrise, you might have believed history itself had decided to sleep in a little longer. The sky glowed with faint shades of violet and pale orange. Clouds floated lazily over the mountains of Oahu. The Pacific Ocean looked impossibly calm, almost polished, reflecting the first hints of dawn like a mirror that had forgotten what storms looked like. Sailors stretched after another ordinary night aboard enormous battleships. Coffee brewed in cramped ship galleys. Some men complained about another Sunday duty shift. Others looked forward to church services. Letters from home rested inside lockers. Laundry waited to be folded. Someone somewhere was undoubtedly trying to avoid morning inspection, because military traditions never truly change. Nobody expected that within 2 hours many of those ships would no longer exist. Nobody imagined that thousands of lives would end before breakfast. And almost nobody realized that the 20th century itself was about to change direction. History often gives us the illusion that catastrophe announces itself. We imagine warning sirens, urgent telegrams, dark clouds gathering overhead like theatrical stage lighting. Real life is rarely so considerate. Most disasters begin during perfectly ordinary mornings. Pearl Harbor was no exception. Long before smoke climbed into Hawaiian skies. Long before newspapers printed impossible headlines. Long before President Franklin Roosevelt would call it a date which will live in infamy, there was only another peaceful Sunday. That may be the most haunting part of the story. Because the attack did not begin with explosions. It began with normality. To understand why hundreds of Japanese aircraft suddenly appeared above Hawaii, we must travel backward, not merely days or weeks, but decades. Wars are stubborn things. They almost never begin when the first shot is fired. Instead, they begin quietly inside meeting rooms, inside factories, inside economic crises, inside wounded national pride. Sometimes they begin when politicians convince themselves they have only one remaining choice. Sometimes they begin because no one wishes to admit they have made terrible decisions. And sometimes they begin because entire nations misunderstand one another until misunderstanding hardens into fear. Fear becomes suspicion. Suspicion becomes preparation. Preparation becomes war. The attack on Pearl Harbor did not emerge from nowhere. It was the final movement of a symphony that had been composing itself for years. Perhaps even generations. Imagine the Pacific Ocean as it appeared during the early 20th century. Maps make oceans seem manageable. Blue spaces separating colorful countries. Reality feels different. The Pacific is unimaginably vast. It covers nearly 1/3 of Earth's surface. Entire continents could disappear inside it. Ships crossing these waters often sailed for weeks without seeing another vessel. Storms could appear from nowhere. Navigation depended upon stars, patience, and no small amount of luck. Control of the Pacific meant control over trade, military power, natural resources, and the future itself. Every major nation understood this. Japan understood it. Britain understood it. The United States certainly understood it. And so, like players settling around an enormous chessboard, each nation began positioning pieces across islands scattered over millions of square miles. Ports became fortresses. Harbors became strategic prizes. Tiny islands suddenly mattered because someone could build an airfield upon them. Places that had once interested only fishermen now attracted admirals and politicians. Pearl Harbor was one of those places. Its natural harbor lay protected behind narrow entrances and calm waters. American engineers spent decades transforming it into one of the most important naval bases in the Pacific. Massive dry docks rose beside the water. Fuel tanks multiplied across nearby hills. Warehouses stored mountains of supplies. Battleships anchored confidently beneath Hawaiian sunshine. To many Americans, Pearl Harbor seemed untouchable. Too distant. Too heavily defended. Too important to fail. History enjoys proving confidence wrong. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, another island nation watched events unfold with increasing concern. Japan had changed with astonishing speed. Only a few generations earlier, samurai still walked its streets carrying swords. The country remained largely isolated from much of the outside world. Then everything accelerated. Factories appeared. Railroads spread. Modern armies formed. Industrial cities expanded almost overnight. Within decades, Japan transformed itself into one of the world's strongest military powers. The speed of that transformation impressed everyone. It also frightened many. Rapid change often creates enormous ambition. Japan possessed talented engineers, disciplined soldiers, powerful industries, an expanding navy admired even by potential enemies. There was only one significant problem. The islands themselves lacked many of the natural resources needed to sustain such rapid growth. Modern industry demanded iron, coal, rubber, oil above all else. Oil became the lifeblood of the 20th century. Ships consumed it. Aircraft demanded it. Factories depended upon it. Without oil, even the strongest military gradually became little more than expensive machinery gathering dust. Japan produced remarkably little. Most had to be imported. That dependence worried military leaders constantly. Because if another nation controlled Japan's oil supply, it controlled Japan's future. Across the Pacific, the United States enjoyed almost the opposite situation. American factories produced astonishing quantities of steel, automobiles, aircraft, and fuel. Oil flowed from Texas, California, Oklahoma, and other states in seemingly endless abundance. The United States possessed enormous industrial strength. At first, Americans paid relatively little attention to tensions developing across East Asia. Europe seemed complicated enough. The Great Depression demanded attention. Most people preferred peace. After all, memories of World War I remained painfully fresh. Entire generations remembered trenches, poison gas, machine guns, millions of graves. Nobody eagerly volunteered for another global conflict. Isolation became popular. Many Americans believed oceans would protect them. Europe's wars belonged in Europe. Asia's conflicts belonged in Asia. The Pacific itself appeared to function like an enormous protective moat. Distance, however, is a surprisingly unreliable defense. Aircraft were becoming faster. Aircraft carriers were replacing battleships as the future of naval warfare. Radio communications shrank oceans. Technology quietly undermined geography. The world grew smaller every year, even if many people had not yet realized it. Back in Hawaii, life remained wonderfully ordinary. Honolulu bustled with visitors enjoying beaches and tropical weather. Military families attended picnics. Children played beneath palm trees. Bands performed cheerful music. Hotels welcomed tourists eager to escape mainland winters. For soldiers stationed there, paradise sometimes felt surprisingly routine. The weather remained beautiful often enough that people eventually stopped noticing. Human beings possess a remarkable talent. We become accustomed to miracles. Imagine telling someone living in snowy Chicago that tomorrow's forecast called for sunshine, warm breezes, turquoise water, and swaying coconut trees. They might consider buying a ticket immediately. Someone already living in Honolulu might simply shrug. It's Sunday. Paradise eventually becomes normal. Normal becomes invisible. Invisible becomes dangerous. Because when everything appears peaceful, we stop looking for danger. Inside Pearl Harbor itself, enormous battleships rested quietly beside one another. The USS Arizona, USS Oklahoma, USS West Virginia, USS California, USS Nevada, USS Tennessee, USS Maryland. These floating cities represented decades of American naval tradition. Steel giants, symbols of national confidence. Each carried hundreds or even thousands of sailors. They looked invincible. Battleships had long dominated naval strategy. Admirals admired their massive guns. Politicians loved displaying them. Citizens viewed them with pride. Yet beneath that confidence, military technology had already begun shifting towards something new. Aircraft carriers, long-range aviation, naval air power. Some officers recognized this revolution. Others remained skeptical. Old assumptions have astonishing staying power, even inside professional militaries. Especially inside professional militaries. Because if enormous battleships had defined naval superiority for generations, why should tomorrow look any different? History smiled quietly. Tomorrow was already waiting. Far to the northwest, hidden beyond thousands of miles of empty ocean, 6 Japanese aircraft carriers moved steadily through cold northern waters. No lights betrayed their presence. Radio silence remained absolute. Crews spoke quietly. Aircraft rested beneath protective covers. Pilots studied maps again and again. Every man aboard understood the mission's importance. Many also understood its terrifying uncertainty. If discovered too early, the fleet could face disaster. If weather shifted unexpectedly, months of preparation might collapse. If surprise disappeared, everything changed. The operation depended upon secrecy more than strength. One lookout, one wandering merchant ship, one unlucky coincidence. Any of these might alter history. But for now, the Pacific remained silent. Almost eerily silent. As though the ocean itself were holding its breath. There is an old saying that history turns on tiny hinges. Sometimes those hinges are conversations. Sometimes accidents. Sometimes delayed messages. Sometimes weather. The story of Pearl Harbor contains all of them. In the coming hours we will meet admirals wrestling with impossible decisions. Young pilots who believed they were saving their nation. American sailors who had no warning. Nurses who suddenly found themselves treating hundreds of wounded. Families whose ordinary Sunday vanished forever. Heroes. Cowards. Lucky survivors. Unlucky victims. History rarely divides people neatly into categories. Real human beings are almost always more complicated than monuments suggest. That complexity is what makes history worth remembering. And perhaps worth whispering about long after midnight. Because beneath every famous event, there are ordinary people simply trying to make it through another day. Most never expected history to notice them. Yet history has an unsettling habit of arriving uninvited. The sun climbed a little higher over Hawaii. Breakfast continued. Church bells prepared to ring. Ships floated peacefully beneath clear skies. Somewhere far beyond the horizon, hundreds of aircraft waited patiently on crowded carrier decks. Engines silent. Bombs secured. Pilots checking watches. The quiet morning still belonged to Pearl Harbor. But not for much longer. The Pacific, calm and endless beneath the awakening sky, carried toward Hawaii not only ships and airplanes, but one of the most consequential mornings in modern history. A morning that would awaken a sleeping nation, redraw the map of the Second World War, and forever remind humanity how quickly peace can disappear between one sunrise and the next. The Pacific before the storm. If history could sigh, it probably would. Again and again, humanity has built beautiful cities, peaceful harbors, prosperous nations, and then, almost absent-mindedly, constructed elaborate systems that eventually led those places toward catastrophe. Not because everyone wanted war. Quite the opposite. Most ordinary people rarely do. The fisherman launching his boat at sunrise usually isn't thinking about geopolitics. The mother preparing breakfast is not considering naval treaties. The young sailor writing a letter home certainly isn't imagining that diplomats thousands of miles away may determine whether he survives next year. History often unfolds above the heads of ordinary people like weather. Invisible at first. Then suddenly impossible to ignore. And during the decades before Pearl Harbor, the political weather over the Pacific Ocean was slowly darkening. No thunder yet. Only distant clouds. The sort you notice only if you've been watching the horizon for a very long time. To understand why Japan eventually decided to attack the United States, we have to understand something about islands. Islands are beautiful. They are also unforgiving. Unlike large continents, islands cannot simply expand inland whenever populations grow. There is only so much farmland. Only so many rivers. Only so many forests. Only so much iron buried beneath the ground. Japan's population exploded during the late 19th and early 20th centuries. Cities grew almost faster than anyone thought possible. Factories rose beside rivers. Shipyards echoed with the ringing of steel. Railways connected towns that only a generation earlier had seemed impossibly distant. Tokyo transformed into one of the world's great capitals. Osaka became an industrial giant. Yokohama welcomed ships from every corner of the globe. It was an astonishing transformation. European observers admired it. American businessmen admired it. Military strategists admired it perhaps a little too much. Because rapid industrial growth usually creates an uncomfortable question. Where will all the resources come from? Iron, coal, copper, rubber, food, and above everything else, oil. The modern world had become addicted to petroleum. Battleships drank oil by the thousands of barrels. Aircraft engines demanded high-quality fuel. Factories consumed astonishing quantities every day. Without oil, modern military power simply stopped moving. Imagine building the world's finest automobile, and then discovering there is no gasoline. It remains impressive. It simply doesn't go anywhere. Japan faced precisely that dilemma. Its factories could build excellent aircraft. Its engineers designed increasingly advanced warships. Its military expanded every year. Yet the fuel needed to operate all this machinery largely came from somewhere else. An uncomfortable dependency for a nation increasingly determined to control its own destiny. Across the Pacific, the United States possessed almost embarrassing quantities of natural wealth. Oil flowed from Texas. California produced more. Oklahoma seemed determined to contribute as much as everyone else. American factories churned day and night. Automobiles rolled from assembly lines in endless numbers. Steel mills glowed red through the night. Shipyards launched vessels at astonishing speed. The United States had become, quite simply, an industrial powerhouse unlike anything the world had ever seen. Ironically, many Americans wanted very little to do with global politics. The First World War had ended only 2 decades earlier. Its scars remained fresh. Nearly every family knew someone who had fought. Some had never come home. Millions across Europe had died for causes that often seemed impossible to explain in simple terms. The phrase, "never again," wasn't merely a slogan. For many, it was a sincere hope. Isolationism flourished. Congress passed neutrality laws. Public opinion generally favored staying out of foreign wars. After all, America sat comfortably between two enormous oceans. Europe looked far away. Asia looked even farther. Surely geography still mattered. Surely no conflict across the Pacific could truly threaten the American mainland. It was an understandable assumption. History would soon demonstrate otherwise. Meanwhile, Japan looked increasingly toward mainland Asia. Its leaders argued that the nation needed security, needed resources, needed room to grow. Some sincerely believed they were liberating Asia from European colonial powers. Others simply saw an opportunity for empire. Reality, as usual, became complicated. The Japanese military gained growing influence inside the government. Generals and admirals began shaping national policy with increasing confidence. Civilian politicians found themselves overshadowed. The military believed strength solved problems. After all, strength had worked before. Japan had defeated China in the 1890s. It had stunned the world by defeating Russia in 1905. Victories create confidence. Repeated victories sometimes create overconfidence. The distinction becomes important later. In September 1931, everything accelerated. Japanese officers engineered what became known as the Mukden Incident. A small explosion damaged a railway in Manchuria. The damage was remarkably minor. One train reportedly continued operating almost immediately afterward. Yet the event became the justification for a full-scale military occupation. It was, shall we say, a rather enthusiastic response. Like demolishing an entire neighborhood because someone scratched your mailbox. Within months, Japanese forces controlled vast areas of northeastern China. The League of Nations condemned the invasion. Japan responded by withdrawing from the League altogether. Diplomacy had reached one of its favorite conclusions. If you don't like the rules, leave. Not exactly encouraging for international peace. The occupation of Manchuria proved only the beginning. Throughout the 1930s, Japanese expansion continued. Then came July 1937. A seemingly minor clash near the Marco Polo Bridge exploded into full-scale war between Japan and China. Cities burned. Millions fled. Entire provinces became battlefields. One of the darkest chapters occurred in Nanjing. The former Chinese capital fell after fierce fighting. What followed became one of the 20th century's great atrocities. Mass killings. Widespread violence against civilians. Unimaginable suffering. Even today, historians continue studying the exact numbers. The human tragedy defies simple calculation. News reached the outside world through journalists, missionaries, diplomats, and refugees. The reports shocked international opinion. In the United States, sympathy for China steadily grew. President Franklin Roosevelt watched events carefully. So did military planners. The Pacific no longer seemed comfortably distant. Franklin Delano Roosevelt possessed an unusual combination of optimism and realism. Confined to a wheelchair after polio, he projected remarkable confidence. He believed democracies could survive extraordinary crises. The Great Depression had tested that belief. Now another challenge appeared across the oceans. Roosevelt understood something many Americans preferred not to consider. The world had become interconnected. Events in Asia influenced trade. Trade influenced industry. Industry influenced security. The oceans remained large. They no longer guaranteed isolation. Still, Roosevelt faced political reality. Most voters wanted peace. Congress reflected that mood. Military spending remained limited during much of the 1930s. America slowly prepared for dangers many hoped would never arrive. Across Europe, another storm gathered. Adolf Hitler rose to power in Germany. Italy expanded under Benito Mussolini. The Axis partnership gradually formed. Germany, Italy, Japan. 3 nations. 3 ambitions. 3 governments convinced the existing international order needed dramatic revision. Each believed time favored bold action. Each underestimated what prolonged global war would actually demand. Back in Hawaii, life remained almost absurdly peaceful. Tourists filled Waikiki Beach. Children learned to surf. Military bands played cheerful music beneath palm trees. Sailors attended dances in Honolulu. Local restaurants served fresh pineapple, roasted pork, and strong coffee. Movies played in crowded theaters. Churches prepared Sunday services. The contrast feels almost impossible. One half of the Pacific steadily drifted toward war. The other still looked like paradise. Human beings possess an extraordinary ability to separate distant tragedies from everyday life. A newspaper headline might mention fighting in China. Then readers turned the page to baseball scores. Or advertisements for refrigerators. Or comic strips. Life continued. Bills still required payment. Children still needed shoes. History often competes unsuccessfully against ordinary routines. Until suddenly it doesn't. Pearl Harbor itself expanded year after year. Engineers dredged channels. Dry docks grew larger. Warehouses multiplied. Fuel tanks spread across nearby hillsides. The harbor evolved into the principal American naval base in the Pacific. Battleships regularly filled Battleship Row. Cruisers anchored nearby. Destroyers moved constantly in and out. Submarines quietly came and went. Aircraft flew from surrounding airfields. To visitors, the base appeared immensely secure. Heavy guns protected the approaches. Anti-aircraft positions dotted the landscape. Searchlights stood ready. Radar technology, still remarkably new, began appearing. Everything suggested confidence. Confidence, however, is not the same thing as preparedness. Military organizations often prepare brilliantly for the last war. Pearl Harbor's defenses reflected assumptions inherited from previous decades. Many officers believed sabotage represented the greatest danger. Enemy aircraft seemed unlikely. Enemy carriers even more unlikely. After all, who would attempt such an audacious attack? Across the ocean, a handful of Japanese naval planners quietly answered that question. We might. Among them stood one remarkable figure. Admiral Isoroku Yamamoto. Unlike many contemporaries, Yamamoto knew America well. He had studied in the United States. He had traveled extensively. He admired American industry. He understood American manufacturing power perhaps better than most American politicians themselves. This knowledge made him unusually cautious. He did not underestimate the United States. Quite the opposite. When discussions turned toward possible war, Yamamoto repeatedly warned that Japan could perhaps achieve spectacular early victories. But winning a long conflict against American industry? That was another matter entirely. Later, he would become associated with a famous observation. I can run wild for 6 months. After that, I have no expectation of success. Whether every word was recorded exactly as remembered remains debated. The sentiment, however, reflected his genuine concern. He understood the sleeping giant. He simply hoped to strike before it fully awakened. The problem facing Japanese planners seemed almost impossible. If war became unavoidable, how could Japan defeat a nation with greater industrial capacity, larger reserves of oil, and enormous potential manpower. Traditional thinking offered little hope. Japan could not simply outbuild America. It could not outproduce America. Therefore, perhaps, it must shock America. Strike so suddenly, so decisively, that negotiations might become possible before American industry fully mobilized. It was an extraordinarily risky gamble, one that depended upon perfect planning, perfect timing, perfect secrecy. History rarely rewards perfection, but ambitious men often convince themselves this time will be different. Because of course they do. Far across the Pacific, while diplomats exchanged increasingly tense messages and admirals quietly redrew maps, the waves continued to roll gently onto Hawaiian shores. Palm trees swayed beneath warm trade winds. Church choirs rehearsed hymns for another peaceful Sunday. Sailors laughed over card games aboard ships anchored side by side in calm water, unaware that, thousands of miles away, mechanics were already polishing aircraft, loading torpedoes, and preparing engines for one of the most daring military operations ever attempted. And with every sunrise, the distance between peace and catastrophe grew just a little shorter. Oil, embargoes, and the road toward the impossible. There is an old saying among sailors that a ship can survive terrible storms, enemy cannon fire, even running aground on hidden reefs. But remove its fuel, and it becomes little more than a floating building. Perfectly constructed, perfectly useless. Empires, it turns out, are not all that different. By the late 1930s, the governments of both Japan and the United States understood something that earlier generations of kings and emperors never had to consider. Modern civilization ran on oil. Not courage. Not patriotism. Not speeches. Oil. Without it, trucks stopped. Factories slowed. Warships stayed in harbor. Aircraft remained tied to the ground. Entire armies became surprisingly ordinary collections of tired men carrying increasingly heavy equipment. If steel had built the 20th century, oil kept it alive. And somewhere between the wells of Texas and the islands of Japan, that simple truth would eventually help pull the world toward one of history's most famous mornings. For centuries, great powers had fought over gold, silver, spices, silk. By 1940, those treasures still mattered. But petroleum had quietly replaced them all. It wasn't glamorous. No king ever wore crude oil as jewelry. No queen displayed it at court. No artist painted portraits of barrels filled with black liquid. Yet behind every modern nation, every powerful navy, every expanding economy, oil flowed quietly like blood through invisible veins. Whoever controlled it possessed extraordinary influence. Japan understood this perhaps better than anyone. Every year, millions of barrels arrived aboard foreign tankers. Most came from one country, the United States. It was an uncomfortable relationship. Imagine depending upon your greatest future rival to keep your entire economy alive. Rather like borrowing matches from someone while quietly considering setting fire to his house. The arrangement was never likely to last forever. Meanwhile, Japan's war in China expanded without showing any signs of ending. Military planners had expected victory to come quickly. Many wars begin that way. Governments announce confident predictions. Newspapers print optimistic headlines. Maps display arrows racing confidently toward success. Reality usually disagrees. China proved enormous. Its people continued resisting. Cities changed hands. Supply lines stretched across impossible distances. The Japanese army captured territory at astonishing speed, yet somehow never seemed able to finish the war. The conflict became expensive, not only in lives, in fuel, in steel, in aircraft, in ships, Every month demanded more resources than the one before. Every month increased Japan's dependence upon imported oil. The nation was winning battles, but consuming its future while doing so. Back in Washington, American leaders watched events with growing concern. President Roosevelt preferred avoiding war if possible. But avoiding war did not mean ignoring aggression. Step by step, the United States began applying economic pressure. Not bombs. Not battleships. Money. Trade. Exports. Sometimes economic decisions shape history far more dramatically than armies. Few people notice at the time. An embargo rarely sounds exciting. Nobody makes blockbuster films about export licenses. No dramatic orchestral music accompanies customs paperwork. Yet these quiet decisions often carry enormous consequences. The first restrictions appeared modest. Certain military equipment became unavailable. Strategic materials grew harder to purchase. American officials hoped economic pressure might encourage Japan to reconsider its expansion. Instead, it produced the opposite effect. Inside Tokyo, military leaders interpreted American actions differently. They did not see careful diplomacy. They saw strangulation. Every new restriction seemed like another hand tightening around Japan's throat. National newspapers increasingly described the nation as surrounded by hostile powers. Military officers argued that dependence upon foreign oil represented an unacceptable weakness. Something had to change. Soon. Otherwise, Japan might eventually lose the ability to defend itself altogether. Fear has an extraordinary influence on political decision-making, especially when mixed with national pride. Leaders under pressure often convince themselves that bold action is safer than patience. History repeatedly demonstrates the opposite. People rarely listen. Across Southeast Asia lay territories overflowing with natural resources. The Dutch East Indies possessed enormous oil reserves. British Malaya produced rubber and tin. French Indochina occupied an important strategic position. To Japanese planners, these regions represented survival. To Britain, France, and the Netherlands, they represented colonies worth defending. The problem practically solved itself. If Japan moved south, conflict became almost inevitable. During the summer of 1940, Europe itself descended into chaos. Germany conquered France with astonishing speed. The British Empire suddenly stood almost alone against Nazi Germany. French colonies across Asia found themselves politically isolated. Japanese leaders recognized opportunity. French Indochina gradually came under Japanese influence. American officials responded with increasing alarm. Every Japanese advance suggested further expansion might follow. Every new occupation increased tensions. Neither side truly trusted the other's intentions anymore. Diplomatic conversations became increasingly polite and increasingly hopeless. Sometimes governments continue talking long after meaningful communication has ended. The words remain. Understanding quietly disappears. Inside the White House, Roosevelt faced impossible calculations. Support China too strongly, and risk provoking Japan. Remain passive, and encourage further aggression. Prepare for war, without appearing eager for war. Led a nation where many voters still desperately hoped the oceans would keep them safe. Presidents rarely receive easy choices. Roosevelt certainly did not. Meanwhile, another technological revolution quietly reshaped naval strategy. Aircraft carriers. Only a generation earlier, battleships had ruled the seas. Gigantic guns, thick armor, massive crews. Their presence alone projected national strength. Carriers seemed almost secondary. Useful perhaps. Interesting certainly. But surely they could never replace battleships. Some admirals continued believing this with absolute confidence. Others began noticing uncomfortable evidence. Aircraft could strike farther than naval guns. Aircraft could attack from unexpected directions. Aircraft could sink even the mightiest battleship. The implications unsettled traditional thinking. Imagine spending decades perfecting the world's finest sword, only to discover someone had quietly invented firearms. Military institutions rarely enjoy such revelations. One Japanese admiral understood this transformation better than most. Isoroku Yamamoto had spent years studying naval aviation. He admired aircraft. He respected innovation. More importantly, he appreciated surprise. Traditional naval battles involved fleets meeting one another. Ships exchanged gunfire. Victory belonged to whoever fired more accurately. Yamamoto imagined something entirely different. What if the enemy fleet never saw its attacker? What if aircraft struck first? From hundreds of miles away? The idea sounded almost unbelievable, which often makes it attractive. No one prepares for the unbelievable. Japanese naval aviators trained relentlessly. Carrier landings, low-level bombing, long-range navigation, night operations, formation flying. The exercises became increasingly realistic. Mistakes received little sympathy. Pilots practiced until procedures became instinct. Again. Military preparation often looks remarkably repetitive. Thousands of identical takeoffs. Thousands of identical landings. Hours spent correcting tiny mistakes. It appears tedious. Until one morning when those tiny corrections determine who lives and who dies. Back in Hawaii, Sunday afternoons unfolded with almost dreamlike tranquility. Families picnicked beneath banyan trees. Children collected seashells along beaches. Musicians played Hawaiian melodies drifting across warm evening air. The scent of roasted pineapple mixed with ocean salt. Tourists photographed sunsets they assumed would always look this peaceful. Somewhere aboard the USS Arizona, young sailors leaned against railings watching the sun disappear into the Pacific. Some thought about girlfriends. Others thought about baseball. A few counted the weeks until leave. None imagined historians would someday memorize the name of their ship. None expected tomorrow's routine to become tomorrow's legend. History rarely warns its future participants. Throughout 1941, diplomatic negotiations intensified. American and Japanese representatives met repeatedly. Documents crossed oceans. Proposals changed. Counter-proposals followed. Both governments insisted they desired peace. Perhaps many genuinely did. The difficulty lay in defining peace. To American officials, peace required Japan to halt expansion across Asia. To Japanese military leaders, peace required secure access to essential resources. Both positions seemed reasonable from their own perspectives. Unfortunately, they were increasingly incompatible. Sometimes history resembles two trains sharing the same track. Both engineers believe they are moving responsibly. Neither wishes disaster. Yet unless one changes direction, the outcome becomes unavoidable. Then came one of the most consequential economic decisions of the 20th century. July 1941. Japan occupied southern French Indochina. American patience finally reached its limit. The Roosevelt administration froze Japanese assets in the United States. More importantly, oil exports effectively stopped. The embargo did not merely inconvenience Japan. It threatened its entire military future. Suddenly, Japanese planners confronted frightening mathematics. Fuel reserves. Consumption rates. Estimated shortages. Months remaining. Perhaps 18. Perhaps less. Every exercise, every patrol, every training flight consumed precious fuel that could never easily be replaced. Time itself became another enemy. Inside Tokyo, government meetings grew increasingly tense. Maps covered conference tables. Admirals calculated fleet readiness. Army generals discussed expansion southward. Civilian ministers still searched desperately for diplomatic solutions. No one truly wanted a prolonged war with the United States. They simply disagreed about whether avoiding one remained possible. Yamamoto reportedly argued with remarkable bluntness. If war must come, strike first. Strike hard. Cripple the American Pacific Fleet before it could interfere with Japanese operations. It was not optimism. It was necessity. He believed Japan could never win a long industrial struggle. Only a devastating opening blow offered even a chance. It was perhaps the most dangerous gamble in modern naval history. Across the Pacific, few Americans imagined Hawaii itself might become the first battlefield. Military planners certainly considered sabotage, perhaps submarine attacks. Some even discussed carrier aviation. Yet the prevailing assumption remained reassuring. Pearl Harbor sat nearly 4,000 miles from Japan. Too distant. Too difficult. Too well defended. The Pacific itself seemed like an enormous protective wall. The irony was almost cruel. The same ocean Americans believed protected them would soon hide the fleet coming to attack them. As autumn approached, diplomacy continued almost out of habit. Meetings, telegrams, formal dinners, smiles for photographers, private frustration afterward. Behind closed doors, military planning accelerated on both sides. Japanese shipyards worked through the night. American factories expanded production. Young men enlisted. Families hoped negotiations would somehow succeed. Because ordinary people almost always hope diplomacy succeeds. They have the most to lose when it fails. Some evenings, after sunset, Pearl Harbor became almost impossibly peaceful. Battleships reflected perfectly upon still water. Lights shimmered gently across the harbor. The air smelled faintly of diesel fuel, salt water, and tropical flowers carried inland by soft trade winds. Band music drifted from nearby recreation halls. Laughter echoed across the docks. Some sailors played cards. Others listened to radios broadcasting swing music from the mainland. Some simply stood on deck watching stars emerge above Hawaii's volcanic mountains. Thousands of miles away, Japanese carrier pilots studied photographs of those very ships. They memorized their silhouettes, their anchorages, their expected positions. One group admired the beauty. The other measured the distance required to destroy it. Neither could yet see the entire picture. Because history almost never reveals itself in advance. It waits patiently, just beyond the horizon, until the moment arrives. And somewhere in the vast darkness of the North Pacific, hidden beneath low clouds and icy winds, 6 aircraft carriers prepared to leave home waters forever, carrying hundreds of airplanes, thousands of sailors, and a plan so audacious that even some of the men assigned to carry it out wondered whether anyone could possibly succeed. The longest journey toward Pearl Harbor had begun. The men who planned the impossible. The Pacific Ocean has a curious way of making human ambition seem very small. Stand alone on the deck of a ship, surrounded by nothing but water in every direction, and even the grandest plans begin to feel fragile. Empires may draw straight lines across maps and brightly colored ink. Admirals may push tiny wooden ships across polished tables. Politicians may speak confidently beneath chandeliers. But the ocean remains stubbornly indifferent. It has watched kingdoms rise. It has watched civilizations disappear. It has swallowed fleets that once believed themselves immortal. And during the autumn of 1941, somewhere upon those endless waters, history quietly prepared another lesson. Inside the Imperial Japanese Navy, planning the attack on Pearl Harbor felt almost like planning a robbery against the world's largest bank. It wasn't merely dangerous. It sounded absurd. For generations, naval warfare had followed familiar rules. Fleets searched for one another. Scouts spotted enemy ships. Battleships exchanged fire. Victory belonged to whoever possessed better gunnery, stronger armor, superior training, or perhaps simply better luck. Attacking an enemy fleet while it rested peacefully inside its own harbor. From thousands of miles away. Using aircraft launched from moving ships. Many senior officers considered the idea reckless. Some thought it bordered on fantasy. Even Yamamoto's own staff hesitated. One officer reportedly admitted that he believed the proposal resembled something from an adventure novel rather than a serious military operation. Which, in fairness, it rather did. Admiral Isoroki Yamamoto understood exactly how outrageous the idea sounded. He also understood something equally important. Outrageous ideas occasionally work precisely because nobody expects them. Military history often rewards imagination just long enough for everyone else to copy it. Yamamoto had watched aviation transform warfare. During earlier conflicts, airplanes served mainly as observers. Now they carried bombs, torpedoes, machine guns. They could travel hundreds of miles faster than any battleship. Aircraft carriers were no longer floating curiosities. They were becoming the future. Many admirals still worshipped the great battleship. Yamamoto quietly shifted his faith toward the airplane. History would eventually prove him right. Though perhaps not in the way he hoped. His plan depended upon 6 aircraft carriers operating together as one enormous striking force. Never before had so many carriers sailed as a single offensive unit. Each vessel carried dozens of aircraft. Together they formed a floating airfield unlike anything the world had ever seen. The carriers were Akagi, Kaga, Soryu, Hiryu, Shokaku, and Zuikaku. Their names would become famous. Though not immediately. For now, they simply prepared. Mechanics inspected engines. Armorers loaded ammunition. Deck crews practiced moving aircraft with remarkable precision. Pilots memorized maps of Oahu until they could almost navigate them with their eyes closed. Again. 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 Military excellence often appears remarkably boring until the day it suddenly becomes terrifying. There remained one enormous problem. Pearl Harbor was shallow. Very shallow. Traditional aerial torpedoes plunged deeply into the water after release. If dropped inside Pearl Harbor, they would simply bury themselves in the muddy bottom before ever reaching their targets. An unfortunate design flaw, if one's intention happened to involve sinking battleships. Japanese engineers refused to accept this inconvenience. Instead, they redesigned the torpedoes. Wooden stabilizing fins helped control the weapon's dive. Careful adjustments reduced how deeply it entered the water. Months of testing followed. Failure. Modification. Another test. Another adjustment. Eventually. Success. Sometimes history changes because someone solved what initially looked like an engineering problem. Elsewhere, bomb designers faced another challenge. Battleships possessed thick armored decks. Ordinary bombs often failed to penetrate them. The solution demonstrated equal parts creativity and menace. Large naval shells originally designed for battleship guns were converted into armor-piercing bombs. Rather than inventing an entirely new weapon, they repurposed an existing one. It was brutally practical. And unfortunately, highly effective. Training intensified. Pilots practiced flying astonishingly low above the ocean. So low that propellers sometimes seemed almost to skim the waves. Flying low reduced the chance of radar detection. It also left very little room for mistakes. One unexpected gust. One moment of distraction. One slightly misjudged altitude. The Pacific would claim another airplane. Many pilots privately admitted these exercises frightened them more than combat. The ocean has no sympathy for inexperience. Among those pilots was Commander Mitsuo Fukuda, chosen to lead the first wave. He studied aerial photographs endlessly. Every ship. Every dock. Every fuel tank. Every airfield. He carried enormous responsibility. If the opening attack failed, everything else unraveled. His timing needed perfection. His navigation demanded precision. His judgment might determine the future of two nations. Not exactly the sort of assignment that encourages restful sleep. Meanwhile, Japanese intelligence quietly gathered information about Pearl Harbor. Diplomats stationed in Honolulu observed ship movements. Reports traveled back to Tokyo. Which battleships occupied the harbor? Where did they anchor? How frequently did aircraft carriers visit? Intelligence officers pieced together a remarkably detailed picture. Interestingly, many of these observations came from perfectly ordinary activities. Watching ships through binoculars. Counting arrivals. Noticing routines. Sometimes extraordinary intelligence begins with simply paying attention. Across the Pacific, very few people imagine anyone might be watching so carefully. Pearl Harbor had become routine. Battleships arrived. Battleships departed. Exercises occurred. Leave schedules continued. Life settled into comfortable patterns. Patterns are wonderfully efficient. They are also remarkably predictable. Military planners generally prefer predictable enemies. Autumn drifted quietly toward winter. In Washington, negotiations continued. Japanese ambassadors Nomura and Kurusu met repeatedly with Secretary of State Cordell Hull. The conversations remained polite, professional, increasingly hopeless. Each side believed the other demanded too much. Japan wanted freedom of action in Asia. America demanded withdrawal from China. Neither government appeared willing to compromise on issues each considered fundamental. Diplomacy slowed. Military planning accelerated. Sometimes peace disappears long before anyone officially announces war. Back in Hawaii, sailors remained largely unaware of these distant conversations. The USS Arizona hosted boxing matches below deck. Bands performed dances on weekends. Letters from home arrived regularly. Many servicemen considered Hawaii an unusually pleasant assignment. Certainly preferable to colder naval bases on the American mainland. Some complained about tropical humidity. Human beings possess a delightful ability to complain regardless of circumstance. If stationed in paradise long enough, eventually someone will criticize the weather. Pearl Harbor itself never truly slept. Dock workers repaired ships around the clock. Fuel barges moved quietly between piers. Searchlights occasionally swept across dark water. Signal lamps blinked from vessel to vessel. Night watches paced their assigned routes. Somewhere, almost always, someone brewed coffee. The harbor possessed its own rhythm. Predictable. Comforting. Steady. Exactly the sort of rhythm an attacker hopes never changes. In Tokyo, however, the rhythm became increasingly urgent. Time no longer favored patience. Fuel reserves continued shrinking. Military leaders calculated consumption almost obsessively. Every month without resolution narrowed their options. Some still hoped diplomacy might succeed. Others quietly concluded that negotiations merely delayed the inevitable. One cabinet meeting followed another. Arguments stretched late into the night. Army officers favored expansion southward. Naval officers worried about the American fleet interfering. Politicians searched desperately for some middle ground. Finding one proved impossible. Yamamoto remained convinced. If conflict came, strike first. Destroy the Pacific Fleet. By 6 months. Perhaps a year. Long enough for Japan to secure Southeast Asia's resources. Long enough to fortify newly conquered territories. Long enough, perhaps, for exhausted Americans to negotiate. It was an extraordinary gamble. Its brilliance depended upon one assumption: that the United States would lose heart after suffering a devastating surprise. Yamamoto himself doubted that assumption. Others embraced it. History would soon decide who understood America better. Late in November 1941, final orders finally arrived. The combined fleet would sail. Absolute radio silence. No unnecessary signals. No lights after dark. Maximum secrecy. If negotiations unexpectedly succeeded, the fleet could still be recalled. If diplomacy failed, history would continue exactly as planned. Few military operations have ever balanced so delicately between peace and catastrophe. The departure itself felt strangely ordinary. Ships leaving harbor rarely attract much attention. Sailors waved goodbye. Families remained ashore. Engines rumbled to life. Anchor chains disappeared slowly beneath gray water. One by one, the carriers moved northward. Cold winds replaced Japan's milder coastal air. The task force deliberately chose a remote northern route across the Pacific. Merchant shipping rarely traveled there. Fishing boats seldom ventured so far. Weather often remained miserable, which, paradoxically, offered protection. Nobody enjoys searching stormy oceans, especially not when they have no reason to suspect anything waits there. As the fleet disappeared into mist, thousands of men settled into routines that would soon determine history. Pilots reviewed emergency procedures. Mechanics tuned engines. Navigators checked charts repeatedly. Deck crews rehearsed launch sequences. Signal officers practiced without speaking. Everything depended upon discipline. Everything depended upon surprise. Everything depended upon reaching Hawaii unseen. The Pacific, vast beyond imagination, became their greatest ally. And perhaps their greatest risk. Because if even one American patrol aircraft happened to notice 6 aircraft carriers crossing the Northern Ocean, the entire operation might collapse. History often hangs upon remarkably ordinary encounters. A pilot glancing in the correct direction. A radio operator transmitting one message. A lookout refusing to dismiss an unusual silhouette on the horizon. Tiny moments. Enormous consequences. Meanwhile, in Hawaii, another peaceful Sunday approached. Church bulletins had already been printed. Baseball games had been scheduled. Families planned beach outings. Some sailors anticipated shore leave. Others grumbled about weekend duties. The scent of salt water drifted gently through open windows. Palm trees bent softly beneath warm trade winds. The mountains surrounding Pearl Harbor glowed green beneath afternoon sunlight. Everything appeared reassuringly normal. Perhaps that is what makes this story endure. Not merely the violence that followed, but the extraordinary calm that came before it. For while children laughed along Waikiki Beach and sailors leaned comfortably against the railings of great steel battleships, 6 aircraft carriers moved silently across the cold North Pacific beneath heavy clouds, carrying more than 300 aircraft toward Hawaii. Every nautical mile shortened the distance between two nations that still officially remained at peace. Neither side had fired a shot. Neither side had declared war. Yet somewhere beyond the horizon, the machinery of history had already begun to move, quietly, steadily, and with a determination that would soon prove impossible to stop. The long voyage across an empty ocean. There are places on Earth where silence feels almost alive. The deep forest has its birds. The desert has its wind. Even the highest mountains whisper through snow and stone. But the Northern Pacific keeps its own counsel. In late November of 1941, the sea stretched endlessly beneath cold gray skies, its waves rolling with patient indifference toward horizons that never seemed to grow any closer. Here, far from commercial shipping lanes and well beyond the routes traveled by tourists or fishermen, 6 Japanese aircraft carriers pushed steadily eastward. No cheering crowds watched them depart. No triumphant speeches echoed across their decks. No military bands played patriotic marches. Only engines hummed beneath steel hulls. Only the sea answered. If someone had somehow stumbled across the task force, it would have appeared strangely ghost-like. Every unnecessary radio remained silent. Lights disappeared after sunset. Smoking on exposed decks was carefully restricted. Even casual conversation often became quieter than usual. Thousands of men shared the same uneasy understanding. The greatest weapon aboard any of these ships was not the aircraft. It was invisibility. And invisibility is a fragile thing. The commander of the strike force, Vice Admiral Chuchi Nagumo, stood at the center of one of history's greatest contradictions. He commanded the most powerful carrier fleet ever assembled. Yet he personally had never been a great enthusiast of naval aviation. Nagumo belonged to an older generation. His career had been built around destroyers and torpedoes, surface fleets, traditional naval combat. Aircraft carriers represented something newer, something less familiar. History occasionally places people in charge of revolutions they never expected to lead. Nagumo accepted the responsibility with professionalism. But privately, he understood the enormous risk. One mistake, one unexpected American patrol, one mechanical failure, and the entire operation might collapse before the first airplane even left its flight deck. Below him, life aboard the carrier settled into routine. Routine, after all, is one of the military's greatest comforts. Breakfast still arrived on schedule. Inspections continued. Pilots attended briefings. Mechanics inspected engines. Sailors scrubbed decks that would only become dirty again by evening. Someone complained about the food. Someone else complained about the weather. Military life remains wonderfully consistent across nations and centuries. Even while sailing toward history, people still grumble about breakfast. The weather itself became an unexpected ally. Cold winds swept down from the Aleutian Islands. Heavy clouds covered much of the sky. Rain squalls appeared without warning. Visibility changed constantly. For ordinary sailors, the conditions felt miserable. For Japanese planners, they were almost perfect. American reconnaissance aircraft rarely searched these remote northern waters. Merchant ships seldom ventured this far. Storms discouraged unnecessary travel. Nature itself seemed determined to hide the approaching fleet. History occasionally receives assistance from the weather, whether intentionally or not. Thousands of miles away, Hawaii remained almost offensively beautiful. Late November drifted gently toward December. Palm trees swayed beneath warm trade winds. Tourists continued filling Waikiki's hotels. Children played beneath impossibly blue skies. Military personnel enjoyed swimming after work. The contrast almost feels unfair. One side of the Pacific sailed beneath freezing rain. The other lounged beneath tropical sunshine. Neither fully appreciated how quickly their worlds would meet. Inside the carrier's hangars, aircraft rested wingtip to wingtip. The famous Mitsubishi A6M0 fighters. Fast. Agile. Deadly. Pilots admired them almost affectionately. Then came the Nakajima B-5N torpedo bombers. Rather plain in appearance. remarkably effective in practice. Finally, the Aichi D-3A dive bombers waited patiently beneath protective covers. Together they represented one of the finest naval air forces in existence. Every airplane had been inspected countless times. Every engine carefully maintained. Every weapon repeatedly checked. Success depended not merely upon bravery, but upon engineering. History often celebrates heroes. It sometimes forgets mechanics. Mechanics worked long hours in surprisingly uncomfortable conditions. Carrier hangars smelled of fuel, lubricating oil, hot metal, and paint. Tools clattered against steel decks. Replacement parts occupied every available corner. Engines were started briefly, adjusted, then shut down again. Tiny imperfections received immediate attention. No pilot wished to discover mechanical problems while flying hundreds of miles over open ocean. The Pacific offered very few emergency landing fields, unless one happened to enjoy floating. Pilots, meanwhile, studied photographs over and over again. Large maps covered briefing rooms. Pearl Harbor appeared from every imaginable angle. Battleship Row, Ford Island, Hickam Field, Wheeler Field, Bellows Field, fuel storage tanks, dry docks, repair facilities. Each target received careful attention. Each pilot memorized landmarks. If clouds obscured one approach, another existed. If smoke covered one target, choose another. Preparation became almost obsessive. There would be no opportunity to ask for directions once the attack began. Commander Mitsuo Fukuda spent hours refining the attack sequence. Timing mattered almost as much as accuracy. The first wave needed to arrive shortly after sunrise. Enough daylight for pilots to identify their targets. Early enough that many Americans would still be caught unprepared. Sunday had been chosen deliberately. Military activity generally slowed during weekends. Many officers attended church. Aircraft often remained parked together on airfields. Battleships usually rested peacefully in harbor. Routine, predictability, comfort. The very qualities that make peaceful societies pleasant can also make them vulnerable. At Pearl Harbor, routine continued without interruption. The battleships remained neatly lined along Battleship Row. Some sailors spent evenings watching movies. Others played poker. Letters from home circulated through cramped sleeping compartments. A few men polished shoes for Monday morning inspection. Some undoubtedly postponed chores until tomorrow. Because tomorrow always seems available. Until suddenly it isn't. One young sailor aboard the USS West Virginia later remembered how ordinary those final days had seemed. No dramatic warnings. No whispered rumors. No strange behavior. Just another peaceful weekend. Breakfast. Work. Conversation. Sleep. History possesses an extraordinary sense of irony. Its greatest turning points often disguise themselves as perfectly ordinary days. Far away in Washington, negotiations entered their final phase. Japanese ambassadors continued meeting American officials. Formal language filled official documents. Carefully chosen diplomatic phrases attempted to bridge differences that had become almost impossible to reconcile. Each government still publicly expressed hope for peace. Privately, military preparations accelerated. Diplomats often become the last people trying to stop events already moving beyond their control. It is perhaps one of history's saddest professions. President Roosevelt remained deeply concerned. He believed conflict with Japan had become increasingly likely. American intelligence had intercepted portions of Japanese diplomatic communications. Officials knew tensions were reaching dangerous levels. They simply did not know exactly when or where violence might begin. Many expected attacks in Southeast Asia. The Philippines seemed vulnerable. British Malaya. Perhaps the Dutch East Indies. Hawaii attracted remarkably little attention. Distance remained reassuring. Too reassuring. American intelligence itself resembled an enormous puzzle missing several important pieces. Different agencies possessed different fragments. The Army held some information. The Navy held other information. Diplomatic intercepts suggested urgency. Military reports suggested caution. No one individual possessed the entire picture. Modern readers sometimes imagine intelligence organizations functioning like omniscient detectives solving mysteries before anyone else. Reality proves considerably messier. Information arrives incomplete, contradictory, delayed. Sometimes the crucial message simply reaches the wrong desk, or arrives after lunch. Human beings remain gloriously imperfect, even inside governments. Especially inside governments. Meanwhile, aboard the Japanese carriers, sailors marked the passing days with remarkable calm. Some wrote letters they knew might never be mailed. Others quietly tucked family photographs into lockers. Religious ceremonies took place for those who wished to attend. Many men accepted the possibility that they would not return. Carrier warfare remained dangerous even without enemy opposition. Mechanical failures happened. Landings went wrong. Accidents occurred. Now they sailed toward what might become one of the largest naval battles in history. No amount of confidence entirely removes fear. Nor should it. Only fools feel nothing before danger. The strike force reached its designated refueling point. One by one, oilers carefully transferred precious fuel across rolling seas. An astonishing amount of coordination became necessary. Heavy hoses stretched between moving ships. Crews balanced upon slippery steel decks. Cold spray soaked uniforms. One careless mistake could prove disastrous. Fire aboard an aircraft carrier loaded with fuel and ammunition hardly qualifies as a minor inconvenience. Fortunately for everyone involved, the operation succeeded. Soon afterward, the oilers turned back. The carrier force continued eastward alone. There would be no easy retreat now. December approached. Each sunrise shortened the remaining distance. Each sunset carried the fleet farther from home. The Pacific remained empty. No merchant vessels appeared. No reconnaissance aircraft interrupted the voyage. No American submarines crossed their path. Fortune, for the moment, favored secrecy. Whether fortune would remain loyal, nobody knew. In Hawaii, Christmas decorations slowly began appearing. Storefront windows displayed holiday advertisements. Military families planned seasonal gatherings. Children looked forward to presents. Choirs rehearsed Christmas hymns. The year seemed to be ending as peacefully as it had begun. Some sailors purchased gifts during shore leave. Others promised themselves they would shop next weekend. There always seemed to be another weekend. One curious detail often disappears beneath the larger story. The Japanese task force listened carefully to American radio broadcasts. Music drifted across the Pacific. Weather reports. Sports scores. News bulletins. Everything sounded perfectly ordinary. No signs of alarm. No indication that anyone suspected 6 carriers were steadily approaching Hawaii. The broadcasts offered reassurance. Surprise remained intact. Imagine hearing cheerful dance music while secretly carrying one of history's greatest military operations toward its destination. The contrast must have felt surreal. As the fleet crossed the international date line, calendars themselves became slightly confusing. The ships effectively repeated a day. Time zones shifted. Dates changed. The ocean cared very little. History, however, was counting carefully. Every hour mattered now. Every nautical mile. Every weather report. Every engine inspection. The machinery of war had entered its final approach. One evening, after dinner, several young sailors climbed quietly onto an exposed section of deck. The sky had finally cleared. Stars stretched across the heavens with astonishing brilliance. Far from city lights, the universe appeared almost impossibly crowded. The Milky Way shimmered overhead. The sea reflected fragments of starlight like scattered silver. One sailor reportedly remarked that it hardly seemed possible anyone could be preparing for war beneath such a peaceful sky. It is a strangely human observation. Beauty and tragedy have always shared the same world. Sometimes separated only by hours. Sometimes only by a single sunrise. The carriers continued eastward through the darkness, their bows cutting silently through black water beneath constellations that had guided sailors for thousands of years. Ahead lay Hawaii, sleeping peacefully beneath warm tropical skies. Behind lay Japan, growing smaller with every mile. Between them stretched an ocean that, for one final week, still belonged to peace. The final week of peace. There is something almost sacred about the last ordinary week before history changes. No one knows it is the last. That is the point. The baker still rises before dawn. The postman still delivers letters. Children still complain about homework. Sailors still polish brass that, in only a few days, may no longer exist. Life continues with remarkable confidence. Perhaps that is humanity's greatest strength. Or perhaps its greatest vulnerability. Either way, during the first days of December 1941, the world carried on as though nothing extraordinary waited just beyond the horizon. The Pacific remained calm. The newspapers still printed crossword puzzles. Christmas advertisements decorated storefront windows. Somewhere, someone worried about paying rent. Someone else argued over baseball. And somewhere in the cold northern ocean, 6 aircraft carriers sailed through mist toward Hawaii with remarkable precision. History rarely interrupts itself to announce an arrival. By now, the Japanese strike force had become a world unto itself. Thousands of sailors lived together inside steel walls surrounded by nothing but endless water. The rhythm of life hardly changed. Breakfast. Maintenance. Training. Briefings. Sleep. Repeat. The repetition became strangely comforting. Routine keeps fear occupied. If your mind is busy inspecting an aircraft engine or organizing ammunition belts, it has less time to imagine what might happen 3 days from now. Military organizations understand this instinctively. Keep people working. Thinking. Preparing. There will be plenty of time for fear later. Pilots continued practicing in their imaginations. Visualization, as modern athletes would call it. They closed their eyes and mentally flew the entire mission. Takeoff. Formation. Navigation. Target approach. Weapon release. Escape. Return. Landing. Again. 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 The human brain develops curious habits under pressure. The more often an action is imagined, the more natural it begins to feel. Many pilots later admitted they had flown over Pearl Harbor hundreds of times. Inside their own minds. Long before they ever saw Hawaii. Commander Mitsuo Fukuda walked through the briefing rooms almost constantly. Maps covered every available wall. Colored strings connected routes across Oahu. Expected anti-aircraft positions had been marked. Possible emergency procedures filled notebooks. Timing occupied everyone's attention. If one squadron arrived late, another might arrive too early. Confusion could spread. Surprise could disappear. Military operations resemble orchestras more than people often realize. Every instrument must enter at precisely the right moment. Otherwise, even talented musicians produced little more than noise. Meanwhile, Admiral Nagumo carried perhaps the greatest burden aboard the fleet. Command always appears glamorous from a distance. Reality usually consists of endless decisions and persistent doubt. Should the fleet continue despite worsening weather? Should aircraft launch if visibility remained uncertain? What if American reconnaissance planes suddenly appeared? Should the attack proceed if negotiations unexpectedly succeeded? Every possible answer carried risks. Leadership rarely involves choosing between good and bad options. More often, it involves choosing between several imperfect ones. Nagumo understood this well. He slept little. Back in Washington, diplomatic conversations approached their breaking point. Japanese Ambassador Kichisaburo Nomura remained courteous. American Secretary of State Cordell Hull remained professional. But beneath every conversation lay the uncomfortable truth. Neither government intended to abandon what it considered essential. America insisted that Japan withdraw from China and abandon further expansion. Japan insisted that such demands ignored its strategic necessities. The words became increasingly formal, increasingly careful, increasingly empty. Sometimes diplomacy resembles two people politely locking doors against one another. American codebreakers continued reading portions of Japanese diplomatic communications through the Magic Intelligence program. They noticed urgency. Messages became more frequent, more detailed, more anxious. One instruction ordered Japanese embassies to destroy sensitive documents if necessary. That certainly attracted attention. Governments generally do not destroy diplomatic records during peaceful negotiations simply for entertainment. American officials recognized that something serious approached. They simply lacked one critical piece of information. Where? The Pacific covered more than 60 million square miles. An attack could come almost anywhere. The Philippines, Wake Island, Guam, Malaya, Thailand, the Dutch East Indies, even Siberia crossed some analysts' minds. Pearl Harbor still seemed unlikely. Distance remained a comforting illusion. On Oahu itself, military life settled comfortably into December. Christmas decorations appeared inside barracks. Some servicemen mailed gifts home. Others waited until payday. Choirs rehearsed holiday concerts. Churches prepared Advent services. The smell of pine trees imported from the mainland mixed oddly with tropical flowers. Hawaii celebrated Christmas in its own peculiar fashion. Palm trees decorated with lights. Santa Claus arriving by canoe during local parades. The islands had always blended traditions together. No one imagined this Christmas would feel entirely different. At Pearl Harbor, Sunday's duty roster attracted the usual complaints. Weekend duty always does. Someone inevitably muttered that another sailor had received the better assignment. Someone else traded shifts. A few men looked forward to sleeping late. One sailor aboard the USS Arizona reportedly joked that Sunday mornings were the only time the Navy almost felt civilized. History possesses a cruel sense of timing. The ships themselves looked magnificent beneath Hawaiian sunshine. Battleship Row had become almost symbolic. The Arizona, the Oklahoma, the West Virginia, the California, the Nevada, the Tennessee, the Maryland. Gray steel reflected softly upon calm water. Visitors often admired them from nearby roads. Children pointed excitedly toward the enormous guns. To many Americans, these vessels represented national security itself. Powerful, confident, permanent. Yet permanence is one of history's favorite illusions. Not everyone felt entirely comfortable. A handful of officers worried about air attack. Military exercises had occasionally explored the possibility. Some warnings had even suggested Pearl Harbor remained vulnerable. General Billy Mitchell had predicted years earlier that aircraft could someday devastate battleships in harbor. Many contemporaries dismissed his concerns as exaggerated. Mitchell possessed an unfortunate habit. He often turned out to be correct. People seldom appreciate profits while they are alive, especially when those profits prove inconvenient. Radar represented another new technology quietly entering military service. The equipment remained experimental, bulky, temperamental. Operators still learned how to interpret strange green echoes dancing across glowing screens. Many senior officers considered radar useful, but hardly decisive. It certainly had not yet become central to defensive planning. History often introduces revolutionary technologies awkwardly. Few people immediately recognize how important they will become. Thousands of miles north, weather forecasts became increasingly favorable for the Japanese. Cloud cover concealed much of their movement. Sea conditions remained manageable. Pilots welcomed the reports. Mechanics welcomed them even more. Launching aircraft from pitching carrier decks always involved risk. Calmer seas reduced at least one source of anxiety. Nature continued cooperating. Whether by coincidence or indifference hardly mattered. One evening aboard the flagship Akagi, officers gathered for another briefing. The atmosphere felt noticeably different now. Less theoretical. Less academic. The attack no longer belonged to the future. Soon it would belong to memory. Final target assignments were confirmed. Recognition signals reviewed. Emergency procedures repeated. No dramatic speeches followed. Professional militaries often avoid theatrical moments before combat. Everyone already understands the stakes. Words rarely improve them. Some younger pilots quietly wrote final letters. Others carried small good luck charms received from family members. Several visited the ship's shrine. Some simply sat alone for a while. Fear expresses itself differently in every person. One man becomes talkative. Another falls silent. A third concentrates obsessively on polishing equipment that already shines. No single emotion dominates before battle. Only uncertainty. Meanwhile, in Honolulu, dance halls filled with music. The Royal Hawaiian Hotel welcomed visitors escaping winter on the mainland. Restaurants served fresh seafood beneath lantern light. Couples walked along Waikiki Beach listening to waves rolling gently across warm sand. The city glowed peacefully beneath tropical stars. One newspaper advertised holiday shopping specials. Another discussed local sports. No headlines hinted that one of the most significant military operations in modern history lay only days away. Civilization often appears most beautiful immediately before violence interrupts it. Perhaps because memory sharpens the contrast afterward. Far out at sea, the carrier force conducted one final series of aircraft inspections. Engines started briefly. Propellers blurred. Mechanics listened carefully. Tiny vibrations. Unusual sounds. Minor oil leaks. Everything received attention. An aircraft failing to start on launch morning could disrupt carefully planned formations. Tiny mechanical details sometimes shape enormous historical events. Then came one of the fleet's most remarkable achievements. Absolute radio silence. Not one unnecessary transmission betrayed their position. Imagine thousands of people operating together across dozens of ships, without casually chatting over the radio. Modern life makes such silence almost unimaginable. Yet they maintained it for days. Discipline became another weapon. Invisible. Powerful. Essential. Across the ocean, American radio stations unknowingly assisted the illusion. Japanese operators listened carefully. Music programs continued. Commercial advertisements played cheerfully. Weather forecasts mentioned nothing alarming. Sports commentators discussed football. Everything sounded normal. Wonderfully normal. The absence of alarm became reassuring. If Hawaii remained peacefully broadcasting swing music, then surprise still belonged to Japan. As December 6th approached, both nations stood upon the edge of decisions already made. Diplomats still exchanged notes. Embassies still opened each morning. Ships still flew peacetime flags. Technically, Japan and the United States remained at peace. History, however, had quietly moved ahead of diplomacy. The machinery of war no longer waited for permission. It simply continued turning. Slowly. Patiently. Inevitably. On the evening of December 6th, the carrier crews finished their final preparations beneath a cold canopy of northern stars. In Hawaii, families gathered for dinner, children prepared for church the following morning, and sailors settled into their bunks expecting another ordinary Sunday. The Pacific lay between them, vast and silent, hiding one final secret. Before the next sunrise had fully climbed above the mountains of Oahu, that silence would be shattered by the roar of hundreds of aircraft engines, and the quiet harbor that had slept peacefully for decades would become the center of the world's attention. Before dawn, December 7, 1941. There is a peculiar kind of darkness that exists just before sunrise. Not the deep black of midnight. Not the soft blue of morning. Something in between. A world waiting. The air feels cooler. The wind grows quieter. Even birds seem reluctant to break the silence too early. For thousands of years, sailors have known this hour well. It is an hour of reflection. Of coffee poured into metal cups. Of quiet conversations on dark decks. Of looking toward a horizon that has not yet revealed itself. On the morning of December 7, 1941, two different fleets watched two different horizons. One expected another peaceful Sunday. The other carried history beneath its wings. Neither side would ever forget the sunrise that followed. At approximately 3 o'clock in the morning, the Japanese carrier task force continued steaming steadily through the cold Pacific. They had reached their launch position, north of Oahu, nearly 230 nautical miles from Pearl Harbor. The ocean remained surprisingly calm. Clouds drifted overhead. The stars appeared only occasionally through gaps in the overcast sky. Perfect weather. Not for sailing. For surprise. The fleet reduced unnecessary activity. Voices became quieter. Footsteps sounded strangely loud against steel decks. Every sailor aboard understood what the coming hours would bring. Months of planning. Thousands of hours of training. Countless meetings. Endless rehearsals. Everything now rested upon a single morning. History has a way of compressing years of preparation into only a few unforgettable minutes. Commander Mitsuo Fukuda awoke long before dawn. Sleep had been brief. Perhaps impossible. He dressed carefully beneath dim lighting. Outside, deck crews were already moving. Not hurried. Not panicked. Simply efficient. Military professionals often appear remarkably calm before extraordinary moments. Excitement wastes energy. Routine conserves it. Across every carrier, mechanics removed protective covers from aircraft. Engines remained silent. For now. Fuel trucks rolled carefully across flight decks. Bombs waited beside airplanes. Torpedoes rested in wheeled cradles. Armorers worked with deliberate precision. One careless mistake around explosives rarely produces useful career opportunities. Every weapon received one final inspection. Safety pins remained in place. Fuses stayed protected. Nothing would be armed until absolutely necessary. The aircraft themselves waited patiently. The Mitsubishi Zero fighters looked sleek even in darkness. Long wings. elegant lines, almost graceful. Beside them stood the torpedo bombers. Less beautiful, more practical. Each carried weapons capable of crippling enormous battleships. Dive bombers occupied another section of the deck. Their heavy bombs had been specially designed to penetrate armored decks. 3 different aircraft. 3 different missions. 1 objective. Below deck, pilots gathered quietly for their final briefing. Maps covered the walls. Target photographs remained pinned exactly where they had been studied for weeks. Commander Fukuda spoke calmly. No dramatic speeches. No emotional appeals. Simply instructions. Timing. Formation. Recognition signals. Emergency procedures. If weather obscured the harbor, proceed. If anti-aircraft fire became intense, continue. If fighters appeared, adapt. Professional soldiers understand something civilians often overlook. The plan almost never survives first contact with reality. Preparation matters because reality always improvises. Meanwhile, aboard the flagship Akagi, Admiral Nagumo stood alone for several minutes watching the eastern horizon. Nothing yet. Only darkness. Perhaps he considered the enormity of what he had authorized. Perhaps he simply watched the sea. History rarely records private thoughts. Only public consequences. Nagumo understood one uncomfortable truth better than almost anyone else. If this attack failed, Japan's future might collapse with it. At 5 a.m., activity accelerated. Carrier elevators lifted aircraft from crowded hangars. The machines emerged one after another into the cold morning air. Deck crews guided them carefully into launch positions. Wings folded, then unfolded. Fuel tanks topped off. Weapons secured. Engines still silent. Hundreds of men worked together with astonishing coordination. No shouting. Only practice signals. The choreography had been rehearsed countless times. Far below, waves slapped rhythmically against steel hulls. The Pacific seemed unaware that it was carrying one of history's greatest military operations. Perhaps oceans never notice human wars. They simply continue rising and falling. Generation after generation. Empire after empire. Thousands of miles away, Pearl Harbor still slept. Not completely. Naval bases never truly sleep. Night watches continued pacing their assigned routes. Signal lights blinked occasionally across calm water. Engineers maintained machinery. A few cooks had already begun preparing breakfast. Coffee percolated in shipboard galleys. Bacon sizzled. Fresh bread baked. The smell drifted gently through passageways aboard the great battleships. Many sailors woke not because of alarm clocks, but because breakfast smelled remarkably good. On the USS Arizona, ordinary routines unfolded exactly as they had countless times before. Some men shaved. Others remained asleep. Letters waited unfinished beside bunks. One sailor searched unsuccessfully for a missing sock. History has an amusing habit of preserving the extraordinary while quietly forgetting ordinary frustrations. Somewhere aboard that ship, someone was undoubtedly already late. Nearby, chaplains prepared Sunday services. Many sailors planned to attend church. Others hoped simply to enjoy a relaxed morning before beginning afternoon duties. Sunday carried its own rhythm. Less hurried. Less formal. Families across Oahu looked forward to picnics after worship. Children anticipated afternoons at the beach. The weather promised another beautiful Hawaiian day. Around Honolulu, the city remained peaceful. Street lights still glowed softly. A few delivery trucks moved through quiet roads. Milk arrived at doorsteps. Newspapers landed neatly upon porches. Hotels remained mostly asleep. Only a handful of early risers watched dawn slowly approaching beyond Diamond Head. The Pacific looked calm. Nothing disturbed the horizon. Nothing visible, at least. At approximately 6 a.m., the Japanese carriers turned directly into the wind. This maneuver appeared simple. It was essential. Aircraft require wind flowing across their wings during takeoff. By steaming into the breeze, the carriers effectively shortened each airplane's required takeoff distance. Tiny details. Enormous consequences. Again, history depended partly upon physics. Then came one of the most remarkable moments in naval history. The first engine started. One. Then another. Then dozens. Soon the quiet ocean filled with the deep mechanical growl of radial aircraft engines warming beneath cold skies. Propellers blurred into silver circles. Exhaust smoke drifted across the decks. Mechanics gave final signals. Pilots checked instruments. Oil pressure. Fuel flow. Compass headings. Everything appeared ready. The sound must have been overwhelming. Hundreds of engines. Hundreds of men. Hundreds of machines. Yet beyond the fleet, nothing. Only empty ocean. No American patrol aircraft. No merchant ships. No warning. Commander Fukuda climbed into his aircraft. The cockpit suddenly felt familiar. Comfortingly familiar. Pilots often describe aircraft as becoming extensions of themselves. After enough training, movements require almost no conscious thought. Throttle. Rudder. Trim. Flaps. Everything happened almost automatically. The difficult part no longer involved flying. It involved what waited at the destination. At 6:10 a.m., launch operations began. One by one, aircraft accelerated down wooden flight decks. The carriers pitched gently beneath them. Each pilot trusted that speed, lift, and careful engineering would overcome gravity. The first bomber lifted into gray morning air. Another followed. Then another. Soon fighters joined them. Dive bombers climbed steadily. Torpedo aircraft turned south. The sky gradually filled with airplanes. 183 aircraft in the first wave. An astonishing number for the era. Seen together, they must have resembled a great flock of metallic birds disappearing into dawn. As each aircraft vanished toward Hawaii, deck crews immediately prepared for the second wave. There would be no rest. No celebration. The operation had only begun. Meanwhile, aboard the USS Ward, an American destroyer patrolling outside Pearl Harbor, something unusual appeared. Shortly before dawn, lookouts spotted what seemed to be a small submarine moving suspiciously near the harbor entrance. It was not an ordinary submarine. It belonged to Japan. One of 5 midget submarines assigned to infiltrate Pearl Harbor during the attack. The Ward moved to investigate. Tension spread quickly across the bridge. The object submerged. Then surfaced again. Orders came rapidly. The destroyer opened fire. One shell struck the tiny submarine. Moments later, depth charges exploded beneath the water. If the reports are correct, and most historians believe they are, the USS Ward fired the first American shots of the Pacific War. The crew immediately transmitted a warning. A real warning. Not an exercise. Not a drill. An enemy submarine had been attacked outside Pearl Harbor. The message traveled upward through the chain of command. Unfortunately, like many warnings in history, it arrived into a system not yet prepared to believe it. Questions arose. Verification took time. Confusion followed. The report failed to generate the immediate alarm its significance deserved. History occasionally whispers before it screams. Too often, no one hears the whisper. Far above the Pacific, Commander Fukuda's formation continued southward. Clouds gradually thinned. Morning light spread across the ocean. Pilots adjusted formation. Fuel gauges remained healthy. Navigation proceeded exactly according to plan. Then, at last, the Hawaiian Islands appeared. Dark mountains rising gently from the sea. Palm-covered valleys. White surf breaking against volcanic shores. Beautiful. Peaceful. Unaware. Some Japanese pilots later admitted feeling genuine admiration for the islands, even as they prepared to attack them. Human emotions rarely arrange themselves neatly. Below, Oahu slowly awakened. Farmers began morning chores. Children still slept. Church bells would soon begin ringing. Breakfast tables filled. Coffee steamed gently from kitchen cups. The first sunlight touched the peaks above Pearl Harbor. Golden. Warm. Perfectly ordinary. For just a few more minutes. High above the clouds, Commander Fukuda looked down upon the harbor he had studied for months. There they were, the gray silhouettes of American battleships resting quietly beside Ford Island, exactly where intelligence photographs had predicted. No smoke rose from anti-aircraft batteries. No fighters climbed to intercept them. The harbor lay still beneath the gentle Hawaiian morning, peaceful enough that it almost seemed impossible anyone could ever imagine bringing war to such a place. Fukuda reached for his radio. The moment history had been waiting for was only seconds away. The first wave. For one brief moment, the world seemed suspended between two realities. Above the clouds, nearly 200 Japanese aircraft swept steadily toward Oahu in disciplined formations, their engines humming with mechanical certainty. Below them, Hawaii remained wonderfully, heartbreakingly ordinary. Smoke curled from kitchen chimneys. Church bells prepared to ring. The harbor shimmered beneath the early morning sun. The water reflected the battleships so perfectly that they almost appeared to be floating upon polished glass rather than the Pacific Ocean. It was 7:49 in the morning. The attack had not yet begun. History was holding its breath. Commander Mitsuo Fukuda leaned forward inside the cockpit of his Nakajima B-5N bomber. Months of preparation. Weeks at sea. Days of silence. Hours of anticipation. Everything now narrowed to the view through his windscreen. The mountains of Oahu stretched beneath scattered clouds. The coastline curved gracefully around brilliant blue water. Ahead, Pearl Harbor. Exactly where it should be. The harbor looked almost peaceful enough to belong in a postcard. The battleships rested neatly in their berths along Battleship Row. No smoke rose from anti-aircraft batteries. No American fighters climbed into the sky. No sign suggested that anyone expected visitors. Surprise remained complete. Fukuda quickly realized something extraordinary. The harbor was even more vulnerable than intelligence officers had hoped. The battleships remained tightly grouped together. Airfields appeared quiet. Aircraft sat parked wingtip to wingtip. American commanders had arranged them this way to make sabotage more difficult. After all, closely parked airplanes proved easier to guard against spies sneaking onto airfields during the night. Unfortunately, that same arrangement made them remarkably convenient targets from the air. History occasionally punishes preparations made for the wrong threat. Fukuda reached for his radio transmitter. He sent the famous coded message. Tora! 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 Contrary to popular imagination, the phrase did not simply mean tiger. Instead, it communicated something far more important. Total surprise had been achieved. The attack had caught the Americans completely unprepared. Back aboard the Japanese carriers hundreds of miles away, Admiral Nagumo received the transmission. Months of uncertainty vanished in a single coded phrase. The operation was succeeding. At least, it had begun successfully. Only seconds remained. Japanese formations divided according to carefully rehearsed plans. Torpedo bombers descended toward wave-top height. Dive bombers climbed higher, preparing their nearly vertical attacks. Fighters accelerated ahead toward American airfields. Every pilot knew his assignment. Every second mattered. The sky above Oahu suddenly filled with aircraft. The first Americans to notice them were not military commanders. Some were civilians. A few looked upward, puzzled by the unusual number of airplanes. Military exercises occasionally filled Hawaiian skies. Perhaps another drill? Perhaps visiting aircraft? Some children reportedly waved. The airplanes looked beautiful in the morning sunlight. No one yet noticed the red circles painted boldly upon their wings. At Hickam Field, several servicemen paused to watch the approaching formations. One reportedly remarked that the pilots seemed unusually good. Their formations appeared remarkably disciplined. Another thought perhaps the Army had organized an especially ambitious training exercise. It would not be the last mistaken assumption that morning. Then came the first explosions. Not at the harbor. At the airfields. Japanese fighters and bombers swept low across Hickam, Wheeler, Bellows, Ava Marine Corps Air Station, and Fort Island. Machine guns erupted. Bombs tumbled downward. Within seconds, carefully parked American aircraft burst into flames. Pilots rushed desperately toward airplanes that often no longer existed. Some never reached them. Others discovered their aircraft already burning. Hangars shook beneath explosions. Windows shattered. Fuel ignited. The peaceful Sunday morning vanished almost instantly beneath smoke. At Wheeler Field, Army Air Corps personnel stumbled from barracks still half asleep. Some believed ammunition magazines had accidentally exploded. Others assumed another training exercise had somehow gone terribly wrong. The sound itself created confusion. Most American servicemen had never experienced an aerial bombardment. Bombs sound unlike anything else. A descending whistle. A split second of impossible anticipation. Then, violence. Concrete shattered. Earth leapt upward. Metal twisted. Glass exploded outward. The human mind struggles to accept such sudden transformation. Meanwhile, the torpedo bombers approached Pearl Harbor itself. Flying astonishingly low over the water, they skimmed only a few dozen feet above the harbor's surface. American sailors watching from battleship decks finally understood. These were not friendly aircraft. These were not exercises. War had arrived. At approximately 7:55 a.m., the first torpedoes splashed into Pearl Harbor. For an instant, it disappeared beneath the calm surface. Then its engine engaged. The weapon surged forward through the harbor toward Battleship Row. Only a thin wake disturbed the water. It looked almost peaceful. Almost. The first target became the USS Oklahoma. Moored quietly alongside Battleship Row, the battleship had little opportunity to defend itself. Crewmen had only moments to react. The torpedo struck with terrifying force. Steel buckled inward. Water exploded upward. The entire ship lurched violently. Men were thrown from bunks. Coffee cups crashed onto steel decks. Lights flickered. Steam pipes burst. For many sailors, this remained the first indication that anything unusual had happened. Then another torpedo struck. Then another. The Oklahoma began listing heavily. Inside the ship, gravity itself changed direction. Hallways became walls. Floors became steep slopes. Furniture crashed across compartments. Some men found themselves climbing instead of walking. Others became trapped almost immediately. Nearby, the USS West Virginia suffered equally devastating hits. Torpedoes tore enormous holes below the waterline. Cold seawater rushed into compartments with astonishing speed. Damage control teams responded immediately, closing watertight doors, fighting flooding, attempting to save their ship. Training suddenly became reality. There is no pause between the two. One moment you practice, the next. Lives depend upon remembering every lesson perfectly. Across Battleship Row, sailors rushed toward anti-aircraft guns. Many weapons remained locked. Ammunition sat inside secure storage. Keys had to be located. Orders confirmed. Equipment prepared. No one expected to need them on a peaceful Sunday morning. Those lost minutes proved costly. Above them, Japanese dive bombers began screaming downward. The sound became unforgettable. Engines roaring. Air rushing past wings. Bombs separating from aircraft. Then the pilots pulled sharply upward while gravity completed the final part of the attack. The bombs continued alone. One struck the USS California. Another exploded beside the USS Nevada. Fragments tore through exposed sailors. Fires erupted almost immediately. Smoke climbed into the bright Hawaiian sky. Within minutes, the calm harbor transformed into a landscape of flame and shattered steel. Yet amid the chaos, remarkable courage emerged almost instinctively. No one waited for elaborate instructions. Officers shouted orders. Chief petty officers organized repair parties. Ordinary sailors carried ammunition. Medical corpsmen rushed toward the wounded. Signalmen attempted to communicate despite shattered equipment. Men who only minutes earlier had been eating breakfast now fought desperately to save ships, friends, and complete strangers. History often celebrates grand strategy. But in moments like these, history belongs to ordinary people making impossible decisions. Some sailors ignored explosions entirely while helping trapped shipmates. Others entered smoke-filled compartments searching for survivors. Many undoubtedly understood the risks. They simply refused to leave others behind. Heroism rarely announces itself. It usually appears quietly. One decision, then another, until later generations give those moments names like bravery. The attack spread across the harbor with astonishing speed. The USS Nevada managed something extraordinary. Despite bombs and confusion, her crew succeeded in getting the battleship underway. She became the only battleship to move during the attack. Slowly, almost stubbornly, she steamed toward the harbor entrance. Japanese pilots immediately recognized the danger. If Nevada escaped, she might block later operations. Bombers concentrated upon her. Explosions surrounded the moving battleship. Eventually, her captain made a painful decision. Rather than risk sinking in the narrow channel and trapping the entire harbor, he deliberately beached the ship. It was a sacrifice that likely prevented even greater disaster. Elsewhere, destroyers, cruisers, and smaller vessels fought their own desperate battles. Some returned fire almost immediately. Others struggled simply to understand what was happening. Telephone lines failed. Messages overlapped. Smoke obscured visibility. Orders became difficult to hear. Confusion spread almost as rapidly as fire. War possesses remarkable efficiency in destroying carefully organized systems. At Ford Island, Japanese fighters strafed anything that moved. Bullets shattered aircraft. Fuel trucks exploded. Hangars burned fiercely. Pilots attempted desperately to reach surviving airplanes. A handful actually succeeded. Several American aviators managed to take off despite overwhelming odds. Their courage mattered. Their numbers remained tragically small. The harbor itself changed color. Oil leaked from damaged ships. Fire spread across the water. Black smoke climbed thousands of feet into the sky. Reflections disappeared beneath rippling flames. The beautiful Sunday morning seemed to dissolve beneath layers of burning fuel and drifting ash. The scent of tropical flowers vanished. Now the air smelled of smoke. Hot steel. Explosives. Salt water. Burning paint. And something else. The unmistakable odor of war. People in Honolulu finally understood that this was no exercise. Explosions echoed across the city. Columns of smoke rose above Pearl Harbor. Families rushed outdoors. Some stared silently toward the harbor. Others attempted frantically to contact loved ones stationed at military bases. Telephone exchanges quickly became overwhelmed. Rumors spread faster than facts. Some believed an invasion had begun. Others feared enemy troops had already landed. No one possessed the complete picture. Not yet. Above the harbor, Commander Fukuda circled briefly, observing the destruction below. The attack had unfolded almost exactly as planned. Battleships burned. Airfields lay devastated. American resistance remained scattered. Yet even he noticed something unexpected. The aircraft carriers were missing. The three most important ships in the Pacific Fleet were not in Pearl Harbor. They had sailed days earlier on separate missions. At that moment, no one fully appreciated the significance of their absence. History would. Very soon. As the first wave completed its deadly work, smoke rose in towering black columns over Oahu, visible for miles across the brilliant blue Pacific. Battleship Row had become a landscape of fire and twisted steel. Hundreds of Americans were already dead. Hundreds more fought desperately against flooding, flames, and shattered machinery. Yet the attack was only half complete. Far to the north, aboard the Japanese carriers, the second wave waited patiently on crowded flight decks. The morning's most terrible chapter had not yet been written. Battleship Row burns. Smoke has a way of changing the sky. Not gradually. Not politely. It simply rises. Dark. Heavy. Uncompromising. Within minutes of the first bombs falling, the bright Hawaiian morning began disappearing beneath enormous columns of black smoke that climbed thousands of feet into the air. From a distance, Pearl Harbor no longer resembled a peaceful naval base. It looked like a volcano had awakened. Only this eruption had been made by human hands. The calm blue water reflected flames instead of clouds. Steel groaned. Steam hissed from ruptured pipes. Sirens wailed in every direction. The peaceful Sunday that had begun with church bells and breakfast had become something almost unimaginable. And somewhere inside that chaos sat the battleship that would become forever linked with December 7, 1941. The USS Arizona. Just before 8 o'clock, life aboard the Arizona existed in fragments. Some sailors raced toward anti-aircraft positions. Others formed firefighting teams. Medical personnel prepared aid stations wherever they could find room. Officers shouted commands that often disappeared beneath the roar of explosions. Nobody possessed the complete picture. Nobody had time to ask questions. The only certainty was movement. Run here. Carry this. Help him. Get ammunition. Find the wounded. Every decision arrived one heartbeat after the previous one. The crew fought desperately to bring the ship's anti-aircraft guns into action. Many weapons had not yet been fully manned. Ammunition lockers required unlocking. Shells had to be carried by hand. Communication lines had already begun failing. The Navy had trained for emergencies countless times. But drills never included smoke so thick that sailors could barely see the next compartment. Drills never included friends lying wounded only a few feet away. Reality always adds details no rehearsal can reproduce. High above the harbor, Japanese dive bombers selected their targets with cold precision. One pilot began his steep descent toward Battleship Row. The aircraft seemed almost vertical. Wind screamed around the wings. The bomb detached cleanly. Gravity took over. It fell toward the Arizona with terrifying certainty. At approximately 8:06 a.m., the bomb struck near the forward section of the battleship. It pierced the deck. It continued downward. Then it reached the ship's forward ammunition magazines. For one impossible instant, nothing happened. Then the world exploded. The detonation remains one of the most devastating explosions ever witnessed aboard a warship. Thousands of pounds of gunpowder ignited almost simultaneously. A blinding orange fireball erupted upward. Steel armor plates weighing several tons were thrown into the sky as though they were toys. The forward half of the battleship simply disappeared inside an enormous cloud of flame. Observers across Pearl Harbor later described feeling the shockwave strike their bodies before they fully understood what they had seen. Windows shattered miles away. The explosion echoed through valleys surrounding Honolulu. A towering column of fire climbed hundreds of feet into the morning sky. For just a fraction of a second, it looked as though the sun itself had descended into the harbor. Nearly half of the Arizona's crew died instantly. Many never knew what happened. One moment they had been carrying ammunition, speaking with friends, running toward battle stations. The next moment, the explosion consumed everything around them. It happened so quickly that language struggles to describe it. History records numbers. Memory records silence. Pieces of burning metal rained across neighboring ships. Flaming fuel splashed into the harbor. Debris landed on the USS Vestal, moored alongside the Arizona. Captain Casson Young of the Vestal reacted immediately. Despite being knocked unconscious by the blast, he regained his footing and began directing damage control efforts almost at once. When flames threatened to spread from the doomed battleship, he ordered the Vestal cast loose. It was an agonizing decision. Leaving meant abandoning men still trapped aboard the Arizona. Staying meant risking both ships. War rarely offers painless choices. Only necessary ones. The inferno aboard the Arizona became impossible to control. Firefighters battled flames that reached incredible temperatures. Ammunition continued exploding inside the wreck. Smoke poured from shattered compartments. The bow settled slowly into the harbor mud. Within minutes, one of America's proudest battleships had become a burning tomb. Even today, the ship remains where she sank. A quiet memorial, still guarding many of the sailors who never came home. Nearby, the USS Oklahoma fought a different battle. Repeated torpedo hits caused the ship to list more and more dramatically. At first, sailors still believed she could be saved. Then the angle increased. 10 degrees. 20. 30. Equipment broke loose. Tables slid across compartments. Men suddenly found themselves climbing walls that had once been floors. Inside the ship, gravity became another enemy. The captain ordered abandon ship. But by then, escape had become almost impossible for many crew members. The Oklahoma continued rolling until she turned completely upside down. Hundreds of sailors became trapped inside the overturned hull. Darkness swallowed entire compartments. Electricity failed. Water rushed inward. Some men escaped through tiny openings. Others pounded desperately against steel, hoping someone outside might hear them. In the days that followed, rescuers would hear tapping from inside the wreck. They worked frantically to cut through the hull. Some survivors were saved. Many were not. It is one of the most heartbreaking chapters of the attack. Imagine surviving the bombs, only to spend hours waiting in darkness beneath an upside-down battleship. Across Battleship Row, the USS West Virginia burned fiercely. Despite severe flooding, her crew refused to surrender. Damage control parties closed watertight doors with astonishing discipline. Engineers remained at their posts long after escape would have been easier. Several sailors knowingly trapped themselves below decks while ensuring other compartments remained sealed. Their actions slowed flooding. They almost certainly saved lives. Heroism often means choosing responsibility over survival. The USS California also struggled against disaster. Initially, damage seemed manageable. Then flooding spread. Water entered through shattered hull plates. Power failed. Smoke filled passageways. Officers organized evacuation only after exhausting every possibility of saving the ship. The California eventually settled into the harbor. Not dramatically. Almost quietly. Like a giant exhausted after fighting too long. Only the USS Nevada managed something extraordinary. Against remarkable odds, her engineers brought boilers online. Lines were cast off. Engines answered. Slowly. Very slowly. The great battleship began moving. For sailors across Pearl Harbor, the sight lifted spirits. One battleship was fighting back. One battleship refused to remain helpless. Crowds cheered despite everything happening around them. Hope sometimes appears in surprisingly small forms. Even a slowly moving ship can inspire people surrounded by catastrophe. Japanese pilots immediately noticed. A moving battleship presented both a threat and an irresistible target. Bombers concentrated their attacks. Near misses showered the deck with steel fragments. Direct hits ignited new fires. Smoke covered the bridge. Eventually, Captain Francis Scanlon realized continuing toward the harbor entrance risked sinking there. If the Nevada blocked the channel, every remaining ship inside Pearl Harbor might become trapped. His solution required extraordinary composure. He deliberately grounded the battleship along Hospital Point. The ship survived. The channel remained open. One difficult decision prevented an even larger disaster. Above the harbor, anti-aircraft fire finally intensified. The first minutes of confusion had passed. Gun crews found ammunition. Machine guns opened fire. 5-inch batteries roared. Tracer rounds climbed into the sky like glowing orange threads. Japanese pilots suddenly faced real opposition. The peaceful harbor had become a fortress awakening under attack. Unfortunately, it had awakened several minutes too late. The air itself became dangerous. Smoke reduced visibility. Flying debris filled the sky. Friendly anti-aircraft shells burst among enemy aircraft. Fragments rained downward onto ships below. War rarely separates danger into convenient categories. Everything becomes hazardous. Even the sky. Some American sailors fought with almost unbelievable improvisation. One officer reportedly fired a machine gun while standing on the shoulders of another sailor because the proper mount had been destroyed. Elsewhere, men carried ammunition by hand through burning passageways after mechanical hoists failed. Several sailors continued loading anti-aircraft guns despite severe burns. One group extinguished flames using buckets because water pressure had disappeared. Necessity has always been one of humanity's greatest inventors. Hospital workers faced their own impossible battle. The first ambulances arrived almost immediately. Then trucks. Then private automobiles. Then sailors carrying wounded shipmates in blankets, on doors, or simply in their arms. Doctors quickly realized ordinary procedures no longer applied. Operating rooms filled within minutes. Hallways became treatment areas. Supplies disappeared with astonishing speed. Nurses worked continuously, often without knowing the names of the people they were trying to save. Outside, more casualties continued arriving. The harbor echoed with countless individual stories unfolding simultaneously. A young sailor diving into burning water to rescue a stranger. A cook leaving the safety of the galley to carry ammunition. An officer refusing evacuation until every wounded man nearby had been moved. A chaplain offering comfort beside shattered docks. These moments rarely appeared in official battle plans. Yet together they became the true story of Pearl Harbor. Not only destruction, but humanity refusing to disappear beneath it. Above Oahu, the first wave gradually completed its mission. Many aircraft turned northward. Pilots glanced back over their shoulders. The harbor below had changed almost beyond recognition. Flames reached high into the morning air. Battleships listed heavily. Smoke obscured entire sections of the naval base. From their perspective, the attack had succeeded beyond expectation. Yet several objectives remained untouched. The enormous fuel storage tanks still stood. Repair facilities remained largely intact. Most importantly, the American aircraft carriers were nowhere to be seen. The absence puzzled many Japanese aircrews. Some assumed the carriers had simply sailed on routine assignments. No one realized those missing ships would soon become the center of the Pacific War. As the first wave disappeared into the northern sky, those on the ground scarcely had time to breathe. Men emerged from smoke-blackened compartments. Fire crews battled infernos that seemed impossible to extinguish. Medics knelt beside rows of wounded stretching far beyond hospital entrances. Across Pearl Harbor, survivors looked upward, hoping against hope that the nightmare had finally ended. Instead, they saw another formation of aircraft approaching from the north. The second wave had arrived. The second wave. Sometimes, after the first great shock has passed, the human mind begins searching desperately for normality. It invents hopeful explanations. Perhaps it is over. Perhaps those were the only airplanes. Perhaps reinforcements are already coming. Perhaps someone has finally taken control. Hope is a remarkable survival mechanism. It keeps people moving. Keeps them lifting wounded friends onto stretchers. Keeps them carrying ammunition through smoke. Keeps them believing that if they can simply endure a few more minutes, everything will begin making sense again. But on the morning of December 7, 1941, Pearl Harbor had not yet reached its darkest hour. The first wave had shattered the harbor. The second would try to finish the job. Far above the Pacific, 171 additional Japanese aircraft crossed the coastline of Oahu. Unlike the first formation, surprise no longer belonged to them. Black smoke already climbed thousands of feet into the air. Anti-aircraft guns were awake. American sailors had reached their battle stations. The defenders now knew exactly what was happening. War had announced itself with terrible clarity. The second wave would face something entirely different. Resistance. Leading the second attack was Lieutenant Commander Shigekazu Shimazaki. His mission differed from Commander Fukuda's. The first wave had focused on crippling battleships and airfields. The second sought to deepen the destruction. Dive bombers targeted remaining ships. Fighters continued strafing airfields. Anything still capable of fighting became a target. There was no dramatic mystery left. Only ruthless efficiency. From the ground, the approaching aircraft appeared almost unreal. Smoke distorted the morning sky. Sunlight filtered weakly through drifting ash. Some sailors looked upward and briefly wondered whether the returning airplanes belonged to the first attack. Perhaps they were leaving. Instead, they watched the formations grow larger. Someone shouted, "More planes!" Within seconds, anti-aircraft batteries opened fire. This time, the defenders were ready. Or as ready as anyone could possibly be after surviving the first half of the morning. Across Battleship Row, the harbor had become almost unrecognizable. The once calm water now carried burning oil. Pieces of shattered wood drifted beside twisted steel. Lifeboats searched for survivors. Some men floated in the water clinging desperately to debris. Others swam through oil slicks that coated uniforms, faces, and hands with thick black stains. The smell hung everywhere. Burning fuel, salt water, explosives, hot metal. The air itself seemed difficult to breathe. One of the greatest dangers came not from bombs, but from the water. Oil leaking from damaged ships spread rapidly across the harbor. When flames reached the surface, entire sections of water ignited. Imagine surviving explosions aboard a sinking battleship. Jumping overboard to escape, only to discover the ocean itself was burning. Several sailors later recalled diving beneath the surface to avoid flames, holding their breath until they thought their lungs might burst before surfacing somewhere the fire had not yet reached. The Pacific had become another battlefield. The second wave swept toward Kaneohe Naval Air Station. Many American aircraft there had already been destroyed. Those still intact became immediate targets. Japanese fighters descended to astonishingly low altitudes. Machine guns flashed. Bullets tore through parked airplanes. Fuel tanks exploded. Wooden buildings splintered apart. The attack lasted only moments. The destruction remained for years. At Hickam Field, rescue workers found themselves under attack while already treating casualties from the first wave. Ambulances became targets. Firefighters abandoned hoses to seek cover. Doctors helping wounded patients suddenly found bombs exploding nearby. War possesses very little respect for timing. It rarely waits politely while people recover from the previous disaster. Yet something had changed. American resistance grew stronger with every passing minute. Anti-aircraft crews had finally organized themselves. Communication slowly improved. Confusion gradually transformed into determination. The harbor echoed with the thunder of naval guns firing skyward. Shell bursts filled the air above Oahu. Bright orange flashes punctuated the smoke. Japanese pilots suddenly found their mission considerably more dangerous than the first. Some American machine gun crews fired until their barrels glowed red. Ammunition boxes emptied astonishingly quickly. Sailors formed human chains, passing belts of cartridges from storage lockers to waiting gunners. Many had never fired their weapons outside training exercises. Now they tracked fast-moving aircraft diving almost directly toward them. Practice had become survival. One remarkable story unfolded aboard the USS Nevada. Already damaged, burning, and deliberately beached to keep the harbor entrance clear, her crew refused to stop fighting. Anti-aircraft guns continued firing almost continuously. Smoke drifted across the decks. Fire hoses sprayed shattered compartments. Despite everything, the battleship remained alive. Not in the sense of machinery, in the sense of spirit. Ships possess curious personalities. Sailors often speak of them almost as living companions. That morning, the Nevada seemed determined to survive. Elsewhere, destroyers and cruisers joined the defense. Smaller ships maneuvered where possible. Some rescued survivors from burning water. Others fired every available weapon toward the sky. Communication remained imperfect. Orders sometimes arrived late. Yet individual initiative filled many gaps. Junior officers made decisions without waiting for permission. Chief petty officers organized firefighting efforts instinctively. Ordinary sailors simply looked around, found the nearest problem, and began solving it. That is often how courage appears. Not dramatically. Practically. Above them, Japanese pilots encountered increasing losses. American anti-aircraft fire grew more accurate. Tracer rounds crossed the sky from every direction. Some aircraft returned to the carriers carrying heavy damage. Others never returned at all. Several crashed into the sea before reaching safety. Victory, even decisive victory, always carries a cost. One Japanese dive bomber began its attack against the USS Pennsylvania, sitting inside dry dock. The pilot aimed carefully. Anti-aircraft shells burst around him. Fragments struck the aircraft. Smoke poured from one wing. Still he continued downward. The bomb fell. Moments later, the damaged airplane disappeared beyond the harbor. Whether the pilot survived remained uncertain. Such moments occurred repeatedly throughout the morning. Skill, determination, luck. Sometimes all three aligned. Sometimes none did. Around the Naval Hospital, doctors faced an impossible arithmetic. Too many wounded. Too little time. Operating rooms filled immediately. Hallways became emergency wards. Beds disappeared. Blankets covered floors where additional patients waited. Nurses moved almost continuously from one casualty to the next. Many later admitted they lost all sense of time. Morning blended into afternoon without anyone noticing. The clock had become irrelevant. Only patients mattered. Outside, civilians joined the rescue efforts. Truck drivers transported wounded sailors. Local residents donated blankets, food, and water. Taxi drivers offered free rides to hospitals. Teachers helped organize blood donations. The attack had not distinguished between military and civilian courage. Neither would the response. Communities often reveal their true character during catastrophe. Honolulu revealed compassion. The city itself remained gripped by uncertainty. Rumors multiplied. Some claimed Japanese troops had landed on nearby beaches. Others insisted enemy battleships waited offshore. Still others believed another attack would arrive before noon. Few rumors proved true. That hardly mattered. Fear spreads remarkably efficiently, especially when information arrives slowly. At approximately 9:20 a.m., the second wave gradually began withdrawing. Japanese aircraft turned northward. Their fuel reserves demanded it. Mission objectives had largely been completed. Behind them, Pearl Harbor burned. Ahead lay the long flight back across open ocean. Many pilots looked over their shoulders one final time. The harbor beneath thick smoke appeared almost unfamiliar. Hours earlier, it had looked peaceful. Now it resembled an industrial furnace. Back aboard the carriers, flight decks prepared feverishly for returning aircraft. Landing aboard an aircraft carrier always requires precision. Doing so after combat. With damaged airplanes, low fuel, possibly wounded pilots, the challenge increased dramatically. One by one, aircraft approached. Landing hooks caught arresting wires. Engines roared, then stopped. Deck crews rushed forward immediately. Fuel leaks, bullet holes, damaged landing gear. Everything demanded attention. Not every airplane returned. Empty spaces gradually appeared where missing aircraft should have landed. Victory carried visible absences. Admiral Nagumo received preliminary reports. The attack had exceeded expectations. Battleships destroyed or crippled. Airfields devastated. American aircraft largely neutralized. Japanese losses significantly lower than anticipated. Objectively, the operation appeared remarkably successful. Yet questions immediately emerged. Should there be a third strike? Several officers urged another attack. Fuel storage tanks remained untouched. Repair facilities still functioned. Submarine bases survived. Destroying these installations might cripple Pearl Harbor for years. Others argued against it. American carriers remained missing. Their location remained unknown. The fleet had already achieved surprise. Lingering increased risk. Every additional hour near Hawaii improved the chances of American counterattack. Nagumo listened carefully. Leadership often means deciding not only what to do, but when enough has been done. He ultimately chose withdrawal. The carrier force turned west. Toward home. Toward history. Many historians have debated that decision ever since. Had the fuel tanks been destroyed, the Pacific War might have unfolded differently. Had American carriers appeared unexpectedly, remaining might have produced disaster for Japan instead. History rarely allows controlled experiments. We know only what happened, never what almost happened. Back at Pearl Harbor, an unfamiliar silence slowly settled over the harbor. Not true silence. Too many fires still burned. Too many sirens continued sounding. Too many wounded men cried out for help. Rather, the silence that follows enormous violence. The realization that the shooting has stopped. For now. Survivors looked around almost in disbelief. The attack had lasted less than 2 hours. It had transformed an entire world. The smoke still rose in dark columns above Oahu, visible from miles away across the Pacific. Battleships rested half-submerged beside Ford Island. Burning oil drifted across the harbor. Rescue boats moved tirelessly from ship to ship, searching for anyone still alive. Somewhere beneath twisted steel, sailors still waited to be found. Elsewhere, doctors worked without pause, and families across Hawaii searched desperately for news of husbands, sons, brothers, and friends. The attack was over. Its consequences were only beginning. Heroes in the smoke. When historians write about battles, they often begin with admirals, with presidents, with carefully drawn maps covered in arrows. Those things matter. They help explain why wars begin. But they rarely explain how ordinary human beings endure them. Because once the bombs begin falling, strategy becomes deeply personal. War shrinks. It shrinks from continents to harbors. From harbors to ships. From ships to hallways. From hallways to one frightened sailor trying to pull another out of the smoke. By the time history reaches an individual, it no longer feels like history. It simply feels like survival. Shortly after the second wave disappeared into the northern sky, Pearl Harbor looked less like a naval base and more like a city after an earthquake. The attack itself had lasted barely 90 minutes. The destruction would occupy months, perhaps years. Smoke rolled across the harbor so thickly that entire ships disappeared behind it. Oil fires continued burning on the water. Ammunition exploded unpredictably inside damaged vessels. Steel continued groaning as heated bulkheads expanded and collapsed. Nothing felt stable. Nothing felt finished. Everywhere someone shouted for help. One of the first realities confronting rescue workers was painfully simple. Many survivors remained trapped. The USS Oklahoma rested upside down. Inside her overturned hull, hundreds of sailors had either escaped or hadn't. Rescuers moved quickly across the exposed bottom of the battleship. Then someone heard it. A faint metallic sound. Tap. 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 Not machinery. Someone knocking. Someone alive. The workers froze. Then listened again. Another series of knocks answered. Men were still inside. Immediately, cutting torches were brought forward. Engineers studied the steel. Where could they cut without flooding remaining air pockets? Too low. Water would rush in. Too high. The trapped sailors might remain unreachable. Every decision balanced urgency against caution. Time itself became another enemy. Inside the overturned ship, darkness had become almost complete. Electricity had failed hours earlier. Some compartments filled with water. Others trapped pockets of air. Men whispered to conserve oxygen. Some prayed quietly. Others simply listened. Every sound outside the hull offered hope. Every period of silence felt endless. Several survivors later remembered hearing cutting torches working somewhere above them. The sound became the most beautiful noise they had ever known. It meant someone was still searching. Someone believed they were alive. Elsewhere across the harbor, other rescues unfolded almost continuously. Small boats moved through floating debris. Life jackets drifted among broken timbers. Pieces of aircraft floated beside sections of shattered docks. Burning oil complicated everything. Rescuers navigated carefully between patches of flame. Some sailors pulled unconscious men from the water. Others found only empty uniforms. The harbor itself seemed unable to decide whether it wished to save or claim those still within it. Aboard the USS West Virginia, firefighters continued battling an inferno that refused to surrender. Water pressure fluctuated unpredictably. Hoses burst. Smoke filled passageways so completely that some crews crawled on their hands and knees simply to breathe. Visibility shrank to only a few feet. The world became heat, darkness, and the sound of voices calling through smoke. One firefighter later admitted he never actually saw many of the men he rescued. He simply followed their shouting. The Navy hospital quickly became overwhelmed. Doctors abandoned ordinary procedures. Operating rooms filled immediately. Recovery rooms became operating rooms. Waiting rooms became treatment centers. Even outdoor walkways held wounded men awaiting care. Nurses worked without stopping. Many had not eaten since before sunrise. Few noticed. Adrenaline has an extraordinary ability to postpone exhaustion. Eventually, the body remembers. But not immediately. One young nurse later recalled something she never forgot. The silence. Not among the wounded. Among the doctors. Normally surgeons discussed procedures, asked for instruments, made observations. That morning they spoke very little. There were simply too many patients. Every second saved another life. Conversation became a luxury. Across Oahu, civilian hospitals also filled rapidly. Military ambulances alone proved insufficient. Private automobiles arrived carrying wounded sailors. Taxi drivers volunteered their vehicles. Delivery trucks became emergency transports. Neighbors opened homes to stranded families. Churches organized food. Schools collected blankets. The attack had struck military targets. The response belonged to an entire community. Back in Washington, however, no one yet understood the full scale of what had happened. The first reports arrived confused, incomplete, contradictory. Telephone calls interrupted one another. Radio transmissions overlapped. Some messages claimed a minor air raid. Others described catastrophe. Still others mentioned submarines. No one possessed the complete picture. That would take hours. President Franklin Roosevelt received the initial news while eating lunch. The first reports sounded almost unbelievable. Enemy aircraft. Pearl Harbor. Bombing underway. For several moments, officials questioned whether the information could possibly be accurate. Japan and the United States remained officially at peace. No declaration of war had yet arrived. Surely there had been some misunderstanding. Unfortunately, there had not. At the White House, maps quickly appeared across conference tables. Military advisors gathered. Telephones rang continuously. The president listened carefully, asked short questions, requested confirmation. He had spent years hoping to avoid exactly this moment. Now it had arrived anyway. Leadership often means remaining calm precisely when everyone around you wishes to panic. Roosevelt understood that instinctively. Meanwhile, in Honolulu, rumors spread faster than facts. People looked nervously toward the ocean. Was another attack coming? Would Japanese soldiers land on the beaches? Had enemy battleships appeared offshore? No one knew. Families hurriedly packed bags. Some drove into the hills. Others searched desperately for missing relatives. Police officers struggled to maintain order while possessing very little information themselves. Fear filled the gaps left by uncertainty. Military commanders faced another uncomfortable possibility. The air attack might merely be the beginning. An invasion remained conceivable. Army units deployed toward defensive positions. Coastal artillery prepared for action. Machine gun nests appeared overlooking beaches. Hawaii braced for another blow that never came. The uncertainty itself became exhausting. Sometimes waiting proves almost as difficult as fighting. At Pearl Harbor, sailors continued performing extraordinary acts that would never appear in official battle plans. One machinist crawled repeatedly through flooded compartments searching for trapped shipmates despite knowing another explosion remained possible. Another sailor carried wounded men until his own burns became too severe to continue. A cook organized a rescue party using little more than kitchen equipment because proper emergency gear had been destroyed. Necessity ignored job descriptions. Everyone simply became whatever the moment required. Among the many stories of courage, one name deserves particular remembrance. Doris Miller. He had enlisted as a mess attendant, one of the limited roles available to black sailors in the segregated U.S. Navy of 1941. His assigned duties involved serving meals, cleaning, and supporting officers, not operating weapons. When the attack began aboard the USS West Virginia, Miller first helped carry wounded shipmates, including his mortally wounded captain, to safety. Then, despite having received almost no formal gunnery training, he took position behind a .50 caliber anti-aircraft machine gun. He fired until ammunition ran out. Whether he shot down an enemy aircraft remains uncertain. What is certain is that he fought with remarkable courage under devastating conditions. Months later, he became the first black American to receive the Navy Cross. His actions quietly challenged assumptions far beyond the battlefield itself. History sometimes changes through legislation, sometimes through speeches, and sometimes through one ordinary man refusing to stand aside while others needed help. Elsewhere, another extraordinary rescue unfolded aboard the USS Nevada. Medical personnel transformed every available space into treatment areas. Dining rooms, storage compartments, even open deck sections. Blankets became bandages. Curtains became slings. Coffee pots heated water for sterilization. Improvisation filled every shortage. War has always rewarded resourcefulness. Throughout the afternoon, rescue teams returned again and again to damaged ships. Some compartments remained dangerously hot. Others threatened collapse. Engineers monitored temperatures constantly. Firefighters worked in exhausting rotations. Smoke continued pouring from the wreck of the Arizona. The battleship remained far too dangerous for many rescue attempts. The heat alone made prolonged work impossible. Many families would wait days, weeks, or forever for certainty about loved ones. As daylight slowly passed overhead, photographers finally began documenting what they saw. The images would soon travel around the world. Battleships burning. Aircraft wreckage scattered across airfields. Rows of wounded men awaiting treatment. Smoke rising above palm trees. The contrast proved unforgettable. Paradise had become a battlefield. Yet amid all the destruction, one remarkable fact slowly emerged. Several crucial facilities had survived almost untouched. Pearl Harbor's enormous fuel storage tanks remained intact. The submarine base still operated. The machine shops and repair facilities had escaped major damage. Dry docks remained usable. At first, few people appreciated how significant this would become. Everyone naturally focused upon the ships lying sunk or burning before their eyes. The future remained hidden beneath the smoke. History often conceals its most important consequences until much later. As evening approached, exhaustion settled across Oahu. Firefighters continued battling stubborn blazes. Doctors continued operating. Engineers continued searching damaged ships. Families continued waiting. The attack itself had ended hours earlier. Its emotional weight had only begun. Across the harbor, smoke drifted slowly into the orange glow of sunset. The same Hawaiian sky that had greeted the morning with brilliant tropical colors now reflected fire instead of sunlight. Sailors stood silently beside wrecked ships that only hours before had represented the pride of the Pacific Fleet. Some counted the missing. Others simply stared across the water, trying to understand how a single Sunday morning had managed to divide their lives forever into two parts. Everything before Pearl Harbor, and everything after. The day the world learned. News travels strangely during moments of catastrophe. At first, it moves too slowly. Then, almost all at once, it moves everywhere. A telephone rings in Washington. A radio operator in California removes his headphones and simply stares for a moment before speaking. A newspaper editor throws away tomorrow's carefully prepared front page because history has just written a new one. Halfway around the world, someone eating breakfast hears an interruption in the music. And within a few hours, millions of ordinary people discover that they have gone to sleep in one era and awakened in another. December 7, 1941, was not simply the day Pearl Harbor was attacked. It was the day the world suddenly became much smaller. As the fires continued burning across Oahu, radio operators worked almost without pause. Messages poured from Hawaii toward the mainland. Some were painfully brief. Battleships damaged. Airfields attacked. Heavy casualties. Others stretched into frantic paragraphs typed as quickly as exhausted fingers could manage. Communication lines became crowded. Signals overlapped. Important information occasionally vanished beneath less important messages simply because everyone tried speaking at once. Technology, remarkable though it was, still depended upon human beings. And human beings become overwhelmed. At military headquarters in Washington, maps of the Pacific covered tables already crowded with reports. Pins marked American bases. Colored strings traced shipping routes. Officers leaned over fresh intelligence arriving minute by minute. One report confirmed heavy damage to battleships. Another mentioned Japanese aircraft. A third described submarines. Then came another. And another. The picture slowly sharpened. Not because any single report explained everything, but because hundreds of incomplete reports gradually formed one terrible whole. History often resembles assembling a shattered mirror. Every fragment matters. President Franklin Delano Roosevelt spent much of the afternoon surrounded by military advisors and cabinet members. Witnesses later remembered his extraordinary calm. Not cheerful. Not optimistic. Simply focused. Roosevelt had spent years preparing America for the possibility that the war raging across Europe and Asia might eventually reach the United States. He had hoped that day would never come. Now hope no longer mattered. Only decisions. Leadership often means accepting reality before everyone else is emotionally ready to do the same. Around him, telephones rang continuously. Generals arrived carrying folders. Naval officers unfolded fresh maps. Secretaries hurried between offices balancing stacks of messages. Outside the White House, journalists gathered in growing numbers. Nobody yet knew exactly how serious the attack had been. But everyone sensed something enormous had happened. Sometimes history announces itself without explaining why. People simply feel the ground shifting beneath familiar routines. Across the continental United States, ordinary Sunday afternoons transformed into evenings of anxious listening. Families gathered around radios. The familiar voices of announcers sounded noticeably different. Less theatrical. More careful. More solemn. Programs were interrupted. Music faded. Special bulletins replaced entertainment. Flash. We interrupt this program. Few phrases have ever carried greater emotional weight. Imagine a family in Chicago. The father reading a newspaper. Children playing on the living room floor. A pot of coffee growing cold on the kitchen table. Then the radio interrupts. Everyone stops moving. The room becomes strangely quiet. The announcer explains that Japanese aircraft have attacked Pearl Harbor. No one immediately understands what that means. But they understand enough. America is no longer merely watching the war from across two oceans. The war has arrived. In New York City, enormous crowds formed outside newspaper offices. People stared upward at bulletin boards where editors posted the latest reports. Each fresh headline attracted more spectators. Names of unfamiliar Hawaiian airfields suddenly entered everyday conversation. Pearl Harbor. Hickam. Ford Island. Battleship Row. Within hours, places most Americans had never heard of became unforgettable. History has a remarkable ability to rearrange geography. Newspapers abandoned carefully planned editions. Sports stories disappeared. Holiday advertisements shrank. Political columns moved aside. Everything gave way to one story. Editors understood immediately. Nothing else mattered. Printing presses thundered through the evening producing special editions. Paperboys shouted headlines on street corners. People bought newspapers even after hearing the news on the radio. They wanted something physical. Something they could hold. Moments of uncertainty often create a desire for permanence. Ink on paper feels reassuring, even when the news itself does not. Meanwhile, across the Atlantic Ocean, British Prime Minister Winston Churchill received confirmation of the attack. He had worried for years that Britain might eventually stand alone against the Axis powers. Now that fear vanished. Not because the danger had disappeared, but because the United States would almost certainly enter the war. Churchill later admitted that, despite the tragedy at Pearl Harbor, he felt profound relief. It is one of history's more uncomfortable truths. One nation's catastrophe became another nation's hope for survival. War rarely grants everyone the luxury of uncomplicated emotions. In Berlin, Adolf Hitler and his advisors studied the reports with great interest. At first glance, the attack appeared to strengthen the Axis position. Japan had struck a devastating blow. American battleships burned. The Pacific Fleet appeared crippled. Some German officials celebrated. Others remained cautious. The United States possessed enormous industrial capacity. Crippling one fleet did not necessarily cripple an entire nation. History would soon prove that distinction mattered enormously. In Tokyo, official celebrations remained surprisingly restrained. Government leaders welcomed the apparent success. Newspapers prepared triumphant headlines. Yet beneath the optimism lingered a quiet awareness. Japan had awakened a giant. Several senior officers understood this immediately. Admiral Isoroku Yamamoto perhaps understood it better than anyone. Although often quoted in ways historians still debate, the spirit of his concern remains clear. Winning the first battle did not guarantee winning the war. It merely guaranteed there would be one. Back at Pearl Harbor, night slowly settled over the harbor. Darkness introduced new problems. Searchlights swept across the sky. Blackout regulations covered windows. Military authorities feared another attack. Perhaps Japanese bombers would return after sunset. Perhaps submarines still lurked offshore. Nobody wished to risk lights helping enemy pilots. The islands became strangely dark. Only the fires continued glowing. Rescue operations never stopped. Powerful floodlights illuminated damaged ships where possible. Divers entered murky water searching submerged compartments. Welders continued cutting through the overturned hull of the USS Oklahoma. Sometimes rescuers heard tapping. Sometimes they did not. Every silence became harder to bear. Yet they kept searching. Hope has remarkable endurance. On the USS Arizona, however, rescue efforts remained heartbreakingly limited. The fires still burned too fiercely. Heat radiated through twisted steel. Ammunition occasionally detonated without warning. Many areas remained completely inaccessible. Those standing nearby understood the painful reality. Hundreds of sailors would never leave the ship. It had become not merely a wreck. It had become a grave. Throughout Hawaii, military police established roadblocks. Rumors continued spreading. Some civilians believed enemy paratroopers had landed. Others insisted Japanese warships waited beyond the horizon. The uncertainty itself exhausted everyone. When information is scarce, imagination eagerly fills the empty spaces, usually with the worst possibilities. On the American mainland, recruiting offices experienced something remarkable. Long before Congress formally declared war, volunteers began arriving. Some came alone. Others arrived with brothers. College students, factory workers, farmers, teachers, mechanics. Young men who had spent Sunday morning planning ordinary weeks now stood quietly in line preparing for extraordinary years. Patriotism often begins not with speeches, but with decisions made by ordinary people. Factories also sensed change almost immediately. Industrial managers received calls from Washington. Production schedules would need revision. Military contracts would expand. Automobile plants quietly began discussing aircraft engines. Typewriter manufacturers considered machine gun components. Shipyards reviewed available dry docks. The United States possessed something Japan had underestimated: an astonishing ability to build. Not quickly, not instantly, but relentlessly. Like a river carving stone. One factory, then another, then thousands. Across the Pacific, the Japanese carrier force continued steaming westward. The mood aboard the ships remained cautiously optimistic. Pilots compared experiences. Mechanics inspected damaged aircraft. Medical officers treated wounded aircrew. Losses had proven lighter than expected. Many believed they had achieved a decisive victory. The fleet itself remained untouched. No American ships had located them. From a purely operational perspective, the attack had been brilliantly executed. But operations end. Wars continue. Late that evening, many sailors aboard the carriers finally allowed themselves a moment of quiet reflection. Some cleaned equipment. Others wrote in personal diaries. A few stood alone at the rail watching moonlight shimmer across the Pacific. Some undoubtedly felt pride. Others perhaps felt relief. Still others thought only about sleep. Human beings remain wonderfully complicated. Even after changing history. The ocean between Hawaii and Japan appeared exactly as it had a week earlier. Endless. Dark. Indifferent. The waves did not care who had won. They rolled onward beneath the stars with ancient patience. Empires came and went. The sea remained. As midnight approached on December 7th, rescue workers at Pearl Harbor continued searching the wreckage while families across America sat awake beside glowing radios. In Washington, speechwriters quietly drafted words that would soon become immortal. In Tokyo, military planners began thinking about the next campaigns across the Pacific. And somewhere beneath the black waters of the harbor, silent battleships rested in the mud, already becoming symbols of a nation that had been wounded, but not defeated. Morning had brought surprise. Night brought resolve. And with the coming dawn, the United States would take its first irreversible step into the largest war humanity had ever known. A date which will live in infamy. There are speeches that persuade. There are speeches that inspire. And then, very rarely, there are speeches that seem to divide history itself into a before and an after. Not because they are especially long. Not because they are especially poetic. But because millions of people hear them at precisely the moment they need words to describe emotions they cannot yet explain. On the morning of December 8, 1941, America woke to smoke-filled newspaper photographs from Hawaii. Many families had barely slept. Telephone calls continued throughout the night. Military bases remained on high alert. No one knew what might happen next. Some feared another attack on California. Others expected bombs to fall on the Panama Canal. Rumors traveled almost as quickly as yesterday's airplanes. The nation had entered unfamiliar territory. And now it waited for its president. Washington felt strangely quiet that morning. Not peaceful. Purposeful. Government buildings filled earlier than usual. Military couriers hurried through cold December air carrying folders stamped "Urgent." Typewriters rattled endlessly. Coffee disappeared almost as quickly as it could be brewed. Every department suddenly operated with the understanding that yesterday's world no longer existed. The machinery of democracy had shifted into wartime. Franklin Delano Roosevelt had slept very little. Throughout the previous evening he had revised a speech that originally contained several different openings. One version described December 7th as a date which will live in world history. He crossed it out. Instead, he dictated a different phrase. Simple. Direct. Unforgettable. A date which will live in infamy. Sometimes history changes because of armies. Sometimes because of words. Roosevelt understood something essential. Americans were angry. Many were frightened. But fear alone cannot sustain a nation through years of war. People needed clarity. They needed purpose. They needed confidence that someone understood the scale of what had happened. The president's task was not merely to report events. It was to give emotional shape to them. Leadership often begins with language. As members of Congress gathered inside the Capitol, the atmosphere differed dramatically from ordinary legislative sessions. Political disagreements faded into the background. Republicans, Democrats, isolationists, interventionists. Many of the arguments that had dominated American politics for years suddenly seemed distant. Pearl Harbor had accomplished in 90 minutes what years of debate had not. It had united a divided country. At an unimaginable cost. Shortly after noon, Roosevelt entered the House chamber. Because of the effects of polio, he moved with great effort, supported carefully as he approached the podium. Many Americans listening on the radio never saw that struggle. They only heard the steady confidence in his voice. Sometimes courage reveals itself quietly. The chamber fell completely silent. Then Roosevelt began. Yesterday, December 7th, 1941. Even before he reached the famous phrase, listeners sensed something extraordinary. He spoke slowly, deliberately. Every sentence carried weight. No unnecessary drama. No theatrical anger. His calmness became part of the speech's power. He allowed the facts themselves to create emotion. He described the attack. He reminded Congress that diplomatic negotiations had still been underway while Japanese aircraft crossed the Pacific. He listed additional attacks already underway across the Pacific. The Philippines, Guam, Wake Island, Malaya, Hong Kong. Pearl Harbor had not been an isolated operation. It had been the opening movement of a vast offensive stretching across thousands of miles. The scale became increasingly clear. Families listening at home often remembered exactly where they stood. Living rooms, factory break rooms, school classrooms, railroad stations, restaurants, automobile repair shops. The speech lasted only about 7 minutes. Yet millions would remember those 7 minutes for the rest of their lives. History occasionally compresses itself into astonishingly small spaces. When Roosevelt finished, applause filled the chamber. Then Congress moved with remarkable speed. Within roughly an hour, both houses overwhelmingly approved a declaration of war against Japan. Only one member voted against it. The decision reflected something almost unheard of in American politics: near unanimity. The debate that had consumed years ended in a single afternoon. Across America, church bells rang. Factory whistles sounded. Flags appeared in storefront windows. Recruiting stations found themselves overwhelmed. Lines stretched outside military offices. Many volunteers had barely reached the required age. Some even lied about it. Others brought fathers who had served during the First World War. The mood differed from celebration. It felt more like determination. People understood difficult years lay ahead. They simply believed they had no alternative. In Hawaii, however, determination arrived alongside grief. The rescue work continued. Divers entered flooded compartments despite dangerous conditions. Fire crews still battled stubborn blazes aboard damaged ships. Medical staff worked through exhaustion. Lists of the missing grew longer, not shorter. Families waited anxiously outside military offices hoping for news. Some received it. Others did not. Waiting can become its own form of suffering. At the USS Oklahoma, rescuers continued hearing faint tapping from within the overturned hull. Each sound renewed urgency. Cutting crews worked with incredible care. Acetylene torches hissed against thick steel. The metal itself became dangerously hot. Every opening had to be planned. Too large, and trapped air might escape too quickly. Too small, and rescue slowed. Time pressed relentlessly. For some sailors, help arrived just in time. For many others, it arrived too late. The USS Arizona remained impossible to enter safely in many sections. Smoke still drifted upward from the shattered forward magazines. The ship's once proud silhouette had changed forever. Visitors who saw her from across the harbor struggled to recognize the vessel. Where elegant superstructures had stood, only twisted steel remained. The explosion had erased not merely machinery, but hundreds of lives in an instant. One curious detail often escapes attention. Despite the devastation, Pearl Harbor itself remained operational. Not fully, not comfortably, but operational. Repair crews immediately began assessing damaged docks. Machine shops resumed work astonishingly quickly. Electricians restored power where possible. Cranes lifted wreckage. The base had been wounded. It had not been destroyed. This would prove one of Japan's greatest strategic disappointments. The untouched fuel storage tanks loomed silently above the harbor. Thousands upon thousands of barrels of fuel remained available. Submarine facilities likewise survived. Repair workshops escaped serious damage. Japanese planners had achieved tactical brilliance. Yet several of the harbor's most strategically valuable assets still stood. Historians would debate this for generations. Should Admiral Nagumo have launched a third strike? Would it have changed the war? No one can know. History grants us only one version of events. Everything else belongs to thoughtful speculation. Meanwhile, the Japanese carrier fleet continued westward. Victory celebrations remained restrained. Pilots discussed individual attacks. Mechanics repaired damaged aircraft. Officers compiled reports. Losses proved relatively light. The mission appeared successful beyond expectation. Yet Admiral Isoroku Yamamoto remained cautious. He understood America's industrial strength perhaps better than many of his colleagues. Destroying ships mattered. But ships could be replaced. Factories could build more. Training could produce new crews. The question was never whether Japan could win the opening battle. The question was whether it could win the long war that inevitably followed. Across Europe, governments reacted rapidly. In London, Churchill addressed Parliament with renewed confidence. Britain was no longer fighting alone. Across occupied Europe, resistance movements quietly celebrated the news. American entry into the war offered hope where little had existed before. Conversely, in Berlin, Adolf Hitler faced a difficult strategic calculation. Only 3 days later, Germany would declare war on the United States. In doing so, the conflict truly became global. Separate wars merged into one enormous struggle. The Second World War had entered an entirely new chapter. Factories across America barely paused. Automobile assembly lines began planning conversions to military production. Shipyards reviewed expansion schedules. Aircraft manufacturers prepared for unprecedented orders. The attack on Pearl Harbor had damaged the Pacific Fleet. It had also awakened the greatest industrial mobilization in modern history. Within a few years, American factories would produce ships, aircraft, tanks, trucks, and ammunition at rates that astonished even their own planners. The smoke over Pearl Harbor had scarcely begun to clear before the machinery of production started turning. Slowly, then relentlessly. As evening settled over Hawaii for the second night after the attack, rescue crews finally allowed themselves brief moments of rest. Some sat silently on docks blackened by smoke. Others drank lukewarm coffee without speaking. Many stared across the harbor toward the silhouettes of damaged battleships. It seemed impossible that only 48 hours had passed. Time itself felt distorted. One Sunday morning had somehow become an entire lifetime. Above them, the same stars returned that had shone before the attack. They reflected softly upon dark waters still streaked with oil. The fires burned lower now, though they had not yet disappeared. Around the harbor, men continued searching, repairing, mourning, and preparing. Pearl Harbor was no longer simply a place in Hawaii. It had become a symbol. And symbols, unlike ships, rarely sink. Counting the cost. When the guns finally fall silent, war begins asking different questions. Not who fired first. Not who won the morning. But who is still alive? Who is missing? Who will come home? And who will forever remain exactly where history left them? The day after Pearl Harbor, rescue crews worked with remarkable determination. The second day brought exhaustion. The third brought difficult arithmetic. The Navy now had to count what had been lost. Not simply ships. Not merely airplanes. People. Every name represented a family waiting somewhere across America. A mother in Iowa. A wife in California. A brother in Texas. A child too young to understand why Christmas would feel different forever. History often records casualties as numbers. Families remember them as voices. The first casualty reports remained incomplete. Entire sections of ships had become inaccessible. Communication records had burned. Personnel lists contained errors. Some sailors believed dead later walked into aid stations. Others thought safe were eventually discovered beneath collapsed compartments. Confusion lingered. Military clerks worked around the clock comparing rosters. Checking names. Checking again. No one wanted to make a mistake. Imagine receiving a telegram announcing your son had died, only to discover days later that he was alive. Or worse, believing he was alive while he had already been gone for hours. Accuracy became an act of compassion. Across the harbor, divers descended into cold, murky water. Visibility proved almost non-existent. Oil floated on the surface above them, reducing light to a dim green haze. Twisted steel blocked passageways. Loose cables drifted like underwater vines. Every movement required caution. One wrong turn could trap even an experienced diver. Yet they continued. Searching. Inspecting. Recovering. The work demanded physical endurance. It demanded something even harder. Emotional endurance. The wreck of the USS Arizona remained the most heartbreaking location in the harbor. Smoke still rose from portions of the shattered battleship. Heat lingered inside compartments days after the explosion. Engineers eventually concluded that recovering everyone would be impossible. Many sailors would remain aboard forever. The ship had ceased being simply a warship. It had become sacred ground. Even those making the decision understood its painful significance. Sometimes the kindest choice history allows is simply to let the fallen rest where they lie. At the overturned USS Oklahoma, rescue teams continued hearing faint tapping during the first days after the attack. Every sound renewed hope. Acetylene torches hissed against thick armor plating. Openings gradually appeared. Some trapped sailors emerged blinking into daylight after spending many terrifying hours inside the dark hull. Others were reached too late. Rescuers often paused before continuing their work. Not because they lacked courage. Because they needed one quiet moment before facing the next compartment. Even heroes require a heartbeat to gather themselves. Medical officers faced another difficult responsibility: identifying the dead. Personal belongings became precious clues. Dog tags. Wedding rings. Letters tucked carefully into uniform pockets. Photographs of children. Small religious medals. Pocket watches stopped at the moment water entered their cases. Objects that had seemed ordinary only days earlier now carried enormous emotional weight. Entire lives sometimes became summarized by whatever happened to remain inside a sailor's pocket. Across America, telegram offices grew steadily busier. The familiar Western Union messengers became figures families quietly feared. A knock on the door. A man standing outside holding a folded yellow envelope. No smile. No unnecessary conversation. Millions of Americans would come to recognize that image during the coming years. For many, Pearl Harbor became the beginning of that long relationship with uncertainty. Some families refused to believe the telegrams. Understandably. Official mistakes occasionally happened. Perhaps another sailor shared the same surname. Perhaps the report had become confused. Perhaps he had survived. Hope often survives long after probability has disappeared. No historian should judge that instinct. Hope has comforted humanity through every war we have ever fought. Meanwhile, engineers began surveying the harbor itself. At first glance, the destruction seemed almost total. 8 battleships damaged. 4 sunk. Hundreds of aircraft destroyed or crippled. Dockyards blackened by smoke. Fuel leaking across calm water. The Pacific Fleet appeared broken. Appearances, however, can be surprisingly deceptive. One by one, naval architects examined each damaged vessel. The USS Nevada had been beached intentionally. She could be repaired. The USS California rested on the harbor bottom, but in relatively shallow water. Perhaps she too could return. The USS West Virginia looked dreadful. Yet her hull remained largely intact. Even ships that seemed hopeless sometimes contained hidden possibilities. Engineers possess a habit historians admire deeply. They rarely ask whether something looks impossible. They ask whether it can be fixed. Those are remarkably different questions. Salvage operations began almost immediately. Massive floating cranes appeared beside damaged battleships. Pumps worked continuously removing seawater. Divers sealed ruptured hulls where possible. Temporary patches covered enormous wounds torn by torpedoes. The work proceeded slowly, patiently, almost stubbornly. The Navy refused to abandon its fleet simply because it had been knocked down. The USS Nevada would eventually return to service. So would the West Virginia, the California, the Tennessee, the Maryland. Even ships that had seemed finished found second lives. Only 2 battleships would never return to combat: the USS Arizona and the USS Oklahoma. History often remembers Pearl Harbor as the destruction of America's battleship fleet. That is only partly true. Much of the fleet would sail again. The sailors lost aboard them, however, could never be replaced. Attention soon shifted toward another startling realization. The Pacific Fleet's aircraft carriers had escaped. The USS Enterprise had been returning from Wake Island. The USS Lexington had been transporting aircraft toward Midway. The USS Saratoga remained on the West Coast. By remarkable coincidence, or extraordinary luck, none of America's fleet carriers sat inside Pearl Harbor that morning. At first, many considered this merely fortunate. Months later, it appeared almost miraculous. The age of battleships had quietly ended. The age of aircraft carriers had begun. History sometimes changes direction without announcing itself. Japanese planners had intended to cripple American naval power. In many respects, they succeeded. But they had struck yesterday's dominant weapon. The future of naval warfare now floated elsewhere. Fast carriers. Long-range aircraft. Mobile striking power. The ships absent from Pearl Harbor would shape the next 4 years of war far more than the battleships resting beneath the harbor's waters. Admiral Yamamoto understood this perhaps better than anyone. He had studied in the United States. He admired American industry even while preparing to fight it. His concern remained consistent. Japan could win dramatic victories. Could it win a prolonged contest against a nation capable of producing astonishing quantities of ships, aircraft, engines, ammunition, and trained personnel? That question lingered behind every celebration in Tokyo. Indeed, American shipyards began answering almost immediately. Contracts expanded overnight. New construction accelerated. Civilian industries transformed with astonishing speed. Automobile factories prepared to build tanks. Refrigerator manufacturers switched to aircraft parts. Typewriter companies produced military equipment. Even toy factories contributed components. Entire communities reorganized around wartime production. The attack had awakened not merely a military response. It had awakened an industrial one. Young men also continued volunteering. Recruiting stations reported lines stretching outside buildings before sunrise. Some applicants barely met age requirements. Others required waivers. Brothers enlisted together. Friends arrived in groups. Many carried newspaper clippings from Pearl Harbor folded carefully inside jacket pockets. They wanted to do something. Anything. The attack had created grief. It had also created resolve. Back in Hawaii, life slowly attempted to resemble normality again. Schools reopened. Shops resumed business. Buses followed schedules. Yet nothing truly felt ordinary. Sandbags appeared outside public buildings. Blackout curtains covered windows. Air raid drills became routine. Every unfamiliar airplane prompted anxious glances upward. The islands had not merely survived an attack. They had lost their innocence. Visitors arriving weeks later often remarked upon the smell. Even after fires had been extinguished, traces of smoke lingered across the harbor. Burned paint, fuel oil, salt water, hot steel. The scent faded gradually. Memory did not. Some survivors later admitted that decades afterward, the smell of burning oil could instantly return them to that Sunday morning. Memory often travels through the senses. A sound, a smell, a flash of sunlight upon water. History never completely leaves those who lived through it. As Christmas approached, Hawaii decorated what it could. Simple wreaths appeared. Small choirs still gathered. Churches held services for the fallen. Families lit candles for loved ones who would not return home. The season felt quieter than anyone remembered. Not joyless. Simply reflective. Sometimes hope expresses itself most honestly through quiet perseverance rather than celebration. The harbor gradually grew calmer. Floating cranes replaced attacking aircraft. Welders replaced bombers. Divers replaced fighter pilots. Everywhere people worked not to destroy, but to rebuild. Beneath the peaceful surface of the water rested shattered battleships that had become symbols of sacrifice, while above the surface an entirely different kind of battle had already begun. The patient, determined effort to recover, repair, and prepare for whatever came next. The attack on Pearl Harbor had lasted less than 2 hours. Its echoes would last generations. The empire expands. History has an unsettling habit. Sometimes the moment that looks like the greatest victory quietly contains the seeds of future defeat. On the evening of December 7, 1941, much of the Japanese Empire believed it had witnessed one of the greatest military triumphs in its history. The American Pacific Fleet had been shattered. Battleships burned. Aircraft lay scattered across Hawaiian airfields. The world's attention focused on Pearl Harbor. From Tokyo, it seemed that years of careful planning had produced exactly the result Japan needed. But while smoke still drifted above Oahu, something else was happening. Across thousands of miles of ocean, the Japanese military had launched not one offensive, but many. Pearl Harbor was only the opening sentence. The rest of the chapter was already unfolding. As Americans struggled to understand what had happened in Hawaii, Japanese forces landed in northern Malaya. Bombers attacked the Philippines. Hong Kong came under assault. Wake Island faced air raids. Guam prepared for invasion. Thailand found itself drawn into the expanding conflict. The Pacific seemed to erupt all at once. Entire maps changed overnight. Places that had appeared safely distant suddenly became front lines. The attack on Pearl Harbor had never been intended to stand alone. It existed to protect a far larger strategy. Japan's military leadership understood one essential problem. The empire possessed limited oil, limited rubber, limited steel, limited time. Modern wars consume astonishing quantities of all three. Aircraft drink fuel almost as quickly as sailors drink coffee. Ships require constant maintenance. Factories demand raw materials without mercy. Empires built upon imported resources eventually face uncomfortable arithmetic. Japan believed the answer lay to the south. The Dutch East Indies held enormous oil fields. British Malaya produced rubber and tin. The Philippines guarded vital sea lanes. Capture these territories quickly, and perhaps the empire could survive a long war. That was the theory. Reality, as usual, proved considerably more complicated. Within hours of Pearl Harbor, Japanese transport ships approached beaches across Southeast Asia. Landing craft lowered into tropical waters. Soldiers climbed down rope ladders carrying rifles, ammunition, and weeks of supplies. The air smelled entirely different from Hawaii. Warm rain. Dense jungle. Wet earth. palm trees bending beneath monsoon winds. Every campaign has its own landscape. Every landscape shapes the war fought upon it. British troops in Malaya faced an enemy unlike the one many expected. For years, European commanders had quietly assumed dense jungle would slow any invading army. After all, moving tanks through tropical forests sounded rather inconvenient. Marching thousands of soldiers across muddy trails seemed nearly impossible. The Japanese politely ignored those assumptions. They trained specifically for jungle warfare. They moved quickly, used bicycles whenever roads allowed, advanced through terrain many defenders believed impassable. History repeatedly reminds us that the greatest military advantage often comes from doing what your opponent considers impossible. Imagine hearing bicycles during a war. Not engines. Not artillery. Bicycles. Metal wheels rattling over humid roads beneath enormous rainforest trees. It sounds almost absurd. Until one remembers that bicycles require no gasoline, make very little noise, and move soldiers much faster than tired feet. Sometimes history advances not with dramatic inventions, but with practical ones. Meanwhile, in the Philippines, General Douglas MacArthur received confirmation that Pearl Harbor had been attacked. His command suddenly stood directly in danger. American and Filipino forces scrambled to prepare defenses. Aircraft attempted to disperse. Ground crews hurried across airfields. Yet confusion and delay proved costly. Only hours after the attack on Hawaii, Japanese bombers appeared overhead. Several American airfields suffered devastating losses before many aircraft could even take off. The shock of Pearl Harbor repeated itself in another form. Different island. Same morning. Wake Island presented another remarkable story. Tiny. Remote. Almost forgotten by most Americans before December 1941. Its marine defenders faced overwhelming odds. Japanese aircraft bombed the island repeatedly. Yet the garrison refused to surrender immediately. Against expectations, they even managed to repel the first invasion attempt. For a brief moment, Wake became a symbol of resistance. Proof that determination could still surprise a stronger enemy. History treasures such moments. Not because they always change the outcome, but because they remind us courage rarely measures the odds before acting. Hong Kong endured its own tragedy. British, Canadian, Indian, and local forces defended the colony against relentless Japanese attacks. The fighting became fierce. Street by street. Hill by hill. Hospital by hospital. Christmas arrived beneath artillery fire. The city eventually surrendered. Its defenders entered years of captivity. For many families, the war's first Christmas became one they would spend behind barbed wire. Back in Tokyo, newspapers celebrated astonishing victories. Headlines praised the Navy. Photographs showed aircraft returning triumphantly to their carriers. Military officials spoke confidently about a new era in Asia. Crowds waved flags. Bands played patriotic music. Victory possesses a contagious optimism. People naturally imagine success continuing forever. History quietly smiles whenever human beings make that assumption. Admiral Isoroku Yamamoto remained noticeably less enthusiastic than many politicians. He had achieved exactly what planners requested. Yet he understood strategic reality better than most. Pearl Harbor had bought time. It had not guaranteed victory. He reportedly warned colleagues long before the war that Japan might run wild for several months. But beyond that, he offered no promises. Military brilliance cannot manufacture oil, or steel, or limitless industrial production. Eventually, every war returns to economics. Across the United States, however, another transformation had begun. Factories worked around the clock. Shipyards hired thousands of new workers. Women entered industrial jobs in unprecedented numbers. Machine tools operated day and night. Railroads hauled raw materials continuously. Small towns suddenly found themselves manufacturing parts destined for aircraft flying over distant oceans. The American response unfolded quietly. No dramatic explosions. No surprise attacks. Only assembly lines. Conveyor belts. Welding torches. The steady rhythm of industry. It lacked the spectacle of Pearl Harbor. It would prove every bit as powerful. The contrast between the two nations became increasingly striking. Japan depended upon rapid victories. America depended upon endurance. Japan hoped to win before overwhelming industrial strength could be brought to bear. America prepared precisely for that long struggle. Two entirely different philosophies now raced toward one another across the Pacific. Recruitment accelerated beyond anything officials had expected. Training camps expanded. Universities created military programs. Former civilians learned navigation, engineering, medicine, communications, and aviation. Millions of lives changed almost overnight. A schoolteacher became an artillery officer. A mechanic became a bomber crew chief. A fisherman became a destroyer sailor. War has always possessed an extraordinary ability to rewrite biographies. In Hawaii, salvage crews continued their patient work. Each morning began before sunrise. Divers entered dark water. Engineers inspected twisted hulls. Firefighters extinguished stubborn hot spots. Cranes lifted damaged equipment. The harbor slowly changed. Not dramatically. Almost imperceptibly. Yesterday's wreckage became today's repair project. Progress often arrives too slowly for those living through it. Only later does it seem remarkable. One engineer reportedly remarked that Pearl Harbor resembled a gigantic workshop more than a battlefield. Everywhere someone hammered steel. Someone welded cracked plates. Someone repaired electrical wiring. Someone measured damaged machinery. The sounds of destruction gradually gave way to the sounds of rebuilding. Perhaps that transition marks civilization at its best. Not merely surviving catastrophe. Choosing to rebuild afterward. As December moved toward its end, the emotional landscape also began shifting. Shock gradually became determination. Grief remained. Always. But it no longer stood alone. People adapted. Human beings possess a remarkable ability to continue living even after witnessing terrible events. Not because suffering disappears. Because life quietly insists upon moving forward. Children still laughed. Ships still sailed. The sun still rose above the Pacific every morning. History continued. Whether anyone felt ready or not. On Christmas Eve, some sailors still stationed at Pearl Harbor gathered for a simple service near the damaged harbor. The smell of smoke lingered faintly in the air. Beyond them rested the dark outline of the USS Arizona, still partially submerged beneath calm water. Candles flickered softly against the tropical breeze. Voices sang familiar hymns. Some men closed their eyes. Others stared silently across the harbor. No one needed to explain what they were thinking. The empty spaces beside them spoke clearly enough. Far away, the Japanese carrier fleet had already returned home. The ships received congratulations. The pilots became national heroes. The operation entered military history as a masterpiece of planning and execution. In purely tactical terms, it certainly was. But history judges victories by more than the first battle. It judges them by the last. And that final judgment remained years away. The Pacific Ocean, vast and indifferent as ever, now carried countless ships moving in opposite directions. Japanese convoys pressed south toward new conquests. American transports steamed west carrying recruits who had never before seen the sea. Somewhere between them lay thousands of miles of empty water that would soon become the setting for battles unlike any the world had ever witnessed. Pearl Harbor had been the opening act. The greatest struggle of the Pacific War was only beginning. The ocean strikes back. The Pacific Ocean has a curious personality. It is beautiful enough to make poets forget themselves. It is vast enough to make empires feel very small. Stand on the shore, and it seems peaceful. Stand in the middle of it, surrounded by nothing but water stretching beyond every horizon, and another feeling quietly arrives. Perspective. No map truly prepares you for the Pacific. School atlases compress it into a neat blue shape between continents. Reality refuses such convenience. The Pacific covers nearly 1/3 of Earth's surface. Storms are born there. Entire fleets disappear into its emptiness. And during the Second World War, it became the largest battlefield humanity had ever attempted to fight across. Pearl Harbor had been only the first blow. Now the ocean itself would become the battlefield. By January of 1942, the Japanese Empire appeared unstoppable. News arriving in newspapers sounded almost unbelievable. Guam had fallen. Hong Kong had surrendered. British forces retreated through Malaya. American troops in the Philippines struggled desperately against overwhelming odds. Japanese aircraft seemed to appear everywhere. Their navy moved with astonishing confidence. Observers around the world began asking uncomfortable questions. Had Japan become invincible? History enjoys asking that question. It almost never answers. Yes. The Japanese Navy possessed every reason to feel confident. Its carrier pilots ranked among the best in the world. Years of realistic training had created remarkable skill. Their torpedo bombers had demonstrated devastating accuracy. Dive bombers struck with terrifying precision. Fighter pilots flew the elegant Mitsubishi Zero, an aircraft whose maneuverability amazed friend and foe alike. Taken together, they formed perhaps the finest naval aviation force on Earth. At least, for the moment. Across the Pacific, however, American naval officers confronted an uncomfortable reality. The battleships they had trusted for decades now rested damaged, sunk, or under repair. Entire careers had been built around the assumption that massive armored warships decided naval wars. Pearl Harbor had challenged that belief in less than 2 hours. Aircraft had reached targets battleship guns could never touch. The future had arrived rather rudely. The surviving aircraft carriers suddenly became the most valuable ships in the U.S. Navy. Just weeks earlier, they had often played supporting roles. Useful. Interesting. But secondary. Now everything changed. The USS Enterprise. The USS Lexington. The USS Saratoga. The USS Yorktown. The USS Hornet. These ships would carry America's hopes across the Pacific. Not because anyone had planned it that way. Because history had quietly removed the alternatives. Imagine serving aboard one of those carriers in January 1942. You know Pearl Harbor has happened. You have seen the photographs. Friends may have died there. Now your own ship represents one of the last major striking forces still available. The responsibility must have felt enormous. Every voyage mattered. Every aircraft mattered. Every trained pilot became precious. Carrier warfare demanded something battleships never had. People. Highly trained pilots could not simply be manufactured overnight. Experience required time. And time had become one of the rarest resources in the Pacific. Back in Pearl Harbor, the harbor itself slowly transformed. Not into what it had been. Into something new. Floating cranes dominated the skyline. Divers entered the water each morning before sunrise. Salvage ships moved patiently between damaged battleships. The harbor echoed with hammers instead of bombs. Welding torches replaced machine guns. Some mornings, visitors remarked that it sounded almost like an enormous factory. In a sense, it was. America had begun repairing itself. The USS West Virginia became one of the greatest engineering challenges. Flooded, burned, torn apart by torpedoes. Many outside observers assumed the battleship had reached the end of her career. Engineers politely disagreed. They studied every damaged compartment, calculated buoyancy, designed temporary repairs, installed pumps powerful enough to remove astonishing quantities of seawater. Ship repair resembles medicine more than people realize. Diagnosis first, treatment second, patience always. Nearby, crews continued working around the USS California. Again, the same determination. Measure, repair, lift, pump, rebuild. Military history often celebrates dramatic battles. It should probably spend more time celebrating engineers. Empires survive because someone eventually figures out how to fix broken things. Only the USS Arizona remained untouched by thoughts of recovery. Not because engineers lacked ability, because the ship had become something else entirely. A memorial before anyone officially called it one. Many survivors quietly visited the wreck whenever possible. Some removed their hats. Some saluted. Others simply stood silently. No ceremony instructed them to do so. Respect rarely requires written orders. Thousands of miles away, aboard American carriers still at sea, another transformation unfolded. Training intensified. Pilots practiced takeoffs endlessly. Carrier landings. Formation flying. Navigation over empty ocean. Bombing accuracy. Every lesson carried new urgency. Before Pearl Harbor, mistakes in training meant embarrassment. After Pearl Harbor, mistakes might someday cost entire fleets. One instructor reportedly told young pilots something both encouraging and terrifying. "The airplane is replaceable. You are not." That sentence summarized the changing nature of naval warfare. Aircraft factories could build another fighter, another bomber, another torpedo plane. Replacing an experienced pilot required years. The Pacific would soon prove exactly how true that observation was. Japanese forces continued advancing almost everywhere. Singapore, long considered one of Britain's strongest fortresses in Asia, appeared increasingly vulnerable. The Philippines remained under relentless pressure. Dutch possessions in Indonesia faced invasion. Every successful campaign strengthened Japanese confidence. Yet every successful campaign also stretched supply lines farther across the Pacific. Victories create responsibilities. Captured territory requires ships, fuel, food, troops, maintenance. Success becomes surprisingly heavy. Admiral Yamamoto understood logistics perhaps better than many politicians. Warships require fuel every day. Aircraft require spare parts. Pilots require rest. Convoys require protection. Maps often show arrows sweeping dramatically across oceans. They rarely show the endless cargo ships following behind. Without those slower ships, the arrows stop moving. History occasionally depends less upon glorious battles than upon reliable accountants and patient quartermasters. A rather disappointing truth for romantic storytellers. A wonderfully reassuring one for logistics officers. Across America, shipyards expanded at astonishing speed. New dry docks appeared. Cranes multiplied. Workers arrived from every corner of the country. Some had never seen the ocean before. Now they built warships beside it. Entire towns transformed almost overnight. Restaurants stayed open 24 hours. Boarding houses filled completely. Train stations overflowed. The war reached communities thousands of miles from combat. Not through bombs. Through opportunity, responsibility, and relentless work. Women entered industrial jobs in unprecedented numbers. Many had never operated heavy machinery before. Now they learned welding, machining, electrical assembly, precision manufacturing. Some worked assembling aircraft wings. Others installed engines. Still others inspected ammunition. History often remembers famous generals. Less frequently does it remember the woman checking rivets on a bomber wing at 3 o'clock in the morning. Yet without her, the bomber never flies. Meanwhile, American submarines quietly began another campaign. Unlike the dramatic carrier battles that would soon capture headlines, submarines operated alone. Invisible. Patient. Weeks passed without seeing another friendly vessel. Crews lived inside steel tubes beneath endless water. The work proved exhausting, dangerous, frequently lonely. Yet those submarines would gradually become one of America's most effective weapons. They would attack Japan's merchant shipping, its oil tankers, its supply routes. Again, logistics. Wars often end not when armies disappear, but when supplies do. The Pacific itself remained magnificently indifferent. Storms continued crossing empty water. Whales surfaced beside passing destroyers. Flying fish scattered before ship bows. Sunsets painted clouds brilliant shades of orange and crimson regardless of who currently controlled nearby islands. Nature maintained remarkable neutrality. Human beings assigned meaning to places. The ocean simply existed. One evening aboard the USS Enterprise, several sailors gathered quietly after dinner. Someone produced a harmonica. Another joined with soft singing. Letters from home passed from hand to hand. Photographs of children. Sweethearts. Parents. Normal life compressed into small rectangles of paper. Thousands of miles from home, those photographs became tiny reminders that another world still existed beyond uniforms and warships. Perhaps that is why soldiers and sailors treasure photographs so deeply. They remind people not merely who they love, but what they hope to return to. As winter slowly gave way to spring, both Japan and the United States prepared for the next phase of the war. Neither side fully understood how profoundly Pearl Harbor had changed naval warfare. The decisive battles ahead would not be fought by battleships exchanging broadsides across the horizon. Instead, fleets would destroy one another without ever seeing each other. Aircraft launched from moving islands of steel. Pilots deciding battles hundreds of miles away from the admirals commanding them. It was an entirely new kind of war. The smoke over Pearl Harbor had cleared, but its lessons were only beginning to spread across the Pacific. Soon, somewhere beyond the endless horizon, two carrier fleets would search desperately for one another across thousands of square miles of empty ocean. The first blow returned. Revenge rarely arrives as quickly as people imagine. In stories, justice often appears in the very next chapter. History is less accommodating. It moves at the pace of oceans, at the speed of factories, at the rhythm of men and women learning entirely new skills because the old world has already disappeared. For months after Pearl Harbor, many Americans asked the same quiet question. When do we strike back? It was an understandable question. The photographs from Hawaii still filled newspapers. The wreck of the Arizona still smoldered. Families still received telegrams. Yet launching a counterattack required something more substantial than anger. It required airplanes, ships, fuel, training, planning, and perhaps most importantly, patience. President Roosevelt understood the importance of morale. The American people needed more than promises. They needed proof. Proof that Japan was not untouchable. Proof that the United States could still carry the war across the Pacific. Proof that Pearl Harbor had wounded America, but had not broken it. The challenge seemed almost impossible. Japanese forces now stretched across enormous portions of the Pacific. American carrier strength remained dangerously limited. Every available ship mattered. Every available bomber mattered. Failure could prove disastrous. Sometimes the smallest military operation carries the greatest psychological weight. An unusual idea gradually emerged. Instead of attacking Japanese fleets, why not attack Japan itself? The proposal sounded almost absurd. American bombers lacked the range to fly from existing bases. Aircraft carriers could launch fighters and torpedo planes, but not heavy army bombers. The distances involved appeared impossible. As history occasionally demonstrates, impossible deserves careful examination, not immediate dismissal. Lieutenant Colonel James Doolittle was precisely the sort of man who welcomed impossible ideas. An accomplished pilot, engineer, and aviation pioneer, Doolittle possessed an unusual combination of technical brilliance and remarkable confidence. He understood aviation not merely as transportation, but as possibility. When presented with the concept of launching medium bombers from an aircraft carrier, many experienced officers hesitated. Reasonably. The idea violated conventional wisdom. Doolittle simply began calculating. The aircraft selected became the North American B-25 Mitchell. Normally these bombers required long runways, comfortable runways, predictable runways. Aircraft carriers offered none of those luxuries. Their decks pitched with ocean swells. Space remained painfully limited. The margin for error approached zero. Imagine trying to launch a city bus from a moving parking lot. That comparison still fails to capture the difficulty. Training began under extraordinary secrecy. Pilots practiced taking off from runways shortened to resemble carrier decks. Every foot mattered. Throttle forward. Engines roaring. The airplane accelerating. The runway disappearing alarmingly quickly. Trust. Lift. Hope. Some pilots later admitted their first practice attempts felt deeply unnatural. Everything aviation had taught them suggested they needed more runway. The runway politely disagreed. Meanwhile, the aircraft carrier USS Hornet quietly prepared for an unprecedented mission. Deck crews studied new procedures. Army bombers and Navy carriers belonged to different worlds. Now those worlds needed to cooperate perfectly. The operation demanded extraordinary coordination. Army pilots, Navy sailors, Marine guards, engineers, meteorologists, navigators. Every specialty suddenly overlapped. War has a remarkable ability to persuade institutions to cooperate, usually after exhausting every alternative. On April 2, 1942, the Hornet departed San Francisco carrying 16 B-25 bombers strapped tightly to her flight deck. The sight astonished nearly everyone who saw it. Aircraft carriers normally appeared crowded with naval aircraft. Now enormous Army bombers occupied nearly every available inch of deck space. The ship looked almost overloaded, perhaps slightly ridiculous. As if someone had solved the transportation problem by ignoring every instruction manual ever written. Sometimes innovation resembles organized confusion. The carrier steamed west across the Pacific accompanied by the USS Enterprise and supporting warships. The mission remained secret even from many aboard. Sailors speculated endlessly. Where were they going? Australia? Hawaii? Some unknown island? Rumors spread through every compartment. As rumors always do. The truth remained stranger than most guesses. Life aboard the task force settled into familiar naval routines. Breakfast, maintenance, flight drills, navigation. Letters from home reread for perhaps the 20th time. The Pacific remained deceptively peaceful. Blue water, white clouds, flying fish darting beside destroyers. Nothing about the ocean suggested two nations were preparing to alter history once again. The sea rarely announces what tomorrow intends. On April 18th, everything changed unexpectedly. An American patrol spotted a Japanese picket boat much farther from Japan than planners had hoped. The small vessel almost certainly transmitted a warning before being sunk. The element of surprise suddenly began slipping away. Admiral William Halsey and Colonel Doolittle faced an immediate decision. Continue? Or turn back? Launching early meant the bombers would almost certainly lack enough fuel to reach their planned landing fields in China. Turning back meant abandoning the mission entirely. History occasionally presents leaders with choices between bad and worse. The decision came quickly. Launch every bomber. Immediately. The carriers turned into the wind. Engines thundered awake. Crewmen removed tie-downs. Pilots climbed into cockpits. The first B-25 rolled toward the bow. Ahead lay several hundred feet of wooden deck. Beyond that, nothing but ocean. Colonel Doolittle sat at the controls of the lead aircraft. The ship pitched gently beneath him. Sea spray blew across the flight deck. The carrier's bow rose, then fell. Signal flags waved. The engines roared at full power. There comes a moment in every difficult decision when preparation ends. Only action remains. This was one of those moments. The bomber accelerated. Deck crews scattered aside. The end of the flight deck approached with alarming speed. For one endless heartbeat, it appeared the aircraft might simply continue straight into the Pacific. Then, the wings lifted. Barely. Gracefully enough. The bomber climbed away over rough water. Cheers erupted across the carrier. One airplane airborne. 15 remained. One after another, the bombers launched successfully. Each takeoff seemed equally improbable. Each succeeded. By the time the final aircraft disappeared toward the western horizon, the sailors lining the flight deck understood they had witnessed something entirely new. Aircraft carriers had launched army bombers. Military doctrine quietly surrendered to necessity. Hours later, the bombers reached Japan. Tokyo, Yokohama, Nagoya, Kobe. Several industrial targets suffered damage. Military significance remained limited. The bombs themselves caused relatively little destruction compared with later raids. That had never been the mission's greatest purpose. The true target lay elsewhere. Confidence. For the first time in the war, Japanese civilians looked upward and saw enemy bombers crossing their own skies. Air raid sirens echoed through Tokyo. Smoke rose above factories. People hurried toward shelters. The Japanese home islands no longer felt completely beyond reach. Psychologically, the effect proved enormous. Pearl Harbor had demonstrated Japan's striking power. The Doolittle Raid demonstrated America's determination. After bombing their targets, the crews continued toward China. Fuel gauges steadily dropped. Weather deteriorated. Night approached. One by one, pilots realized they would never reach their intended airfields. Eventually, most crews abandoned their aircraft. Some parachuted into darkness. Others crash-landed. Several men became prisoners of war. Chinese civilians risked, and often sacrificed, their own lives helping American airmen escape Japanese capture. Their courage deserves remembrance alongside the raid itself. History often celebrates those dropping the bombs. It should also honor those offering shelter afterward. Colonel Doolittle himself believed the mission had failed. He assumed losing every aircraft guaranteed severe punishment upon returning home. Instead, he discovered the opposite. The raid electrified American morale. Newspapers celebrated the daring attack. The public cared little that the bombers had not returned. They had reached Japan. That alone mattered. Sometimes success cannot be measured only by physical damage. Sometimes it must be measured by hope. In Tokyo, however, the raid deeply embarrassed military leaders. The attack exposed weaknesses in Japan's defensive perimeter. If American bombers could reach the home islands once, could they do so again? Admiral Yamamoto reached an important conclusion. Japan needed to destroy America's remaining aircraft carriers before they could launch something even more dangerous. His attention increasingly focused upon one small atoll in the Central Pacific, Midway. A tiny collection of islands surrounded by an immense ocean. Most people had never heard its name. Within weeks, the entire course of the Pacific War would turn there. As evening settled over the Pacific, the Hornet and Enterprise steamed eastward toward home. Behind them, 16 bombers had vanished into history, proving that the nation wounded at Pearl Harbor could still reach across an ocean and strike back. The physical damage had been modest. The emotional impact had been immeasurable. For the first time since December 7th, America had answered. And across the Pacific, 2 carrier fleets were already moving toward the battle that would decide far more than either side yet realized. Midway, the turning tide. History sometimes chooses extraordinary places for extraordinary moments. Not great capitals. Not ancient cities. Not famous harbors. Instead, a tiny ring of coral in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. Midway Atoll. Barely more than 2 small islands surrounded by reefs, seabirds, and endless blue water. For centuries, it had been little more than a stopping point for wandering albatrosses. By June of 1942, it would become the place where the future of the Pacific War quietly balanced on the wings of a few hundred airplanes. It seems almost unfair. The fate of empires decided somewhere most people could not have found on a map. Then again, history has never shown much interest in convenience. After the Doolittle Raid, Admiral Isoroku Yamamoto believed he understood the problem clearly. America's aircraft carriers remained alive. As long as they survived, Japan itself would never be entirely safe. The carriers had escaped Pearl Harbor. They had embarrassed Tokyo. Sooner or later, they would become stronger. His solution appeared straightforward. Lure the remaining American carriers into battle. Destroy them. Win complete naval superiority before American factories could flood the Pacific with new ships. The logic made perfect sense. Assuming, of course, everything happened exactly as planned. History generally avoids such arrangements. The Japanese operation became astonishingly complex. Perhaps too complex. Several fleets would participate. Aircraft carriers, battleships, cruisers, destroyers, submarines, support ships, diversions toward the Aleutian Islands, multiple landing forces, thousands of sailors spread across enormous distances. The sheer scale reflected Japanese confidence. It also introduced countless opportunities for misunderstanding. The larger a machine becomes, the more carefully every gear must turn. The Japanese carrier striking force remained formidable. 4 fleet carriers: Akagi, Kaga, Sorya, Hiria. These were veterans of Pearl Harbor. The same flight decks. Many of the same pilots. Many of the same deck crews. They carried enormous prestige. In Japanese naval circles, these ships represented almost unmatched experience. Few imagined that within days, 3 would be burning. Across the Pacific, something remarkable had happened. American cryptographers had been quietly fighting their own battle. Not with bombs. Not with torpedoes. With mathematics. Language. Patience. Inside dimly lit rooms, men and women wearing headphones listened to fragments of coded Japanese radio transmissions. Others studied pages filled with mysterious numbers and symbols. It was tedious work. Often frustrating. Occasionally brilliant. The kind of work that rarely appears exciting in films. Until one realizes it may save entire fleets. Commander Joseph Rockefort and his team believed they had solved one of Japan's greatest secrets. The mysterious objective labeled simply AF. They suspected it meant Midway. Suspicion, however, was not enough. Military commanders require confidence. Evidence. So the Americans devised an elegant little trick. Midway transmitted an uncoded radio message reporting that its freshwater desalination system had failed. Shortly afterward, Japanese communications mentioned that AF was experiencing a water shortage. Mystery solved. Sometimes intelligence work resembles detective fiction. Sometimes it succeeds because someone notices something wonderfully ordinary. Water. Armed with that knowledge, Admiral Chester W. Nimitz prepared carefully. America remained outnumbered. But surprise. That priceless advantage Japan had enjoyed at Pearl Harbor now quietly shifted. The hunters no longer realized someone else waited in the tall grass. Nimitz gathered every available carrier. USS Enterprise, USS Hornet, and astonishingly, USS Yorktown. The Yorktown had been badly damaged only weeks earlier during the Battle of the Coral Sea. Japanese planners assumed she remained crippled, perhaps even sunk. American shipyard workers politely refused to accept those assumptions. Normally, repairing such damage required months. Pearl Harbor's repair crews received 3 days. 3 days. Imagine asking mechanics to rebuild an entire automobile after a catastrophic crash. Before the weekend ends, the workers hardly complained. Thousands labored continuously. Welders showered sparks across steel decks. Electricians restored shattered wiring. Pipefitters crawled through cramped compartments. Engineers inspected every repair almost instantly. Sleep became optional. Coffee became essential. Somewhere, one suspects, someone muttered. As if this could possibly go wrong. Remarkably, it didn't. The Yorktown sailed. Scarred. Incomplete. Ready anyway. By early June, both fleets moved steadily toward one another across thousands of square miles of open ocean. Neither side could actually see the other. That is one of the strange realities of carrier warfare. Unlike the great battleship duels imagined by earlier generations, fleets might remain hundreds of miles apart. Pilots became the eyes. Aircraft became the fists. Ships themselves often never glimpsed their enemies. The battle would unfold through radio reports, fuel gauges, weather forecasts, and split-second decisions made by young men flying alone above an endless sea. Morning arrived on June 4, 1942. The Pacific looked deceptively peaceful. Gentle swells. Scattered clouds. Brilliant sunlight glittering across calm water. An albatross might have concluded this was a perfectly ordinary day. Human beings knew better. Japanese aircraft launched first. Their target, Midway Atoll. Engines roared across carrier decks. Flight directors waved brightly colored paddles. Bombers disappeared toward the eastern horizon. Everything proceeded with practiced precision. The same professionalism displayed at Pearl Harbor. The same confidence. The same extraordinary skill. On Midway itself, American defenders prepared nervously. Marines checked machine guns. Radar operators watched glowing screens. Pilots climbed into aging aircraft. Many knew their airplanes stood little chance against experienced Japanese fighters. They flew anyway. History repeatedly reminds us that bravery does not require optimism. The first attacks devastated portions of Midway. Buildings exploded. Fuel tanks burned. Dust filled the tropical air. Yet the island continued fighting. Anti-aircraft fire reached upward. American aircraft launched despite heavy losses. Some never returned. Others attacked courageously despite overwhelming odds. Military effectiveness proved limited. Personal courage did not. Meanwhile, far out across the Pacific, American scout planes searched desperately for the Japanese fleet. Finding ships in an ocean that enormous bordered on miraculous. Imagine searching for a handful of moving needles inside a blue haystack larger than continents. Yet eventually, one patrol aircraft spotted them. The message flashed across the radio. Many enemy planes heading Midway. Soon afterward, the carriers themselves. Contact. Admiral Nimitz's gamble had succeeded. Now came the difficult part. Winning. American carrier aircraft launched almost immediately. Fighters. Dive bombers. Torpedo bombers. The sky above the carriers filled with circling aircraft organizing themselves before heading west. Pilots checked maps. Compass headings. Fuel. Weapons. Many had never fought a battle of this scale. Some quietly admitted later they felt terrified. Others claimed excitement. Most probably experienced both. Human beings usually do. Navigation across the Pacific remained surprisingly difficult. Several American squadrons became separated. Some flew too far north. Others drifted south. Radio silence complicated coordination. Clouds obscured landmarks. There were no roads. No mountains. No familiar coastlines. Only endless ocean. The pilots trusted compasses and hope. The first American attacks went terribly. Torpedo squadrons found the Japanese carriers without fighter escort. They pressed home their attacks with astonishing bravery. One after another, slow torpedo bombers flew directly into swarms of Japanese Zero fighters. Machine guns flashed. Aircraft burst into flames. Many plunged into the sea before launching their torpedoes. The losses proved horrific. Almost no torpedo struck its target. From a tactical perspective, the attacks appeared disastrous. History, however, sometimes hides its greatest consequences inside apparent failure. Japanese fighters chased the torpedo bombers almost down to sea level. Carrier decks meanwhile bustled with frantic activity. Aircraft returning from Midway required refueling. Others needed rearming. Bombs exchanged for torpedoes. Torpedoes exchanged for bombs. Fuel hoses stretched across crowded flight decks. Stacks of ammunition waited nearby. Mechanics hurried. Officers debated. Should they prepare another strike against Midway? Or attack the newly discovered American carriers? For precious minutes, confusion reigned. Not panic. Simply uncertainty. And uncertainty in war can become lethal. High above all of this, almost unnoticed, American dive bombers finally arrived. They had become separated. They had nearly run out of fuel. Some pilots believed they had missed the battle entirely. Then, quite suddenly, the clouds opened. Below them lay the Japanese carriers, almost defenseless. Decks crowded with fueled aircraft, bombs, ammunition, chaos. One pilot later described the sight as almost unbelievable. 4 enemy carriers, waiting. History had handed them an opportunity lasting only minutes. They would not waste it. The next few moments would become among the most consequential in naval history. One after another, American dive bombers rolled over into steep, screaming dives toward the ships that had attacked Pearl Harbor 6 months earlier. Sirens wailed aboard the Japanese carriers. Sailors looked upward. Anti-aircraft guns swung frantically toward the sky. The balance of the Pacific War now hung upon a handful of bombs falling through clear blue air. 10 minutes that changed the Pacific. History sometimes moves with breathtaking slowness. Empires rise over centuries. Cities grow brick by brick. Generations spend entire lifetimes building institutions they hope will last forever. And then, occasionally, 10 minutes arrive. 10 ordinary minutes on an ordinary clock. 600 ordinary seconds. Enough time to make a cup of coffee. Enough time to read a newspaper article. Enough time to change the course of a world war. The morning of June 4, 1942, offered exactly such a moment. High above the Japanese fleet, American dive bombers began their descent. The sky seemed impossibly peaceful. White clouds floated lazily across brilliant blue. Sunlight sparkled on the Pacific below. If someone had looked only at nature, they might have imagined the world entirely at peace. Nature, as always, remained wonderfully indifferent. Human beings supplied the violence. Lieutenant Commander Clarence McCluskey led one group of dive bombers. Moments earlier, he had nearly abandoned the search. Fuel gauges worried him. The Japanese fleet seemed nowhere to be found. Then he noticed something unusual. Far below, a lone Japanese destroyer racing across the ocean at tremendous speed. The ship was not following its formation. It was hurrying somewhere. McCluskey made a decision based largely on instinct. If the destroyer was racing, perhaps it was trying to rejoin the carriers. He turned his aircraft to follow it. Sometimes history changes because someone notices a single ship behaving strangely. The destroyer below was the Ayrshire. Only minutes earlier, she had been attacking the American submarine USS Nautilus. Now, having driven the submarine away, she accelerated desperately toward the main fleet. Without realizing it, she had become an accidental guide. A trail leading American bombers directly toward the heart of Japan's naval power. History occasionally possesses a delightful sense of irony. Then, there they were. 4 Japanese carriers spread across the ocean. Tiny from that altitude. Almost peaceful. Thin white wakes trailing behind them. For a brief moment, the American pilots simply stared. Months of preparation. Weeks of searching. Hours of flying. And now, the enemy. McCluskey quickly divided his squadrons. One group would attack the Kaga. Another would strike the Akagi. Elsewhere, Commander Max Leslie's dive bombers lined up on the Soryu. None of these men knew exactly what the others intended. Carrier warfare depended upon individual judgment. There was no time for lengthy discussion. Only decisions. Below them, the Japanese carriers remained in extraordinary danger. Their flight decks had become crowded workshops. Aircraft sat waiting for launch. Fuel lines snaked across wooden decks. Bombs rested beside elevators. Torpedoes waited nearby. Armor-piercing bombs intended for enemy ships had been hastily exchanged with high-explosive bombs from Midway. Then exchanged again. The constant rearming had created organized chaos. Perfectly understandable. Perfectly dangerous. Japanese lookouts suddenly pointed upward. Tiny black shapes appeared against the sun. For one terrible heartbeat. No one reacted. Perhaps they were friendly aircraft returning. Perhaps not. Then someone recognized the unmistakable shape of American dive bombers. Alarm bells exploded across every carrier. Pilots waiting beside their aircraft looked upward. Mechanics abandoned fuel hoses. Deck officers shouted frantic orders. Anti-aircraft crews swung guns skyward. Japanese Zero fighters, meanwhile, remained dangerously low over the ocean after chasing the American torpedo bombers. The sky above the carriers. Almost empty. The worst possible moment. The American bombers rolled into nearly vertical dives. Air rushed past wings with a haunting scream. The aircraft shook violently. Pilots struggled to keep targets centered inside their sights. Gravity accelerated everything. The carriers below grew larger. Larger. Larger still. A dive bomber attack demanded astonishing nerve. The pilot intentionally aimed directly at the enemy's ship. He continued diving long after instinct screamed to pull away. Too early. The bomb missed. Too late. The airplane struck the target along with the bomb. Success required precision measured in seconds. The Kaga became the first victim. Bombs slammed into her crowded flight deck. One penetrated deep into the hangar below. Another exploded among fueled aircraft. Then another. Within moments, the ship erupted. Fire raced through aviation gasoline. Bombs awaiting launch exploded violently. Smoke climbed into the sky. The proud carrier that had helped devastate Pearl Harbor now burned uncontrollably. Almost simultaneously, disaster struck the flagship Akagi. Ironically, only one bomb hit her directly. Just one. But war rarely rewards counting explosions. It rewards placement. The bomb pierced the flight deck. Detonated among armed aircraft. Flames spread almost instantly. Fuel ignited. Ammunition followed. The flagship disappeared beneath towering clouds of smoke. Admiral Chuchi Nagumo suddenly found his command ship becoming an inferno. Nearby, the Soria suffered equally catastrophic damage. Several bombs struck within seconds. Aircraft burst into flames. Explosions raced through enclosed hangars. Crewmen desperately fought fires already beyond control. The carrier listed slightly. Smoke poured skyward. 3 carriers. 3 disasters. Barely 6 minutes. From American cockpits, the view seemed almost unreal. Columns of black smoke climbed thousands of feet into the air. Orange fire rolled across flight decks. Secondary explosions shook entire ships. Pilots scarcely believed what they witnessed. They had expected fierce resistance. They had not expected history itself to collapse beneath them. Below, Japanese sailors fought with astonishing courage. Fire hoses sprayed burning aircraft. Damage control teams entered smoke-filled compartments. Medical crews treated wounded while new explosions erupted nearby. Some men continued fighting fires until flames simply overwhelmed them. No Navy trains expecting defeat. Every sailor aboard those carriers fought desperately to save his ship. Many never left it. Admiral Nagumo transferred his flag to another vessel. Communication became increasingly difficult. Reports arrived confused. 3 carriers burning. Aircraft destroyed. Pilots missing. The carefully planned Midway operation suddenly unraveled before anyone fully understood why. Victory had seemed certain only half an hour earlier. War can be astonishingly cruel that way. Yet one carrier remained untouched. The Hiryu. Its commander, Rear Admiral Taman Yamaguchi, acted with remarkable speed. while the other carriers burned. The Hiryu launched her remaining aircraft. The battle was not over. Not yet. Japanese dive bombers soon located the USS Yorktown. Ironically, Japanese pilots believed they had discovered an entirely new carrier. The repair work completed at Pearl Harbor had proven so effective that they assumed the Yorktown, previously damaged in the Coral Sea, could not possibly be present. They believed they had found two different ships. A compliment, perhaps, to American shipyard workers. The attack struck hard. Bombs smashed into the Yorktown. Smoke rose. Power briefly failed. The carrier slowed. Yet her crew responded magnificently. Damage control teams rushed into action. Firefighters extinguished blazes. Engineers restored machinery. Within remarkably little time, the ship resumed operations. Japanese observers later reported with astonishment that the carrier appeared to have recovered. They concluded it must actually be another American carrier. No. It was simply determined. A second Japanese strike followed later that afternoon. This time, torpedo bombers approached low over the water. The Yorktown maneuvered skillfully. Several torpedoes missed. Others did not. Massive explosions tore into her side. The carrier lost power again. This time, the damage proved far more serious. She developed a heavy list. Eventually, the order came. Abandon ship. Imagine standing on the deck of a carrier that has become your floating home. You have eaten there, slept there, worked there, laughed with friends there. Now you quietly climb down ropes into the sea because your ship may soon disappear beneath the waves. Many sailors pause before leaving. Not because they wish to remain. Because saying goodbye proved unexpectedly difficult. Ships become more than steel. They become communities. The Yorktown did not sink immediately. She remained stubbornly afloat. Tugs later attempted to save her. Repair crews even reboard. For a brief moment, hope returned. Then, days later, a Japanese submarine found the damaged carrier. Additional torpedoes sealed her fate. The Yorktown slowly slipped beneath the Pacific. Another casualty of Midway. Another reminder that victory rarely arrives without sacrifice. Meanwhile, American carrier aircraft searched relentlessly for the surviving Hiryu. Late that afternoon, they found her. Dive bombers descended once again. Bombs struck the flight deck. Fires erupted. Soon the fourth Japanese carrier also burned beyond saving. Within a single day, the entire striking force that had attacked Pearl Harbor ceased to exist as an effective fighting formation. 4 fleet carriers. Hundreds of aircraft. Many of Japan's finest naval aviators. Gone. As darkness settled across the Pacific, the ocean once again appeared strangely peaceful. Smoke drifted across calm water. Survivors floated beside lifeboats. Destroyers searched for wounded sailors from both sides. Stars gradually emerged overhead. The same stars that had watched over Pearl Harbor 6 months earlier. The same stars that had watched countless battles long before human beings learned to build ships. The ocean remained patient. History had turned. Admiral Yamamoto reluctantly ordered withdrawal. The ambitious Midway operation had failed. The initiative that Japan had carried since December 1941 had quietly slipped away. Not all at once. Not dramatically. But undeniably. The balance of the Pacific had begun to change. Pearl Harbor had been a masterpiece of surprise. Midway became a masterpiece of preparation, intelligence, courage, and a remarkable measure of fortune. The empire that had seemed unstoppable only months earlier now faced an opponent growing stronger every day. And somewhere beneath the dark Pacific waters rested the silent wrecks of the very carriers whose aircraft had once filled the skies over Pearl Harbor. History, it seemed, had completed its first great circle. The long shadow of Pearl Harbor. Battles end. Smoke clears. Ships are repaired. New ships are built. Cities rebuild. Children grow older. Years quietly pass. Yet certain mornings never truly end. They simply become memories carried by those who survived them. For the men who watched the Arizona explode. December 7th never completely became yesterday. For the pilots who flew toward Hawaii beneath the first light of dawn. That Sunday remained frozen somewhere between duty and regret. History often speaks about victories and defeats. Human beings remember moments. A face glimpsed through smoke. A last wave from the deck of a sinking ship. The smell of burning fuel. The sound of church bells interrupted by sirens. Pearl Harbor would cast that kind of shadow across an entire generation. After Midway, the Pacific War did not suddenly become easier. Far from it. If anything, it became longer. Harder. More exhausting. The great Japanese advance had finally been slowed. Now came the difficult task of pushing it back. Island by island. Reef by reef. Beach by beach. The Pacific contained thousands of islands. Many had never appeared in American newspapers before 1942. Soon they would become household names. Guadalcanal. Tarawa. Saipan. Peleliu. Iwo Jima. Okinawa. Each represented another painful step across an ocean that seemed determined never to end. Military planners called the strategy island hopping. The phrase sounds almost cheerful. Like children skipping stones across a lake. Reality proved considerably less charming. Each island meant another battle. Another landing. Another cemetery. Another hospital ship returning home filled with wounded young men. History occasionally disguises terrible ideas behind surprisingly pleasant names. In August 1942, American forces landed on Guadalcanal and the Solomon Islands. It became the first major Allied offensive in the Pacific. The Marines expected a difficult battle. They did not expect 6 months of relentless exhaustion. The jungle itself fought beside the enemy. Heat wrapped around soldiers like a heavy blanket. Rain transformed roads into rivers of mud. Mosquitoes arrived in impossible numbers. Malaria spread relentlessly. Food often ran short. Sleep became precious. Some veterans later admitted they feared disease almost as much as bullets. Nature has always insisted upon participating in human wars. The sea surrounding Guadalcanal soon earned another haunting nickname: Iron Bottom Sound. Not because of its appearance. Because so many warships settled upon its floor that sailors joked, rather grimly, that the seabed had become paved with steel. Cruisers. Destroyers. Transport ships. Japanese. American. The ocean accepted them all with equal indifference. Decades later, divers would descend into those quiet waters and discover an underwater museum of the war. Cannons still pointing toward the surface. Helmets resting in soft sand. Ghostly reminders that battles never entirely disappear. They merely sink. Meanwhile, Pearl Harbor itself continued changing. The harbor that had once symbolized catastrophe slowly became the center of America's Pacific offensive. Repair docks worked without pause. Aircraft carriers refueled before heading west. Convoys assembled. Submarines departed on patrol. Freshly built destroyers arrived from California. The harbor that Japan hoped to cripple permanently instead became one of the busiest naval bases in the world. It is one of history's quieter ironies. Sometimes the place where you are wounded becomes the place from which you recover. The wreck of the USS Arizona remained where she had fallen. Unlike other damaged ships, she would never sail again. Visitors often stood silently along nearby docks. Some recognized friends who had served aboard. Others simply looked. No elaborate speeches seemed necessary. Twisted steel often speaks clearly enough. Even before a formal memorial existed, sailors treated the site with remarkable respect. Boats slowed while passing. Hats came off. Voices softened. The harbor itself seemed to encourage silence. Across the United States, factories reached production levels that astonished even their own managers. The numbers almost sound fictional. Liberty ships launched every few days. Aircraft rolled from assembly lines by the thousands. Engines, jeeps, tanks, radios, ammunition, uniforms, parachutes. Entire cities reorganized around wartime manufacturing. Women worked night shifts beside men too old or too young for military service. Teenagers collected scrap metal. Schoolchildren purchased war bonds. Even Hollywood joined the effort with films encouraging sacrifice and determination. War became something experienced not only on battlefields, but in kitchens, factories, railway stations, neighborhoods. Japan watched this transformation with growing concern. The strategy behind Pearl Harbor had depended upon time. Strike quickly. Expand rapidly. Force negotiations before American industry could fully awaken. Instead, American industry awakened almost immediately. And once awake, it rarely slept. Shipyards worked around the clock. 3 shifts. 24 hours. 7 days a week. The attack that had hoped to discourage the United States had instead united and mobilized it. It was perhaps the greatest strategic miscalculation of the Pacific War. Not every consequence unfolded on maps. Many occurred quietly inside people's hearts. Young men who had never imagined leaving home suddenly crossed oceans. Nurses volunteered for military hospitals. Scientists abandoned university laboratories to work on wartime research. Families accepted rationing. Children grew accustomed to fathers being far away. Entire lives reorganized around absence. War changes those fighting it. It also changes those waiting. Survivors of Pearl Harbor carried invisible memories long after the harbor itself had recovered. Many seldom spoke about the attack. Not because they wished to forget. Because certain experiences resist language. How does one explain watching a battleship disappear beneath fire? How does one describe swimming through burning oil? How does one tell someone who has never heard bombs fall what silence sounds like afterward? Some memories remain too large for ordinary conversation. Japanese veterans carried burdens of their own. Many had believed sincerely that the attack might prevent a long war. Instead, they found themselves serving through years of increasingly desperate fighting. Some later reflected upon Pearl Harbor with pride in their skill and sadness for its consequences. History rarely grants soldiers the luxury of seeing the future before carrying out orders. They act within the world they know. Judgment usually arrives decades later. One of the remarkable aspects of Pearl Harbor is how quickly it became larger than the attack itself. It became a symbol, a warning, a rallying cry. New recruits often spoke of, "Remember Pearl Harbor." The words appeared on posters, songs, newspaper headlines, military speeches. The phrase united millions of people who had never seen Hawaii. Symbols possess extraordinary power because they simplify impossibly complicated events into something the human heart can carry. Yet symbols can sometimes hide complexity. Pearl Harbor was not merely surprise. It was also intelligence failures, diplomatic miscalculations, technological innovation, human courage, fear, luck, exceptional planning, unexpected coincidence. No single explanation satisfies history for very long. The closer one studies December 7th, the more human it becomes. People making difficult decisions with incomplete information. Some brilliant, some disastrous, most somewhere in between. As the Pacific War continued into 1943 and beyond, new sailors arriving at Pearl Harbor often noticed something unusual. Veterans still referred to locations by what had happened there on December 7th. This pier. That dry dock. Over there. The attack remained part of the geography itself. Places remember. Even after buildings change. Even after ships sail away. Memory quietly attaches itself to landscapes. Years later, when peace finally returned, visitors occasionally asked survivors what Pearl Harbor had looked like before the attack. Many smiled gently. They remembered green mountains rising behind the harbor, palm trees swaying in warm trade winds, bands playing on Sunday mornings, children fishing along quiet docks, ships gleaming beneath tropical sunshine. In their memories, there were really two Pearl Harbors. One before sunrise, and one after. The difference between them measured only a few hours. The difference in history measured generations. As another peaceful Hawaiian evening settled over the harbor, the water reflected crimson clouds instead of flames. Warships came and went, crews changed, uniforms evolved, and technology advanced beyond anything imagined in 1941. Yet beneath the calm surface, traces of that December morning still remained, pieces of steel, fragments of memory, and the quiet weight of lives interrupted. Pearl Harbor had become more than a battlefield. It had become a reminder that history can arrive without warning, reshape the world before breakfast, and leave echoes that continue long after the smoke has drifted out across the endless Pacific. The first blow returned. Revenge rarely arrives as quickly as people imagine. In stories, justice often appears in the very next chapter. History is less accommodating. It moves at the pace of oceans, at the speed of factories, at the rhythm of men and women learning entirely new skills because the old world has already disappeared. For months after Pearl Harbor, many Americans asked the same quiet question. When do we strike back? It was an understandable question. The photographs from Hawaii still filled newspapers. The wreck of the Arizona still smoldered. Families still received telegrams. Yet launching a counterattack required something more substantial than anger. It required airplanes, ships, fuel, training, planning, and perhaps most importantly, patience. President Roosevelt understood the importance of morale. The American people needed more than promises. They needed proof. Proof that Japan was not untouchable. Proof that the United States could still carry the war across the Pacific. Proof that Pearl Harbor had wounded America, but had not broken it. The challenge seemed almost impossible. Japanese forces now stretched across enormous portions of the Pacific. American carrier strength remained dangerously limited. Every available ship mattered. Every available bomber mattered. Failure could prove disastrous. Sometimes the smallest military operation carries the greatest psychological weight. An unusual idea gradually emerged. Instead of attacking Japanese fleets, why not attack Japan itself? The proposal sounded almost absurd. American bombers lacked the range to fly from existing bases. Aircraft carriers could launch fighters and torpedo planes, but not heavy army bombers. The distances involved appeared impossible. As history occasionally demonstrates, impossible deserves careful examination, not immediate dismissal. Lieutenant Colonel James Doolittle was precisely the sort of man who welcomed impossible ideas. An accomplished pilot, engineer, and aviation pioneer, Doolittle possessed an unusual combination of technical brilliance and remarkable confidence. He understood aviation not merely as transportation, but as possibility. When presented with the concept of launching medium bombers from an aircraft carrier, many experienced officers hesitated. Reasonably. The idea violated conventional wisdom. Doolittle simply began calculating. The aircraft selected became the North American B-25 Mitchell. Normally these bombers required long runways, comfortable runways, predictable runways. Aircraft carriers offered none of those luxuries. Their decks pitched with ocean swells. Space remained painfully limited. The margin for error approached zero. Imagine trying to launch a city bus from a moving parking lot. That comparison still fails to capture the difficulty. Training began under extraordinary secrecy. Pilots practiced taking off from runways shortened to resemble carrier decks. Every foot mattered. Throttle forward. Engines roaring. The airplane accelerating. The runway disappearing alarmingly quickly. Trust. Lift. Hope. Some pilots later admitted their first practice attempts felt deeply unnatural. Everything aviation had taught them suggested they needed more runway. The runway politely disagreed. Meanwhile, the aircraft carrier USS Hornet quietly prepared for an unprecedented mission. Deck crews studied new procedures. Army bombers and Navy carriers belonged to different worlds. Now those worlds needed to cooperate perfectly. The operation demanded extraordinary coordination. Army pilots, Navy sailors, Marine guards, engineers, meteorologists, navigators. Every specialty suddenly overlapped. War has a remarkable ability to persuade institutions to cooperate, usually after exhausting every alternative. On April 2, 1942, the Hornet departed San Francisco carrying 16 B-25 bombers strapped tightly to her flight deck. The sight astonished nearly everyone who saw it. Aircraft carriers normally appeared crowded with naval aircraft. Now enormous Army bombers occupied nearly every available inch of deck space. The ship looked almost overloaded. Perhaps slightly ridiculous. As if someone had solved the transportation problem by ignoring every instruction manual ever written. Sometimes innovation resembles organized confusion. The carrier steamed west across the Pacific accompanied by the USS Enterprise and supporting warships. The mission remained secret even from many aboard. Sailors speculated endlessly. Where were they going? Australia? Hawaii? Some unknown island? Rumors spread through every compartment. As rumors always do. The truth remained stranger than most guesses. Life aboard the task force settled into familiar naval routines. Breakfast. Maintenance. Flight drills. Navigation. Letters from home reread for perhaps the 20th time. The Pacific remained deceptively peaceful. Blue water. White clouds. Flying fish darting beside destroyers. Nothing about the ocean suggested two nations were preparing to alter history once again. The sea rarely announces what tomorrow intends. On April 18th, everything changed unexpectedly. An American patrol spotted a Japanese picket boat much farther from Japan than planners had hoped. The small vessel almost certainly transmitted a warning before being sunk. The element of surprise suddenly began slipping away. Admiral William Halsey and Colonel Doolittle faced an immediate decision. Continue? Or turn back? Launching early meant the bombers would almost certainly lack enough fuel to reach their planned landing fields in China. Turning back meant abandoning the mission entirely. History occasionally presents leaders with choices between bad and worse. The decision came quickly. Launch. Every bomber. Immediately. The carriers turned into the wind. Engines thundered awake. Crewmen removed tie-downs. Pilots climbed into cockpits. The first B-25 rolled toward the bow. Ahead lay several hundred feet of wooden deck. Beyond that, nothing but ocean. Colonel Doolittle sat at the controls of the lead aircraft. The ship pitched gently beneath him. Sea spray blew across the flight deck. The carrier's bow rose, then fell. Signal flags waved. The engines roared at full power. There comes a moment in every difficult decision when preparation ends. Only action remains. This was one of those moments. The bomber accelerated. Deck crews scattered aside. The end of the flight deck approached with alarming speed. For one endless heartbeat, it appeared the aircraft might simply continue straight into the Pacific. Then, the wings lifted. Barely. Gracefully enough. The bomber climbed away over rough water. Cheers erupted across the carrier. One airplane airborne. 15 remained. One after another, the bombers launched successfully. Each takeoff seemed equally improbable. Each succeeded. By the time the final aircraft disappeared toward the western horizon, the sailors lining the flight deck understood they had witnessed something entirely new. Aircraft carriers had launched army bombers. Military doctrine quietly surrendered to necessity. Hours later, the bombers reached Japan. Tokyo. Yokohama. Nagoya. Kobe. Several industrial targets suffered damage. Military significance remained limited. The bombs themselves caused relatively little destruction compared with later raids. That had never been the mission's greatest purpose. The true target lay elsewhere. Confidence. For the first time in the war, Japanese civilians looked upward and saw enemy bombers crossing their own skies. Air raid sirens echoed through Tokyo. Smoke rose above factories. People hurried toward shelters. The Japanese home islands no longer felt completely beyond reach. Psychologically, the effect proved enormous. Pearl Harbor had demonstrated Japan's striking power. The Doolittle Raid demonstrated America's determination. After bombing their targets, the crews continued toward China. Fuel gauges steadily dropped. Weather deteriorated. Night approached. One by one, pilots realized they would never reach their intended airfields. Eventually, most crews abandoned their aircraft. Some parachuted into darkness. Others crash-landed. Several men became prisoners of war. Chinese civilians risked, and often sacrificed, their own lives helping American airmen escape Japanese capture. Their courage deserves remembrance alongside the raid itself. History often celebrates those dropping the bombs. It should also honor those offering shelter afterward. Colonel Doolittle himself believed the mission had failed. He assumed losing every aircraft guaranteed severe punishment upon returning home. Instead, he discovered the opposite. The raid electrified American morale. Newspapers celebrated the daring attack. The public cared little that the bombers had not returned. They had reached Japan. That alone mattered. Sometimes success cannot be measured only by physical damage. Sometimes it must be measured by hope. In Tokyo, however, the raid deeply embarrassed military leaders. The attack exposed weaknesses in Japan's defensive perimeter. If American bombers could reach the home islands once, could they do so again? Admiral Yamamoto reached an important conclusion. Japan needed to destroy America's remaining aircraft carriers before they could launch something even more dangerous. His attention increasingly focused upon one small atoll in the Central Pacific. Midway. A tiny collection of islands surrounded by an immense ocean. Most people had never heard its name. within weeks. The entire course of the Pacific War would turn there. As evening settled over the Pacific, the Hornet and Enterprise steamed eastward toward home. Behind them, 16 bombers had vanished into history, proving that the nation wounded at Pearl Harbor could still reach across an ocean and strike back. The physical damage had been modest. The emotional impact had been immeasurable. For the first time since December 7th, America had answered. And across the Pacific, 2 carrier fleets were already moving toward the battle that would decide far more than either side yet realized. Midway, the turning tide. History sometimes chooses extraordinary places for extraordinary moments. Not great capitals. Not ancient cities. Not famous harbors. Instead, a tiny ring of coral in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. Midway Atoll. Barely more than 2 small islands surrounded by reefs, seabirds, and endless blue water. For centuries, it had been little more than a stopping point for wandering albatrosses. By June of 1942, it would become the place where the future of the Pacific War quietly balanced on the wings of a few hundred airplanes. It seems almost unfair. The fate of empires decided somewhere most people could not have found on a map. Then again, history has never shown much interest in convenience. After the Doolittle Raid, Admiral Isoroku Yamamoto believed he understood the problem clearly. America's aircraft carriers remained alive. As long as they survived, Japan itself would never be entirely safe. The carriers had escaped Pearl Harbor. They had embarrassed Tokyo. Sooner or later, they would become stronger. His solution appeared straightforward. Lure the remaining American carriers into battle. Destroy them. Win complete naval superiority before American factories could flood the Pacific with new ships. The logic made perfect sense. Assuming, of course, everything happened exactly as planned. History generally avoids such arrangements. The Japanese operation became astonishingly complex. Perhaps too complex. Several fleets would participate. Aircraft carriers, battleships, cruisers, destroyers, submarines, support ships, diversions toward the Aleutian Islands, multiple landing forces, thousands of sailors spread across enormous distances. The sheer scale reflected Japanese confidence. It also introduced countless opportunities for misunderstanding. The larger a machine becomes, the more carefully every gear must turn. The Japanese carrier striking force remained formidable. 4 fleet carriers: Akagi, Kaga, Soria, Hiria. These were veterans of Pearl Harbor. The same flight decks. Many of the same pilots. Many of the same deck crews. They carried enormous prestige. In Japanese naval circles, these ships represented almost unmatched experience. Few imagined that within days, 3 would be burning. Across the Pacific, something remarkable had happened. American cryptographers had been quietly fighting their own battle. Not with bombs. Not with torpedoes. With mathematics. Language. Patience. Inside dimly lit rooms, men and women wearing headphones listened to fragments of coded Japanese radio transmissions. Others studied pages filled with mysterious numbers and symbols. It was tedious work. Often frustrating. Occasionally brilliant. The kind of work that rarely appears exciting in films. Until one realizes it may save entire fleets. Commander Joseph Rockefort and his team believed they had solved one of Japan's greatest secrets. The mysterious objective labeled simply AF. They suspected it meant Midway. Suspicion, however, was not enough. Military commanders require confidence. Evidence. So the Americans devised an elegant little trick. Midway transmitted an uncoded radio message reporting that its freshwater desalination system had failed. Shortly afterward, Japanese communications mentioned that AF was experiencing a water shortage. Mystery solved. Sometimes intelligence work resembles detective fiction. Sometimes it succeeds because someone notices something wonderfully ordinary. Water. Armed with that knowledge, Admiral Chester W. Nimitz prepared carefully. America remained outnumbered. But surprise! That priceless advantage Japan had enjoyed at Pearl Harbor now quietly shifted. The hunters no longer realized someone else waited in the tall grass. Nimitz gathered every available carrier. USS Enterprise, USS Hornet, and astonishingly, USS Yorktown. The Yorktown had been badly damaged only weeks earlier during the Battle of the Coral Sea. Japanese planners assumed she remained crippled, perhaps even sunk. American shipyard workers politely refused to accept those assumptions. Normally, repairing such damage required months. Pearl Harbor's repair crews received 3 days. 3 days. Imagine asking mechanics to rebuild an entire automobile after a catastrophic crash. Before the weekend ends, the workers hardly complained. Thousands labored continuously. Welders showered sparks across steel decks. Electricians restored shattered wiring. Pipefitters crawled through cramped compartments. Engineers inspected every repair almost instantly. Sleep became optional. Coffee became essential. Somewhere, one suspects, someone muttered, "As if this could possibly go wrong." Remarkably, it didn't. The Yorktown sailed. Scarred. Incomplete. Ready anyway. By early June, both fleets moved steadily toward one another across thousands of square miles of open ocean. Neither side could actually see the other. That is one of the strange realities of carrier warfare. Unlike the great battleship duels imagined by earlier generations, fleets might remain hundreds of miles apart. Pilots became the eyes. Aircraft became the fists. Ships themselves often never glimpsed their enemies. The battle would unfold through radio reports, fuel gauges, weather forecasts, and split-second decisions made by young men flying alone above an endless sea. Morning arrived on June 4, 1942. The Pacific looked deceptively peaceful. Gentle swells. Scattered clouds. Brilliant sunlight glittering across calm water. An albatross might have concluded this was a perfectly ordinary day. Human beings knew better. Japanese aircraft launched first. Their target: Midway Atoll. Engines roared across carrier decks. Flight directors waved brightly colored paddles. Bombers disappeared toward the eastern horizon. Everything proceeded with practiced precision. The same professionalism displayed at Pearl Harbor. The same confidence. The same extraordinary skill. On Midway itself, American defenders prepared nervously. Marines checked machine guns. Radar operators watched glowing screens. Pilots climbed into aging aircraft. Many knew their airplanes stood little chance against experienced Japanese fighters. They flew anyway. History repeatedly reminds us that bravery does not require optimism. The first attacks devastated portions of Midway. Buildings exploded. Fuel tanks burned. Dust filled the tropical air. Yet the island continued fighting. Anti-aircraft fire reached upward. American aircraft launched despite heavy losses. Some never returned. Others attacked courageously despite overwhelming odds. Military effectiveness proved limited. Personal courage did not. Meanwhile, far out across the Pacific, American scout planes searched desperately for the Japanese fleet. Finding ships in an ocean that enormous bordered on miraculous. Imagine searching for a handful of moving needles inside a blue haystack larger than continents. Yet eventually, one patrol aircraft spotted them. The message flashed across the radio. Many enemy planes heading Midway. Soon afterward, the carriers themselves. Contact. Admiral Nimitz's gamble had succeeded. Now came the difficult part. Winning. American carrier aircraft launched almost immediately. Fighters. Dive bombers. Torpedo bombers. The sky above the carriers filled with circling aircraft organizing themselves before heading west. Pilots checked maps, compass headings, fuel, weapons. Many had never fought a battle of this scale. Some quietly admitted later they felt terrified. Others claimed excitement. Most probably experienced both. Human beings usually do. Navigation across the Pacific remained surprisingly difficult. Several American squadrons became separated. Some flew too far north. Others drifted south. Radio silence complicated coordination. Clouds obscured landmarks. There were no roads. No mountains. No familiar coastlines. Only endless ocean. The pilots trusted compasses and hope. The first American attacks went terribly. Torpedo squadrons found the Japanese carriers without fighter escort. They pressed home their attacks with astonishing bravery. One after another, slow torpedo bombers flew directly into swarms of Japanese Zero fighters. Machine guns flashed. Aircraft burst into flames. Many plunged into the sea before launching their torpedoes. The losses proved horrific. Almost no torpedo struck its target. From a tactical perspective, the attacks appeared disastrous. History, however, sometimes hides its greatest consequences inside apparent failure. Japanese fighters chased the torpedo bombers almost down to sea level. Carrier decks meanwhile bustled with frantic activity. Aircraft returning from Midway required refueling. Others needed rearming. Bombs exchanged for torpedoes. Torpedoes exchanged for bombs. Fuel hoses stretched across crowded flight decks. Stacks of ammunition waited nearby. Mechanics hurried. Officers debated. Should they prepare another strike against Midway? Or attack the newly discovered American carriers? For precious minutes, confusion reigned. Not panic. Simply uncertainty. And uncertainty, in war, can become lethal. High above all of this, almost unnoticed, American dive bombers finally arrived. They had become separated. They had nearly run out of fuel. Some pilots believed they had missed the battle entirely. Then, quite suddenly, the clouds opened. Below them lay the Japanese carriers, almost defenseless. Decks crowded with fueled aircraft. Bombs. Ammunition. Chaos. One pilot later described the sight as almost unbelievable. For enemy carriers, waiting. History had handed them an opportunity lasting only minutes. They would not waste it. The next few moments would become among the most consequential in naval history. One after another, American dive bombers rolled over into steep, screaming dives toward the ships that had attacked Pearl Harbor 6 months earlier. Sirens wailed aboard the Japanese carriers. Sailors looked upward. Anti-aircraft guns swung frantically toward the sky. The balance of the Pacific War now hung upon a handful of bombs falling through clear blue air. 10 minutes that changed the Pacific. History sometimes moves with breathtaking slowness. Empires rise over centuries. Cities grow brick by brick. Generations spend entire lifetimes building institutions they hope will last forever. And then, occasionally, 10 minutes arrive. 10 ordinary minutes on an ordinary clock. 600 ordinary seconds. Enough time to make a cup of coffee. Enough time to read a newspaper article. Enough time to change the course of a world war. The morning of June 4, 1942, offered exactly such a moment. High above the Japanese fleet, American dive bombers began their descent. The sky seemed impossibly peaceful. White clouds floated lazily across brilliant blue. Sunlight sparkled on the Pacific below. If someone had looked only at nature, they might have imagined the world entirely at peace. Nature, as always, remained wonderfully indifferent. Human beings supplied the violence. Lieutenant Commander Clarence McCluskey led one group of dive bombers. Moments earlier, he had nearly abandoned the search. Fuel gauges worried him. The Japanese fleet seemed nowhere to be found. Then he noticed something unusual. Far below, a lone Japanese destroyer racing across the ocean at tremendous speed. The ship was not following its formation. It was hurrying somewhere. McCluskey made a decision based largely on instinct. If the destroyer was racing, perhaps it was trying to rejoin the carriers. He turned his aircraft to follow it. Sometimes history changes because someone notices a single ship behaving strangely. The destroyer below was the Ayrshire. Only minutes earlier, she had been attacking the American submarine USS Nautilus. Now, having driven the submarine away, she accelerated desperately toward the main fleet. Without realizing it, she had become an accidental guide. A trail leading American bombers directly toward the heart of Japan's naval power. History occasionally possesses a delightful sense of irony. Then, there they were. 4 Japanese carriers spread across the ocean. Tiny from that altitude. Almost peaceful. Thin white wakes trailing behind them. For a brief moment, the American pilots simply stared. Months of preparation. Weeks of searching. Hours of flying. And now, the enemy. McCluskey quickly divided his squadrons. One group would attack the Kaga. Another would strike the Akagi. Elsewhere, Commander Max Leslie's dive bombers lined up on the Soryu. None of these men knew exactly what the others intended. Carrier warfare depended upon individual judgment. There was no time for lengthy discussion. Only decisions. Below them, the Japanese carriers remained in extraordinary danger. Their flight decks had become crowded workshops. Aircraft sat waiting for launch. Fuel lines snaked across wooden decks. Bombs rested beside elevators. Torpedoes waited nearby. Armor-piercing bombs intended for enemy ships had been hastily exchanged with high-explosive bombs for Midway. Then exchanged again. The constant rearming had created organized chaos. Perfectly understandable. Perfectly dangerous. Japanese lookouts suddenly pointed upward. Tiny black shapes appeared against the sun. For one terrible heartbeat. No one reacted. Perhaps they were friendly aircraft returning. Perhaps not. Then someone recognized the unmistakable shape of American dive bombers. Alarm bells exploded across every carrier. Pilots waiting beside their aircraft looked upward. Mechanics abandoned fuel hoses. Deck officers shouted frantic orders. Anti-aircraft crews swung guns skyward. Japanese Zero fighters, meanwhile, remained dangerously low over the ocean after chasing the American torpedo bombers. The sky above the carriers. Almost empty. The worst possible moment. The American bombers rolled into nearly vertical dives. Air rushed past wings with a haunting scream. The aircraft shook violently. Pilots struggled to keep targets centered inside their sights. Gravity accelerated everything. The carriers below grew larger. Larger. Larger still. A dive bomber attack demanded astonishing nerve. The pilot intentionally aimed directly at the enemy ship. He continued diving long after instinct screamed to pull away. Too early. The bomb missed. Too late. The airplane struck the target along with the bomb. Success required precision measured in seconds. The Kaga became the first victim. Bombs slammed into her crowded flight deck. One penetrated deep into the hangar below. Another exploded among fueled aircraft. Then another. Within moments, the ship erupted. Fire raced through aviation gasoline. Bombs awaiting launch exploded violently. Smoke climbed into the sky. The proud carrier that had helped devastate Pearl Harbor now burned uncontrollably. Almost simultaneously, disaster struck the flagship Akagi. Ironically, only one bomb hit her directly. Just one. But war rarely rewards counting explosions. It rewards placement. The bomb pierced the flight deck. Detonated among armed aircraft. Flames spread almost instantly. Fuel ignited. Ammunition followed. The flagship disappeared beneath towering clouds of smoke. Admiral Chuchi Nagumo suddenly found his command ship becoming an inferno. Nearby, the Soria suffered equally catastrophic damage. Several bombs struck within seconds. Aircraft burst into flames. Explosions raced through enclosed hangars. Crewmen desperately fought fires already beyond control. The carrier listed slightly. Smoke poured skyward. 3 carriers. 3 disasters. Barely 6 minutes. From American cockpits, the view seemed almost unreal. Columns of black smoke climbed thousands of feet into the air. Orange fire rolled across flight decks. Secondary explosions shook entire ships. Pilots scarcely believed what they witnessed. They had expected fierce resistance. They had not expected history itself to collapse beneath them. Below, Japanese sailors fought with astonishing courage. Fire hoses sprayed burning aircraft. Damage control teams entered smoke-filled compartments. Medical crews treated wounded while new explosions erupted nearby. Some men continued fighting fires until flames simply overwhelmed them. No Navy trains expecting defeat. Every sailor aboard those carriers fought desperately to save his ship. Many never left it. Admiral Nagumo transferred his flag to another vessel. Communication became increasingly difficult. Reports arrived confused. 3 carriers burning. Aircraft destroyed. Pilots missing. The carefully planned Midway operation suddenly unraveled before anyone fully understood why. Victory had seemed certain only half an hour earlier. War can be astonishingly cruel that way. Yet one carrier remained untouched. The Hiryu. Its commander, Rear Admiral Taman Yamaguchi, acted with remarkable speed. While the other carriers burned, the Hiryu launched her remaining aircraft. The battle was not over. Not yet. Japanese dive bombers soon located the USS Yorktown. Ironically, Japanese pilots believed they had discovered an entirely new carrier. The repair work completed at Pearl Harbor had proven so effective that they assumed the Yorktown, previously damaged in the Coral Sea, could not possibly be present. They believed they had found 2 different ships. A compliment, perhaps, to American shipyard workers. The attack struck hard. Bombs smashed into the Yorktown. Smoke rose. Power briefly failed. The carrier slowed. Yet her crew responded magnificently. Damage control teams rushed into action. Firefighters extinguished blazes. Engineers restored machinery. Within remarkably little time, the ship resumed operations. Japanese observers later reported with astonishment that the carrier appeared to have recovered. They concluded it must actually be another American carrier. No. It was simply determined. A second Japanese strike followed later that afternoon. This time, torpedo bombers approached low over the water. The Yorktown maneuvered skillfully. Several torpedoes missed. Others did not. Massive explosions tore into her side. The carrier lost power again. This time, the damage proved far more serious. She developed a heavy list. Eventually, the order came. Abandon ship. Imagine standing on the deck of a carrier that has become your floating home. You have eaten there, slept there, worked there, laughed with friends there. Now you quietly climb down ropes into the sea because your ship may soon disappear beneath the waves. Many sailors pause before leaving. Not because they wish to remain, because saying goodbye proved unexpectedly difficult. Ships become more than steel. They become communities. The Yorktown did not sink immediately. She remained stubbornly afloat. Tugs later attempted to save her. Repair crews even reboard. For a brief moment, hope returned. Then, days later, a Japanese submarine found the damaged carrier. Additional torpedoes sealed her fate. The Yorktown slowly slipped beneath the Pacific. Another casualty of Midway. Another reminder that victory rarely arrives without sacrifice. Meanwhile, American carrier aircraft searched relentlessly for the surviving Hiryu. Late that afternoon, they found her. Dive bombers descended once again. Bombs struck the flight deck. Fires erupted. Soon the fourth Japanese carrier also burned beyond saving. Within a single day, the entire striking force that had attacked Pearl Harbor ceased to exist as an effective fighting formation. 4 fleet carriers. Hundreds of aircraft. Many of Japan's finest naval aviators. Gone. As darkness settled across the Pacific, the ocean once again appeared strangely peaceful. Smoke drifted across calm water. Survivors floated beside lifeboats. Destroyers searched for wounded sailors from both sides. Stars gradually emerged overhead. The same stars that had watched over Pearl Harbor 6 months earlier. The same stars that had watched countless battles long before human beings learned to build ships. The ocean remained patient. History had turned. Admiral Yamamoto reluctantly ordered withdrawal. The ambitious Midway operation had failed. The initiative that Japan had carried since December 1941 had quietly slipped away. Not all at once. Not dramatically. But undeniably. The balance of the Pacific had begun to change. Pearl Harbor had been a masterpiece of surprise. Midway became a masterpiece of preparation, intelligence, courage, and a remarkable measure of fortune. The empire that had seemed unstoppable only months earlier now faced an opponent growing stronger every day. And somewhere beneath the dark Pacific waters rested the silent wrecks of the very carriers whose aircraft had once filled the skies over Pearl Harbor. History, it seemed, had completed its first great circle. The long shadow of Pearl Harbor. Battles end. Smoke clears. Ships are repaired. New ships are built. Cities rebuild. Children grow older. Years quietly pass. Yet certain mornings never truly end. They simply become memories carried by those who survived them. For the men who watched the Arizona explode, December 7th never completely became yesterday. For the pilots who flew toward Hawaii beneath the first light of dawn, that Sunday remained frozen somewhere between duty and regret. History often speaks about victories and defeats. Human beings remember moments. A face glimpsed through smoke. A last wave from the deck of a sinking ship. The smell of burning fuel. The sound of church bells interrupted by sirens. Pearl Harbor would cast that kind of shadow across an entire generation. After Midway, the Pacific War did not suddenly become easier. Far from it. If anything, it became longer, harder, more exhausting. The great Japanese advance had finally been slowed. Now came the difficult task of pushing it back. Island by island, reef by reef, beach by beach. The Pacific contained thousands of islands. Many had never appeared in American newspapers before 1942. Soon they would become household names. Guadalcanal, Tarawa, Saipan, Peleliu, Iwo Jima, Okinawa. Each represented another painful step across an ocean that seemed determined never to end. Military planners called the strategy island hopping. The phrase sounds almost cheerful, like children skipping stones across a lake. Reality proved considerably less charming. Each island meant another battle, another landing, another cemetery, another hospital ship returning home filled with wounded young men. History occasionally disguises terrible ideas behind surprisingly pleasant names. In August 1942, American forces landed on Guadalcanal and the Solomon Islands. It became the first major Allied offensive in the Pacific. The Marines expected a difficult battle. They did not expect 6 months of relentless exhaustion. The jungle itself fought beside the enemy. Heat wrapped around soldiers like a heavy blanket. Rain transformed roads into rivers of mud. Mosquitoes arrived in impossible numbers. Malaria spread relentlessly. Food often ran short. Sleep became precious. Some veterans later admitted they feared disease almost as much as bullets. Nature has always insisted upon participating in human wars. The sea surrounding Guadalcanal soon earned another haunting nickname: Iron Bottom Sound. Not because of its appearance. Because so many warships settled upon its floor that sailors joked, rather grimly, that the seabed had become paved with steel. Cruisers, destroyers, transport ships, Japanese, American. The ocean accepted them all with equal indifference. Decades later, divers would descend into those quiet waters and discover an underwater museum of the war. Cannons still pointing toward the surface. Helmets resting in soft sand. Ghostly reminders that battles never entirely disappear. They merely sink. Meanwhile, Pearl Harbor itself continued changing. The harbor that had once symbolized catastrophe slowly became the center of America's Pacific offensive. Repair docks worked without pause. Aircraft carriers refueled before heading west. Convoys assembled. Submarines departed on patrol. Freshly built destroyers arrived from California. The harbor that Japan hoped to cripple permanently instead became one of the busiest naval bases in the world. It is one of history's quieter ironies. Sometimes the place where you are wounded becomes the place from which you recover. The wreck of the USS Arizona remained where she had fallen. Unlike other damaged ships, she would never sail again. Visitors often stood silently along nearby docks. Some recognized friends who had served aboard. Others simply looked. No elaborate speeches seemed necessary. Twisted steel often speaks clearly enough. Even before a formal memorial existed, sailors treated the site with remarkable respect. Boats slowed while passing. Hats came off. Voices softened. The harbor itself seemed to encourage silence. Across the United States, factories reached production levels that astonished even their own managers. The numbers almost sound fictional. Liberty ships launched every few days. Aircraft rolled from assembly lines by the thousands. Engines, jeeps, tanks, radios, ammunition, uniforms, parachutes. Entire cities reorganized around wartime manufacturing. Women worked night shifts beside men too old or too young for military service. Teenagers collected scrap metal. Schoolchildren purchased war bonds. Even Hollywood joined the effort with films encouraging sacrifice and determination. War became something experienced not only on battlefields, but in kitchens, factories, railway stations, neighborhoods. Japan watched this transformation with growing concern. The strategy behind Pearl Harbor had depended upon time. Strike quickly, expand rapidly, force negotiations before American industry could fully awaken. Instead, American industry awakened almost immediately. And once awake, it rarely slept. Shipyards worked around the clock. 3 shifts, 24 hours, 7 days a week. The attack that had hoped to discourage the United States had instead united and mobilized it. It was perhaps the greatest strategic miscalculation of the Pacific War. Not every consequence unfolded on maps. Many occurred quietly inside people's hearts. Young men who had never imagined leaving home suddenly crossed oceans. Nurses volunteered for military hospitals. Scientists abandoned university laboratories to work on wartime research. Families accepted rationing. Children grew accustomed to fathers being far away. Entire lives reorganized around absence. War changes those fighting it. It also changes those waiting. Survivors of Pearl Harbor carried invisible memories long after the harbor itself had recovered. Many seldom spoke about the attack. Not because they wished to forget. Because certain experiences resist language. How does one explain watching a battleship disappear beneath fire? How does one describe swimming through burning oil? How does one tell someone who has never heard bombs fall what silence sounds like afterward? Some memories remain too large for ordinary conversation. Japanese veterans carried burdens of their own. Many had believed sincerely that the attack might prevent a long war. Instead, they found themselves serving through years of increasingly desperate fighting. Some later reflected upon Pearl Harbor with pride in their skill and sadness for its consequences. History rarely grants soldiers the luxury of seeing the future before carrying out orders. They act within the world they know. Judgment usually arrives decades later. One of the remarkable aspects of Pearl Harbor is how quickly it became larger than the attack itself. It became a symbol, a warning, a rallying cry. New recruits often spoke of, "Remember Pearl Harbor." The words appeared on posters, songs, newspaper headlines, military speeches. The phrase united millions of people who had never seen Hawaii. Symbols possess extraordinary power because they simplify impossibly complicated events into something the human heart can carry. Yet symbols can sometimes hide complexity. Pearl Harbor was not merely surprise. It was also intelligence failures, diplomatic miscalculations, technological innovation, human courage, fear, luck, exceptional planning, unexpected coincidence. No single explanation satisfies history for very long. The closer one studies December 7th, the more human it becomes. People making difficult decisions with incomplete information. Some brilliant, some disastrous, most somewhere in between. As the Pacific War continued into 1943 and beyond, new sailors arriving at Pearl Harbor often noticed something unusual. Veterans still referred to locations by what had happened there on December 7th. This pier. That dry dock. Over there. The attack remained part of the geography itself. Places remember. Even after buildings change. Even after ships sail away. Memory quietly attaches itself to landscapes. Years later, when peace finally returned, visitors occasionally asked survivors what Pearl Harbor had looked like before the attack. Many smiled gently. They remembered green mountains rising behind the harbor. Palm trees swaying in warm trade winds. Bands playing on Sunday mornings. Children fishing along quiet docks. Ships gleaming beneath tropical sunshine. In their memories, there were really two Pearl Harbors. One before sunrise, and one after. The difference between them measured only a few hours. The difference in history measured generations. As another peaceful Hawaiian evening settled over the harbor, the water reflected crimson clouds instead of flames. Warships came and went, crews changed, uniforms evolved, and technology advanced beyond anything imagined in 1941. Yet beneath the calm surface, traces of that December morning still remained, pieces of steel, fragments of memory, and the quiet weight of lives interrupted. Pearl Harbor had become more than a battlefield. It had become a reminder that history can arrive without warning, reshape the world before breakfast, and leave echoes that continue long after the smoke has drifted out across the endless Pacific. Remembering Pearl Harbor. The strangest thing about memory is that it grows quieter with time. Not weaker. Quieter. The sharp edges soften. The smell of smoke fades. The roar of aircraft slowly gives way to birdsong. And yet, some mornings remain forever suspended between yesterday and today. For the survivors of Pearl Harbor, December 7th was never simply a date on a calendar. It became a place they carried inside themselves. A harbor made of memory. One they returned to whether they wished to or not. The Second World War eventually came to an end. After years of brutal fighting across Europe, Africa, Asia, and the Pacific, the guns finally began to fall silent. Victory celebrations filled streets from New York to London. Church bells rang. Ships sounded their horns. Strangers embraced. Children danced. People who had spent years waiting finally allowed themselves to imagine tomorrow again. It must have felt almost unbelievable. After so much loss, life had somehow continued. For the sailors who survived Pearl Harbor, however, peace often arrived carrying unexpected companions. Grief. Memory. Questions. Many returned home to families who wanted desperately to understand what had happened. Some veterans spoke openly. Others could not. Not because they lacked words. Because the right words simply did not exist. How do you describe swimming through water that is on fire? How do you explain watching friends disappear beneath an exploding battleship? How do you tell someone that ordinary Sunday mornings no longer feel ordinary? Language has limits. Memory does not. Psychologists today would recognize many survivors as carrying what we now call post-traumatic stress. In the 1940s, people rarely used such language. A man who woke from nightmares simply had a hard time sleeping. Someone startled by loud noises was nervous. A veteran who preferred silence was simply considered quiet. The invisible wounds remained largely invisible. History has become better at recognizing them. That may be one of the quieter forms of progress. Some survivors returned to Pearl Harbor years later. The experience often proved overwhelming. The harbor looked familiar, yet entirely different. New ships occupied old anchorages. Fresh paint covered repaired docks. Palm trees had grown taller. Children laughed along nearby beaches. Tourists took photographs. Life had reclaimed the place. And still, the survivors could almost see another harbor beneath the modern one. A harbor filled with smoke. Sirens. Falling bombs. Ghosts. The USS Arizona remained where she had sunk. Unlike other battleships raised and repaired after the attack, she stayed beneath the water. Partly visible. Partly hidden. A ship suspended between sea and sky. Visitors noticed something curious. Even decades later, tiny drops of oil still slowly rose from her submerged hull. Rainbow-colored circles drifted gently across the surface. Sailors eventually gave them a poetic nickname: the Tears of the Arizona. Whether the ship truly wept mattered less than what the image meant. Sometimes poetry explains history better than engineering. In 1962, more than 20 years after the attack, a permanent memorial opened above the wreck. Simple. White. Elegant. It stretches across the sunken battleship without touching her, almost as though paying quiet respect from above. Visitors arrive by boat. Engines fall silent as they approach. Voices naturally become softer. No signs are really necessary asking people to whisper. The place itself seems to request it. Inside the memorial, names cover a marble wall. More than 1,000 sailors and Marines who lost their lives aboard the Arizona. No ranks dominate. No dramatic decorations. Simply names, one after another. History often celebrates famous leaders. Memorials remind us that history is usually carried upon ordinary people. Young machinists, signalmen, cooks, firemen, electricians, musicians, clerks. Each believed Sunday would be routine. None imagined becoming part of history before breakfast. Every year, on December 7th, ceremonies continue. Survivors, when they were still able to travel, gathered together. The numbers grew smaller with each passing decade. Hair turned white. Uniforms gave way to civilian jackets decorated with small medals. The young sailors of 1941 became elderly gentlemen telling stories to grandchildren. Time performed its quiet work. One particularly moving tradition developed among some survivors of the Arizona. Those who wished could have their ashes placed within the wreck after their deaths. Divers carefully carried small urns into the battleship. In a sense, the sailors finally returned to their shipmates. No bugles. No grand speeches. Only the gentle sound of water. History occasionally allows beautiful endings. Pearl Harbor also became a classroom. Millions of visitors from around the world now walk its memorials. Schoolchildren ask thoughtful questions. Parents explain difficult history. Veterans quietly share memories. The harbor teaches something no textbook fully can. That peace possesses value precisely because war demonstrates its absence. Sometimes the greatest purpose of remembering tragedy is not to preserve anger. It is to preserve wisdom. Interestingly, relations between the United States and Japan transformed remarkably after the war. Former enemies became close allies. Trade replaced torpedoes. Tourists replaced bombers. Students crossed the Pacific carrying backpacks instead of rifles. Diplomats shook hands where admirals once planned battles. History can surprise us in hopeful ways. Hatred rarely lasts forever. Human cooperation, though often difficult, possesses extraordinary resilience. One of the most symbolic moments occurred in 2016. The Prime Minister of Japan, Shinzo Abe, visited Pearl Harbor alongside U.S. President Barack Obama. They stood together in silence before the USS Arizona Memorial. No apologies were formally exchanged. No demands made. Only respect offered. Two nations once locked in one of history's most destructive wars now honored the dead together. It was a quiet moment. Yet perhaps one of the most powerful chapters in Pearl Harbor's long story. Historians continue debating many aspects of the attack. Could it have been prevented? Should warnings have been interpreted differently? Was Admiral Nagumo correct to cancel the third strike? Did Japan underestimate American industrial strength? Did American leaders misunderstand Japanese intentions? These questions remain valuable. Not because they change the past. Because they sharpen our understanding of human decision-making. History is not merely about remembering what happened. It is about understanding why. There is another lesson as well. Pearl Harbor reminds us how fragile certainty can be. The U.S. Pacific Fleet believed itself relatively secure. Japan believed a decisive surprise attack might force negotiations. Both nations entered December 1941 carrying assumptions that would soon be shattered. History repeatedly humbles those who believe tomorrow will resemble yesterday. It often does. Until suddenly. It does not. Late in the afternoon, as visitors leave the memorial, many pause one last time. The harbor looks peaceful. Warships still move through the channel. The Kulam Mountains rise green beneath drifting clouds. Trade winds ripple the water. White seabirds glide effortlessly overhead. Nothing about the scene suggests violence. That is perhaps the greatest gift time offers wounded places. Not forgetting. Healing. There is a difference. If you remain long enough, eventually another boat approaches carrying new visitors. Some are veterans. Some are students. Some simply wish to understand. Each steps quietly onto the memorial. Each reads names. Each gazes into the water where the outline of the Arizona rests beneath the surface. History continues because people continue asking questions. Memory survives because people continue listening. And somewhere beneath those calm Hawaiian waters, the old battleship remains exactly where she came to rest on that bright Sunday morning in December 1941. She no longer guards a fleet. She guards a memory. One that asks every generation not merely to remember the attack, but to remember the cost of failing to protect peace. As the evening sun slowly sinks behind the mountains of Oahu, golden light spreads across the harbor. The water that once reflected flames now reflects only the quiet colors of dusk. The wind carries no sound of engines or explosions, only waves brushing gently against the shore. The Pacific, vast and patient as ever, continues its endless rhythm, indifferent to empires yet faithful to memory. And perhaps that is where the story of Pearl Harbor truly belongs, not only in military history or political debate, but in the quiet reminder that even the darkest mornings eventually give way to evening, and that remembrance, when carried with humility, becomes one of humanity's gentlest forms of hope. Good night, Pearl Harbor. And now, the harbor is quiet once again. The mountains still stand where they always have. The trade winds still drift gently across Oahu. Palm trees continue their slow conversation with the evening breeze, just as they did long before warships filled these waters. Long before diplomats exchanged stern messages. Long before bombers appeared out of the northern sky. Nature, as always, has been remarkably patient. It watched kings come and go. It watched empires rise and fade. It watched steel ships replace wooden ones. And on one bright Sunday morning in December, it watched humanity remind itself how fragile peace can truly be. Perhaps that is why Pearl Harbor continues to matter. Not simply because it changed the Second World War, though it certainly did. Not simply because it brought the United States fully into the conflict, though history turned dramatically after that morning. It matters because Pearl Harbor reminds us that history is rarely distant. History happens to ordinary people. To sailors finishing breakfast. To nurses beginning another shift. To mechanics checking engines. To musicians preparing for church. To children still asleep while adults quietly worry about tomorrow. The people who became part of history on December 7th had not planned to become historical figures. They were simply living another Sunday. History found them anyway. There is something deeply human about that realization. We often imagine history as something created by famous names. Presidents, admirals, generals, prime ministers. Yet if you walk through the memorial today, the names carved into white marble tell another story. Most belong to people few of us had heard of before today. Young men barely out of school. Experienced sailors counting the years until retirement. Friends who had shared coffee only minutes before the first bomb exploded. History remembers the leaders. Memory belongs equally to everyone else. The attack itself lasted less than 2 hours. Less time than this documentary. And yet those 2 hours echoed through the next 4 years of war. Through the remainder of the 20th century. And even into our own lives today. That is one of history's quiet paradoxes. Events are often brief. Consequences rarely are. When visitors stand above the USS Arizona Memorial today, they often notice how clear the Hawaiian water appears. Sunlight reaches deep below the surface. You can almost make out the outline of the old battleship resting where she settled that morning. She no longer sails. She no longer fires guns. She no longer carries young sailors across the Pacific. Instead, she carries memory. Perhaps that is the most important mission any ship has ever served. The Pacific Ocean stretches outward in every direction. Vast. Blue. Almost impossibly calm. Standing beside it today, it becomes difficult to imagine thousands of aircraft crossing those skies. Or battleships burning beneath black smoke. Or frightened sailors diving into water covered in oil. Time has softened the landscape. But it has not erased it. Healing is not forgetting. Healing is remembering without allowing hatred to remain. History has offered us many battlefields. Gettysburg. Waterloo. Hastings. Stalingrad. Normandy. Pearl Harbor belongs among them. Not because it was the largest battle. Not because it was the bloodiest. But because it marked a moment when an entire nation awoke to discover that oceans could no longer guarantee safety. The 20th century had become truly global. Distance no longer protected anyone. There is another lesson hidden here as well. One that historians quietly rediscover every generation. No nation is too strong to become complacent. No victory lasts forever. No defeat lasts forever either. Pearl Harbor demonstrated both truths. Japan achieved astonishing tactical success. America eventually achieved overwhelming strategic success. Neither outcome had been inevitable on that December morning. History is rarely inevitable. It is built from countless human decisions. Some wise. Some tragic. Some made in seconds. Some unfolding across decades. And perhaps, as this long journey comes gently to its end, there is one final image worth carrying with us. Imagine the harbor tonight. Not in 1941. But now. The sun has disappeared behind the WWII mountains. The sky glows softly with fading shades of gold and violet. The last visitors have quietly boarded their boats. The memorial grows still. Trade winds ripple the water into tiny silver waves. Somewhere beneath that peaceful surface rests the USS Arizona. Still keeping watch. Still surrounded by the men who never left her. Above them, the stars slowly begin to appear. The very same stars that shone over Pearl Harbor on the night before the attack. The same stars that watched rescue crews work through smoke and darkness. The same stars that looked down upon Midway, Guadalcanal, Iwo Jima, Okinawa. The same stars that have watched every generation since. They ask nothing of us. Only that we remember. If history has taught us anything during these quiet hours together, perhaps it is this. Peace is rarely loud. It is found in ordinary Sundays. In ships safely tied to their docks. In families expecting loved ones home for dinner. In children who know nothing of air raid sirens. In harbors where the only sound is water gently touching the shore. Those ordinary moments are easy to overlook. Until they disappear. Pearl Harbor reminds us to notice them while they are still ours. And now, the harbor sleeps. The waves continue their endless rhythm. The palm trees whisper softly beneath the Hawaiian night. The smoke has long since drifted away. The war has passed into history. Only memory remains. So, wherever you are listening tonight, perhaps take one last slow look across that calm Pacific water in your imagination. The ships are quiet. The stars are bright. The ocean is at peace. And somewhere beyond the horizon, morning is waiting. Good night. End of documentary.